with jewelry knelt beside the heir. Seeing his pitiful state, her heart ached. "Who did this to you? Tell me, and I'll make them pay," she hissed through gritted teeth. "It was them." The heir pointed accusingly at Ling Xuan. "They're the ones who hurt me? Fine, your father and I will settle this," the woman vowed. "Mom, just punish the man. Leave the woman for me, okay?" The heir pleaded. Even now, he couldn't shake his obsession with Su Hua. "Of course, whatever you want," the woman agreed. Just then, Zia Feng, the heir's father, arrived. After his wife explained the situation, Zia Feng stormed over to Su Hua and Lin Xuan with a dark expression. "So, you're the ones who hurt my son?" "Yes," Lin Xuan answered coldly. "Good, very good," Zia Feng sneered. "You've got nerve treating my son like this. You're Lin Xuan, right? Don't think being the CEO of Skyline Group means I'll let this slide. You will pay for what you've done." Zia Feng's voice dripped with menace. Skyline Group was just a fledgling company. Compared to the deep-rooted Zia Corporation, it was nothing. "Lin Xuan, you've made an enemy of me," Zia Feng spat. Those who knew Su Hua's identity watched the scene unfold with amusement, inwardly regretting not stepping in earlier. If they had helped Su Hua when Zia Feng's son harassed her, they could have earned her favor. "Chairman Zia, are you threatening the man who saved me?" Su Hua's red lips parted as she spoke, her voice icy. "And who are you?" Zia Feng's disdainful gaze swept over her. From what his wife said, his son had been beaten because he took a liking to this woman. With her bewitching looks, she was clearly a seductress. He didn't recognize her from any elite circles, meaning she was likely just Lin Xuan's kept woman. Before Su Hua could answer, Zia Feng scoffed. "No need to explain, I know exactly what you are. However much Lin Xuan is paying to keep you, I'll double it. Leave him and come with my son." Tusk. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. This man was truly digging his own grave, trying to buy the head of the largest corporation in the country for his son? What a joke! At that moment, Lin Chang and Feng Weimin arrived. "What's going on here?" Lin Chang asked, frowning. Zia Feng pointed at Lin Xuan and Su Hua. "Chairman Lin, these two injured my son. I demand you expel them immediately." Lin Chang's heart skipped a beat. His eyes fell on the heir sprawled on the floor. He'd heard rumors about Zia Feng's son, a notorious womanizer. From the looks of it, the heir had tried to harass Su Hua only for Lin Xuan to step in and beat him up. And now, Lin Xuan had played the hero in front of Su Hua. "Chairman Zia," Lin Chang said with a cold laugh, "do you even know who your son just insulted?" "What's there to know? Just some mistress Lin Xuan keeps around. So what if he flirted with her?" "No," Lin Chang said sharply. "Her identity is beyond anything you or I could dare to challenge. She is Su Hua, CEO of Su Corporation. Truly a match made in heaven." Su Hua, she was actually Su Hua, the CEO of Su Corporation. Those around who hadn't known her identity gasped in shock. It was really her. Immediately, their gazes toward Zia Feng turned sympathetic. If she truly was the CEO of Su Corporation, well, the Zia family had just kicked an iron plate. The Zia family was done for. "No, impossible. This can't be true." Zia Feng shook his head in disbelief. "How could this be? Chairman Lin, you must be mistaken. How could she possibly be Su Hua? Why would Su Hua attend such a banquet, and without any entourage, no less?" At that moment, Yan King entered the banquet hall. Yan King often represented Su Hua at various events, so Zia Feng recognized her. He hurried over to her and said, "Secretary Zhang, I'm Zia Feng, chairman of Zia Corporation. Someone here is impersonating CEO Su. You must punish her severely." "Impersonating CEO Su?" Yan King frowned. That woman right there." Zia Feng pointed at Su Hua. Yan King followed his finger and frowned. "Is it her impersonating CEO Su?" "Chairman Zia, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just spout nonsense." Yan King stepped past Zia Feng and walked straight to Su Hua, bowing respectfully. "CEO Su." Hearing Yan King address her as CEO Su, Zia Feng's eyes bulged. "CEO Su? It really was her?" Shock quickly turned to terror on Zia Feng's face. Everyone knew the head of Su Corporation had zero tolerance for disrespect and wielded ruthless methods. And he had just called Su Hua Lin Xuan's mistress. Not to mention his son had dared to harass Su Hua. "CEO Su!" Zia Feng dropped to his knees and began kowtowing frantically. "I'm sorry, truly sorry. I was blind. I didn't recognize you. Please show mercy and spare me." Su Hua let out a cold laugh but said nothing. Seeing her expression, Zia Feng knew she hadn't forgiven him. His son was the root of this offense. He hadn't even apologized yet. Zia Feng glared fiercely at the young heir. "You worthless brat. You insulted CEO Su. Come here and apologize now." He hissed through gritted teeth. The young heir had also heard of Su Hua's reputation. The sole heiress of the Su family's eldest son, Su Hua, had been brought back to the family at 18. Within just a few years, she had seized the CEO position of Su Corporation through ruthless tactics. After taking power, she purged dissenters with an iron fist. She was untouchable, merciless, and unyielding. No one who crossed her ever ended well. He had thought she was just some kept woman or a nobody's daughter. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined she was the infamous Su Hua. Trembling, the young heir begged, "CEO Su, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disrespected you." Su Hua's lips curled in a cold smirk, but she remained silent. Terrified this would doom the Xia family and their corporation, Xia Feng dragged his son forward. "CEO Su, this disgrace is the one who insulted you. I'll make sure he's punished properly to appease you." With a grimace, Xia Feng slapped his son hard across the face. Smack! The sound was sharp and crisp. The young heir clutched his stinging cheek but didn't dare speak. Smack! Another slap landed on his other cheek. Still, he stayed silent. Smack! 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 Blow after blow rained down until his face was swollen and bruised. He was seething inside. Even an idiot knew who not to mess with. If Su Hua hadn't hidden her identity, he would have never dared approach her. And no one had told him the CEO of Su Corporation looked like some seductive enchantress. Besides, he hadn't even succeeded, just spouted some nonsense. He hadn't laid a finger on her. Smack! 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 Xia Feng kept striking his son while stealing glances at Su Hua's expression. Seeing no softening in her demeanor, his heart sank further. It seemed he'd have to resort to more drastic measures to appease her. "Stop! If you keep hitting him, he'll be ruined. Look at his face, it's already swollen." The noblewoman grabbed Xia Feng's arm, pleading. Smack! Xia Feng slapped her too. "Spare the rod, spoil the child. If you hadn't indulged him, he wouldn't be this debauched, let alone dare to insult CEO Su." "But, Xia Feng, don't forget he's your son too. If he's rotten, it's your fault as well," he shrieked. Besides, she didn't think her son had done anything wrong. The women he played with always got paid. They practically threw themselves at him. This time, he just picked the wrong target, Su Hua. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Xia Feng's face turned livid. The onlookers watched the spectacle with folded arms. What a show! The Xia family, riding on their status, let their son run wild. Never thought they'd kick an iron plate, huh? If they don't give Su Hua a satisfactory resolution, the Xia family is finished. A satisfactory resolution? Xia Jian harassed Su Hua. Does Xia Feng have to cripple his own son? He'd never dare. Xia Jian's his only heir. John King noticed the young heir clutching his lower abdomen and asked a guest, "What exactly happened?" "Secretary Zhang, here's what went down," the guest explained. Xia Jian thought Su Hua was pretty and tried to harass her. He even told her to follow him. When he tried to touch her, Lin Xuan showed up and played the hero. "What did Lin Xuan do?" Jiang King asked curiously. He twisted his wrist, kicked him down there, then stomped on his chest. The guest shook his head. "That niddle kick, ouch. Who knows if Xia Jian's is still functional?" John King, young Master Lin, and Xiao Su really were a match made in heaven. Even their hobbies aligned. Both loved targeting that area. She vividly remembered Su Hua ordering someone to feed Lin Lai a sterilizing potion, and that tiny drunk Su Hua stabbed a harasser there with a knife. Jiang King sighed. Men who crossed Su Hua had it rough. Not only did they get beaten, but they risked becoming eunuchs and their family businesses might collapse too. "Xiao Su!" Xia Feng turned back to Su Hua, desperation in his eyes. "President Su, we sincerely apologize for this matter. Please tell us how you wish to punish us." "Chairman Xia, what do you think?" Su Hua asked with a raised brow. Xia Feng clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he leaned close to the young heir's ear. "Son, I'm sorry. I can't let you drag the entire Xia family down with you. Today, we must give President Su a proper resolution." A terrible sense of foreboding rose in the young heir's heart. What are you planning to do?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Step down with your foot, son. Just bear with it for now." Xia Feng took a deep breath and instructed two attendants. "I'll give each of you 500,000. Both of you, go and hold him down for me." 500,000. What a stroke of luck! The two attendants' eyes lit up, and they immediately pinned the rich young master to the ground. Xia Feng stood up from the floor. "Xia Feng, what are you planning to do?" The noblewoman nervously grabbed Xia Feng's arm. "He's our own son, our only son. You can't do anything to him." "I can't do anything to him." Xia Feng let out a cold laugh. "Do you know who he offended? Su Hua, the renowned head of Su Corporation. If she targets our company, Xia Corporation will go bankrupt within a month. If he lost his son, he could always find another woman to bear him another. But if the company was gone, everything would truly be lost. No, it wasn't just the company that would be ruined. They themselves would also face retaliation from Soo-hyu's husband, the noblewoman pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. If the company goes bankrupt, so be it. But we only have this one son. Do you really value the company more than your own child? Yes, the company is more important, Xia Feng replied icily. The noblewoman's eyes widened in shock. He really chose the company. Before she could recover, Xia Feng's merciless voice rang out again. As for a son, he is not the only one. If he's gone, I can always have another. The noblewoman paled as realization struck her. From Xia Feng's words, it sounded like he intended to find another woman to bear him a son. Oh, this couldn't happen. If another woman gave birth to his son, the Xia family fortune would go to her child, leaving no place for her or Jiner. No, you can't do this to Jiner. She threw her arms protectively in front of the rich young master. Get out of my way! Xia Feng grabbed her arm and shoved her aside with force. Then, with a dark expression, he strode toward the rich young master. Everyone watched in tense curiosity, wondering how Xia Feng would deal with his own son. Butler Wang stroked his chin, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. This trip had been worth it. Who knew there'd be such a juicy appetizer before the main event? As expected, following young Master Lin guaranteed a front row seat to the biggest scandals. Excellent, truly excellent. Butler Wang didn't blink as he stared at Xia Feng. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Xia Feng raised his foot and stomped down on the rich young master's lower abdomen. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the rich young master's throat. Xia Feng didn't lift his foot. Instead, he ground it down with brutal force. Some of the men in the room instinctively winced, their legs tightening in sympathy. Yikes! Even as mere spectators, they could practically feel the pain themselves. Lin Lai watched the scene, his own past trauma resurfacing. His own manhood had been ruined, no, worse than ruined. He didn't even have sperm anymore. He was nothing but a complete eunuch. And the most infuriating part? He still had no idea who had done this to him. 10 minutes later, Xia Feng finally lifted his foot. It's gone, it's really gone. The rich young master clutched his lower abdomen, writhing in agony on the floor. My son! The noblewoman collapsed to her knees beside him, sobbing uncontrollably. Xia Feng turned to Soo-hyu's with an ingratiating smile. President Su, does this satisfy you? If not, I'll hand him over to you. Do whatever you wish with him. Chairman Xia, this alone isn't enough. Jiang King handed Xia Feng a pill. This is a sterility drug. Make him take it. At the mention of sterility, Lin Chang's face darkened. This was the same drug Zhang Shuken had forced on him. Of course, I'll make him take it right away. Xia Feng had already given up on his son's ability to carry on the family line. Without hesitation, he took the pill and forced it down the rich young master's throat. Seeing Soo-hyu's expression soften slightly, Xia Feng finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chairman Xia, Soo-hyu suddenly spoke again. Xia Feng shuddered at her voice. Was President Su still not satisfied? President Su, he said nervously, is there anything else you require? Lin Xuan saved me. You were planning to deal with him? Her tone carried a clear warning. Never. I would never dare. Xia Feng shook his head vehemently. If Lin Xuan was now under Soo-hyu's protection, targeting him would be suicidal. Soo-hyu gave a slight nod. Xia Feng finally relaxed. As long as he didn't stir up any more trouble, his company should be safe. With the matter settled, Lin Chang stepped forward respectfully. President Su, my deepest apologies. Had I known you were coming, I would have personally welcomed you. This unfortunate incident would never have happened. Soo-hyu didn't even glance at him. Lin Chang noted her cold demeanor, recalling how she had worn the same expression at Lin Lai's birthday banquet. Could it be that, once again, Soo-hyu hadn't come for the Lin family? But if not for them, one coincidence was understandable, but two? Fang Wyman frowned in confusion. Why did President Su seem so distant from Lin Chang? Hadn't she come to attend the Lin family's banquet? President Su, may I ask if you're here for the banquet or did you take a wrong turn? Lin Chang inquired politely. I came for the banquet, Soo-hyu replied flatly. Lin Chang's eyes brightened. She really was here for the Lin family. Fang Wyman chuckled. Father-in-law, you've been keeping secrets. You know President Su and never mentioned it? Just a fortunate coincidence, Lin Chang said, basking in Fang Wyman's newfound respect. President Su had come to attend his son's wedding. From now on, who would dare look down on the Lin family? No, they'd be scrambling to curry favor. No, Soo-hyu cut in. I didn't come for the Lin family. Another woman falls under the spell. I came here for one of the guests attending the banquet. Soo-hyu spoke up. Chairman Lin, did you think I came for you? Did you really believe your Lin family could ever catch my eye? A family that spoils an adopted son while mistreating their own blood. Sorry, but I, Su Hua, have no respect for such people. Su Hua's voice was icy to the extreme. If not for Xuan, she wouldn't have spared the Lin family a single glance. A blatant slap in the face. The surrounding guests burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you have to admit the Lin family is truly delusional. Didn't they learn their lesson at Lin Lai's birthday banquet last time? Su Hua clearly doesn't care for them, yet Lin Lai still thinks he can get close to her. Where does Lin Chang even get the nerve? He should take a good look at himself. Does he really think he can latch on to someone as influential as Su Hua? Many were openly mocking Lin Chang. Lin Chang's face stiffened. Feng Weiman's expression darkened. He had genuinely thought the Lin family knew Su Hua, only to be disappointed. Then again, even he, Feng Weiman, couldn't get close to Su Hua. What made Lin Chang think he could? Lin Chang forced to smile. Regardless of why Su Hua has come to my son's wedding, her presence alone is an honor for us. Su Hua was someone Lin Chang couldn't afford to offend. Though seething inside, he dared not show it. He remained deferential, gesturing politely. Su Hua, please, take a seat. Su Hua ignored him. Her gaze softened as it landed on Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, thank you for earlier, Su Hua said with a faint smile. Tell me, what reward would you like? As long as it's within my power, it's yours. Then she leaned in, lowering her voice so only he could hear. Including me. Having said that, she coolly distanced herself again. John King raised an eyebrow. So young Master Lin and Su Hua were playing at a secret romance? How interesting. Lin Xuan coughed lightly. Su Hua, it was just a small favor. No need for rewards. Su Hua chuckled. Does young Master Lin find my reward unworthy? Not at all. Lin Xuan shook his head. Then a thought seemed to strike him, his eyes gleaming. Then I'll save this reward for later. I'll let you know when I've decided. Very well. Su Hua gave a slight nod. Lin Chang, witnessing this exchange, turned livid. Lin Xuan had actually managed to win Su Hua's favor. If Lin Xuan ever asked Su Hua to help him against Starlight Group, wouldn't that? But Lin Chang quickly reassured himself. This was just a minor debt. It meant nothing. If Lin Xuan made unreasonable demands, Su Hua would never agree. With that thought, he relaxed. Young Master Lin, would you care to sit with me? Su Hua arched a brow. Of course. Lin Xuan nodded. The two found a secluded spot to sit. Lin Lai, meanwhile, let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had worried Su Hua would publicly reveal her relationship with Lin Xuan, but she had chosen to keep it hidden. It seemed she didn't truly value Lin Xuan. Sooner or later, she'd discard him. Lin Tinxi whispered. Second sister, Su Hua said she came for someone at the wedding. Could it be for Xuan? That can't be. Lin Kingian frowned. Hearing their conversation, Lin Chang grew uneasy. Xuan, he approached Lin Xuan deliberately. Why didn't you bring your girlfriend? Lin Xuan scoffed. What's it to you? Lin Chang's intentions were obvious. He wanted Su Hua to hear even if she was unlikely to care for Lin Xuan. He had to plant the idea that Lin Xuan was being kept by a woman. Su Hua was being deceived, and he needed her to see Lin Xuan's true character. Xuan, Lin Chang put on a fatherly tone. I know you resent me, but I am still your father. I only want what's best for you. With your abilities, you don't need to rely on a woman's support. As he spoke, he subtly watched Su Hua's reaction. Seeing no change in her expression, he frowned. Had he misjudged? Before Lin Xuan could respond, Su Hua slammed her glass down. Chairman Lin, you're in my way. Lin Chang froze. Understood, he forced out, swallowing his anger. Su Hua, please enjoy yourself. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call for me. With that, he retreated. Hua Bao, why are you here? Lin Xuan asked quietly. Why aren't you supposed to be working nearby? Because I missed you, Su Hua smiled, her eyes curving slightly. Work can wait, nothing is more important than you. Lin Lai's gaze lingered on Su Hua and Lin Xuan. They made a striking pair, yet the sight only filled him with bitterness. What did Lin Xuan have that Su Hua would favor him? Lin Kingian and Lin Kinxi wanted to approach Lin Xuan to mend ties, but with Su Hua present, they didn't dare. So they stayed away, sparing themselves the humiliation. Lin Chang took the stage with a microphone. Thank you all for attending my son Lin Lai and Feng Corporation's heiress Feng Ye's wedding, he beamed. Your presence, especially that of our distinguished guests, is a great honor. I won't waste time, let me hand the stage over to the groom Lin Lai and the bride, Feng Ye. With that, he stepped down. The MC took over. Feng Ye waited nervously outside. Now, let's welcome the bride, the MC announced. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ye looped her arm through her father's and stepped onto the red carpet, walking slowly toward the stage. Her eyes caught Lin Xuan and she froze. He looked just like the man who had once helped her. Feng Ye stared, her steps faltering. Yeah, what's wrong? Feng Wyman asked. Nothing, she shook her head. That boy had been like a fleeting dream, but now her heart belonged to Eli. She was about to become his wife. Other men were nothing but illusions. She tore her gaze away and continued toward her groom Lin Lai, waiting at the center of the stage. Su Hua smirked. Young Master Lin, your charm is truly remarkable. Look, you bewitch yet another woman. Heaven dooms him. Su Hua's voice carried a strong hint of jealousy. Lin Xuan looked utterly confused. Oh, who has taken a liking to me? Su Hua narrowed her eyes slightly. Has young Master Lin not noticed how the bride has been staring at you the entire way here? Akshu and really had a knack for attracting admirers wherever he went. She really wanted to lock him up somewhere. Lin Xuan still looked baffled. This Feng Ye, he had never even met her before. Lin Xuan glanced at Feng Ye on the stage. What? Why did she look so familiar? Her face seemed to overlap with someone from his childhood. A chubby little girl. Because of her weight, she was often bullied at school. He too had been a target, and perhaps out of shared misery, he would occasionally comfort her. He even schemed to chase away those who tormented her. Could this Feng Ye really be her? Lin Xuan's heart inexplicably tightened. If Feng Ye was indeed that girl, then her staring at him earlier likely meant she had recognized him. In situations like this, based on the novels he'd read, Feng Ye would probably have a secret crush on him, seeing him as her first love. Was he really going to trade Shen Kainqian for Feng Ye? No, Feng Ye was about to marry Lin Lai. She shouldn't be harboring any thoughts about him. Then again, the wedding was about to expose Lin Lai's secret that he was impotent. There was a high chance Feng Ye wouldn't go through with the marriage, unless he chose not to reveal Lin Lai's condition. Dumbass, but how could he pass up such a perfect opportunity? President Su, Lin Shu, and cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. You may not know this, but I already have a girlfriend. I love her deeply, and no matter how many women out there fancy me, I won't spare them a second glance. Is that so? Su Hua chuckled softly. If young Master Lin can resist all those temptations, then you must truly adore your girlfriend. How much do you love her, young Master Lin? You'll have to prove it to her, or she might not feel entirely secure. Su Hua pretended to drop her chopsticks on the floor. President Su, let me pick them up for you, John King offered respectfully. The moment she spoke, Su Hua shot her a warning glare. John King immediately retreated, not daring to say another word. Su Hua bent down to retrieve the chopsticks herself. Lin Xuan stiffened. Hua Bao, what are you? Su Hua's delicate hand trailed up from Lin Xuan's calf, taking full advantage of the table's cover to tease him without restraint. John King accidentally caught a glimpse of Su Hua's actions and quickly averted her gaze. Now she understood why President Su hadn't let her pick up the chopsticks. It was all a ploy to drop them intentionally, using the excuse to flirt with young Master Lin. President Su really knew how to play the game. Su Hua continued until Lin Xuan's face was tense with restraint. Satisfied with his reaction, she finally withdrew her hand. Young Master Lin, Su Hua's crimson lips curled into a smirk. If your girlfriend finds out about your little admirer, you'll probably face quite the punishment when you get home. I think she already knows, so you'd better brace yourself. Butler Wang and John King both stared at the ceiling, pretending not to hear. What kind of scandalous talk was President Su misspouting? A single thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. His kidneys were about to pack their bags and flee on the next train out of town. He cursed his own magnetic appeal. Damn, heaven was out to ruin him. Meanwhile, on stage, Feng Ye stood beside Lin Lai in her pristine white wedding dress, beaming with joy. Lin Lai was somewhat handsome, with a refined and gentle demeanor, but the plump Feng Ye beside him looked entirely mismatched. Whispers spread among the guests. How could Lin Lai possibly be interested in someone as heavy as Feng Ye? Isn't it obvious? He's only marrying her for the Feng family's money. Feng Wyman has no sons, and Feng Ye is the sole heiress. Once he steps down from Feng Corporation, won't the company fall into Lin Lai's hands? That Lin Lai is no good man. It's exactly as you say. Feng Wyman overheard snippets of their conversation and clenched his fists. Of course he knew Lin Lai was after the family fortune, but Feng Ye was adamant about marrying him, leaving Feng Wyman no choice but to agree. Later, he'd have to find a way to thwart Lin Lai's schemes. The host smiled warmly. 2 months ago, our bride and groom met on a university campus in America. It was love at first sight, and thus began their romantic journey. After 2 sweet months together, this loving couple is finally entering the sacred bond of marriage. Now, let's take a look at their beautiful memories together. All eyes turned to the large screen as a slideshow of their affectionate photos began playing. Lin Lai's heart skipped a beat as he watched. His hands clenched involuntarily. At the last birthday banquet, it was during a video montage that intimate photos of him and Qin Royale had been exposed. Would Ling Xuan pull the same stunt again? He shook his head vigorously. No, it couldn't be. He had deleted all those photos. There was no way Lin Xuan could repeat his trick. He was just being paranoid. Lin Lai's gaze drifted to Lin Xuan in the audience, who raised his wine glass with a smirk. That smile sent a fresh wave of unease through Lin Lai. Something was about to happen. Father, Lin Lai signaled to Lin Chang, urging him to come on stage. What is it, Lear? Lin Chang frowned. Can you have them cut the video and skip to the next part? Lin Lai's instincts screamed at him to stop this slideshow. Why? This video was carefully prepared. What's wrong with it? Lin Chang was puzzled. I can't explain right now. Just turn it off. Fine. Lin Chang nodded and immediately called for the staff. Turn off the video in the main hall. Lin Xuan swirled his wine glass, lips curling. The show is about to begin. A staff member picked up his walkie-talkie. The guests have requested the video in the main hall be stopped. Copy that. Just as another staff member moved to comply, a man in a sharp suit stepped forward and delivered a swift chop to his neck, knocking him out cold. Without hurry, the man removed the original memory card and replaced it with his own. Qin Royale goes online. The screen in the grand hall went black. Lin Lai let out a sigh of relief. It seemed it had been turned off. Now he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Xuan and pulling any tricks with the video. Lin Lai glanced in Lin Xuan's direction. Lin Xuan happened to be looking back at him. With a raised brow, Lin Xuan lifted his wine glass in a mocking toast. Lin Lai clenched his fists. Why did he still feel so uneasy, as if Lin Xuan had something else waiting for him? The video of the couple's sweet moments came to an abrupt halt. The guests frowned in confusion. What's going on? Why did it stop? Feng Wyman walked over and asked father-in-law, what happened? Why did the video suddenly cut off? Hold on, let me make a call and check, Lin Chang replied. He pretended to dial a number. All right, I understand, Lin Chang said, nodding as he held the phone to his ear. Let's leave it at that for now. It fixed as soon as possible. He hung up and announced, the hotel says the video malfunctioned and can't be played. Maybe we should just move on. I suppose we have no choice, Feng Wyman agreed, though he felt deeply unsettled. Stopping the video midway through the wedding was terribly unlucky. Lin Chang picked up the microphone and addressed the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, our sincerest apologies. Due to technical difficulties, the video cannot be played at the moment. Let's proceed directly to the next part of the ceremony. Butler Wang was utterly baffled. Han Young Master Lin said he was going to play some kind of video at the wedding. Now that the equipment had failed, wouldn't his plan fall apart? That meant no juicy drama for him to enjoy. Young Master Lin, since the equipment is broken, does that mean your video won't be shown? Butler Wang asked, visibly disappointed. Lin Xuan smirked coldly. No, it's not broken. Lin Lai is scared. He's afraid I'll pull the same stunt I did at his birthday banquet, so he shut it off early and lied about a malfunction. Lin Xuan's lips curled. He had to admit, Lin Lai's instincts were sharp. That was exactly what he had planned. Butler Wang perked up, eager to hear more. But I've already sent someone over, Lin Xuan said, raising an eyebrow. I'm sure the video will be playing again soon. We'll have quite the show to watch. Ah, so that's how it is. Butler Wang relaxed. It seemed he'd still get his drama after all. As expected, young Master Lin had everything under control. There'd be no mishaps. Su Hua watched Lin Xuan with amusement in her eyes. She loved seeing him scheme like this. Meanwhile, the black-suited bodyguard was still leisurely working on the computer. On stage, Feng Ye and Lin Lai had reached the wedding vows. Mr. Lin Lai, the officiant asked with a smile, in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, do you promise to stand by this woman, to love and cherish her, to remain faithful and devoted for as long as you both shall live? Dressed in a sleek black suit, Lin Lai gazed tenderly at Feng Ye. I do. Feng Ye lowered her head shyly. All Lai truly treated her so well she had never felt so loved before. Lin Lai. Inside a psychiatric hospital, a television broadcasted Lin Lai's wedding live. Qin Royale stared at the screen with burning hatred, her eyes fixed on the bride and groom. After months in the asylum, she was on the verge of losing her mind. She wasn't insane, yet she was forced to live among the mentally ill. Sometimes, she wished she could just go mad, but the staff wouldn't let her. Whenever she showed signs of breaking, they pulled her back. Night after night, she barely slept. Her hair was disheveled, dark circles hung under her eyes, and her face was gaunt, making her look a decade older. The fresh-faced campus beauty she once was had long vanished. Fang Corporation's heiress, Feng Ye, Qin Royale muttered through gritted teeth, her eyes locked on the screen. I ended up like this because of you, Lin Lai. Her voice dripped with venom. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen out with Lin Shu, and my child wouldn't have been lost, and I wouldn't have been thrown into this hellhole by Su Hua. How dare you live so lavishly, marrying the Fang Corporation's heiress, set to inherit everything? How dare you live happily while I suffer like this? Exclamation rage consumed her. After enduring the asylum and now seeing Lin Lai's bliss, her hatred for him had reached its peak. She wanted to drink his blood, tear his flesh. Lin Lai, you'd better pray I never leave this place. Because if I do, I swear I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Her fists clenched, her bloodshot eyes never leaving the screen. Lin Xuan, listening through his earpiece, smirked at Qin Royale's outburst. Once the time was right, he'd have her release, let her unleash her fury on Lin Lai. Those two deserved each other. He removed the earpiece and sent a message. She can be taken away now. Su Hua had handed Qin Royale's case over to him, and the asylum staff obeyed his orders without question. A reply came swiftly. Understood, young Master Lin. Soon 2 men in white coats entered Qin Royale's room. Terror flashed in her eyes as she backed away. What do you want? She snarled. One of the doctors smirked. What do you think, Miss Qin? She screamed with all her strength. I'm not insane. You can't do this to me. Get out. Get out. Ah, her struggles were useless against the 2 burly men. Eventually, she gave up, letting them drag her away, her eyes hollow with despair and resignation. They threw her into another ward. Inside, a female patient was in the throes of an episode and she had a particular fondness for women. The moment she saw Qin Royale, her eyes lit up. She lunged forward and wrapped her arms around her. My sweet Lamlin, the woman cooed, mistaking Qin Royale for her lover. Her grip was iron-tight, impossible to break. You finally come back to me. She buried her face in Qin Royale's neck, inhaling deeply. Do you know how much I love you? I'd die for you, my Lanlin. Never leave me again. Qin Royale's expression was blank, numb. By now, she was used to this torment. Whenever someone has an episode, the people here would send her to stay with those who are also having psychotic episodes. This time, the female patient was much better off compared to the others who were having episodes. Lin Lai, just you wait. The image of Lin Lai standing with another woman once again surfaced in Qin Royale's mind. The hatred in her heart flared up once more. Lin Lai, you just wait. Qin Royale clenched her teeth so tightly, they nearly cracked. She would never, ever let him off. No one knew where Qin Royale had gone. Her mother wandered the streets with disheveled hair, her expression dazed and lost. Have any of you seen my daughter? She would occasionally grab a passerby and ask. My daughter is Qin Royale, the campus belle of Shanking University. She's incredibly pure and beautiful, so many men adore her. Do you know where she is? A hot-tempered male passerby, disgusted by her filthy appearance, shoved her away. What kind of madwoman is this? Get out of my way! He wasn't about to let this lunatic dirty the expensive clothes he'd spent thousands on. Qin's mother collapsed onto the ground. Yao Yao, my Yao Yao, she wailed in despair. Where are you? She regretted it now, truly regretted it. She shouldn't have taught Yao Yao to cling to wealthy men. A simple, ordinary life should have been enough. At the wedding venue, Butler Wang kept his eyes glued to the computer screen, eagerly awaiting the video Lin Chu and had mentioned. He was burning with curiosity. What kind of scandal had young Master Lin prepared? Something told him this would be juicy. Butler Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As for Su Hua, she paid no attention to the screen at all. Her focus remained entirely on Lin Xuan. Under the table, she idly played with his hand. To her, no scandal could compare to the allure of Lin Shu and himself. Miss Feng Ye, the officiant began, his gaze fixed on her. Whether in hardship or prosperity, in poverty or wealth, do you vow to stand by Mr. Lin Lai, to grow old together, never abandoning him, and loving him for the rest of your life? A blissful smile curled at Feng Ye's lips. The entire hotel hall had been darkened save for a single spotlight shining on Lin Lai and Feng Ye. Feng Ye parted her lips softly. I do. She had barely uttered those 2 words when the screen behind her suddenly lit up, cutting her off. Feng Ye turned. The look. At first, she thought the hotel's equipment had been fixed and would resume playing sweet clips of her and Lin Lai. Instead, what appeared was something utterly unspeakable. Her eyes widened in shock, her pupils dilating violently. What is this? Feng Ye's brows furrowed deeply. Butler Wang gaped, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an entire egg. Holy crap! This kind of thing? Exclamation. Lin Lai had actually been turned into a eunuch. Exposing this at his own wedding wasn't that just ruthless? But damn, this was explosive. As expected of young Master Lin's handiwork, no ordinary scandal here. John King, recalling Butler Wang and Lin Xuan's earlier conversation about a video, immediately knew this was Lin Xuan's doing. She couldn't resist whispering to him, "Young Master Lin, is that person on screen really Lin Lai?" "Yep," Lin Xuan confirmed. John King pressed further, "How did you even find out about this?" Lin Xuan answered truthfully, "He hired someone to cripple me down there. I decided to return the favor, but turns out someone else got to him first." His voice brimmed with excitement. "So, I made sure to take photos and videos. And since he was marrying the heiress of Feng Corporation, I thought this would make the perfect wedding gift." Su Hua, still toying with Lin Xuan's hand, paused briefly at his words before resuming as if nothing had happened. John King glanced between Su Hua and Lin Xuan. Tusk. They really were made for each other. Both scheming to destroy Lin Lai's manhood, he never stood a chance against them. "Young Master Lin," John King explained, "I heard there's some high-tech lab that developed a drug called root-severing water. Not only does it erase that part, but it also sterilizes permanently. Judging by his condition, he must have taken it." Lin Xuan's eyes widened. Holy hell, what kind of twisted mind comes up with that? John King shot a look at Su Hua. Well, it was indeed a bit twisted. Their CEO Su had a particular fondness for tormenting people, so naturally, she'd stockpile all sorts of bizarre concoctions. Su Hua arched a delicate brow. "Does young Master Lin disapprove of such methods?" "Disapprove?" Lin Xuan blurted. "I think it's brilliant." Su Hua's lips curled into a smile. Xuan didn't find her wrong at all. John King, truly, birds of a feather flock together. Secretary John, Lin Xuan turned to her. "What lab is this? If he got the chance, he'd love to check it out. Who knew what other strange potions they had? Maybe he could put them to use." John King coughed lightly. "I don't actually know. Just heard rumors." Lin Xuan felt a pang of disappointment. He'd have to get Wang Ba to investigate later. Meanwhile, Butler Wang was still glued to the screen, grinning like a kid in a candy store. Young Master Lin really knew how to build suspense, holding back Lin Lai's face until the perfect moment. When it finally showed, the fallout would be glorious. The guests below were already buzzing with gossip. "Damn, who is that? That's brutal, completely lost his manhood. Never thought I'd see a real-life eunuch in modern times. What an eye-opener. Wait, this feels familiar. Wasn't there a video at Lin Lai's birthday party exposing him with Kin Royale? You don't think the guy in this video is actually Lin Lai?" The moment those words were spoken, countless eyes instinctively dropped to Lin Lai's crotch. Was it really empty? Or just too small to see? Lin Lai caught fragments of the whispers, a sinking feeling in his gut. He turned around. The images on the screen seared into his vision. "Turn it off right now." Seeing this familiar scene, Lin Lai's pupils constricted sharply. Isn't this the photo taken when he was locked in a basement that day? Didn't he send someone to steal Lin Xuan's phone? He personally deleted all the photos and videos inside. How could these images and videos still exist? A chill ran down Lin Lai's entire body. Today was his wedding, the crucial day of marrying Feng Ye, and with so many guests present, no one could find out that the person in the video was him. "Where's the hotel manager?" Lin Lai reacted fiercely. "Today is my wedding with Ye. How could such an inauspicious thing be shown? Turn it off. Turn it off right now." Seeing Lin Lai's reaction, the guests grew even more suspicious. Could the person in the video really be Lin Lai? Was that why he was so desperate to stop everyone from watching it? Then again, it might just be as Lin Lai said, playing such unlucky content at a wedding was inappropriate, so his strong reaction wasn't entirely unreasonable. How could the Lin family handle things so poorly, allowing such a huge mistake at the wedding? Feng Weiman's expression was grim. "Dad," Feng Ye explained, "it's probably just a technical malfunction. I'm sure they'll fix it soon. Please don't be upset." Though she was also uncomfortable, she didn't want to make things difficult for the Lin family. Yes, Ye is right," Lin Chang nodded, putting on a polite front. "Father-in-law, I'll call the hotel manager right away to sort this out." Feng Weiman crossed his arms and snorted coldly. As Lin Chang took out his phone, he shot Feng Weiman a dark glance. From the very first meeting, Feng Weiman had looked down on the Lin family. Only when Su Hua showed up earlier and Feng Weiman mistakenly thought the Lin family had ties with her did his attitude soften slightly. But the moment Su Hua clarified there was no connection, Feng Weiman resumed his condescending tone. "Just wait. Once Lin Lai seized the Feng family's assets, he'd make sure Feng Weiman paid for this." "What kind of operation are you running here?" Lin Chang demanded coldly when the call connected. We're in the middle of a wedding, and now some obscene footage is playing on the screen? What obscene footage? The hotel manager asked, confused. Naked photos of a man missing his. Then Chang gritted his teeth. Such an ill-omened image appearing at the wedding. Wasn't this mocking him for becoming a man who could no longer stand tall? Chairman Lin, please hold on. I'm at the entrance now, I'll be right there, the manager said, bowing apologetically. The hotel manager arrived quickly, but when he saw the screen, he froze. Holy, he thought Lin Chang was exaggerating, but it really was that kind of content. What in the world was going on? How could such footage be playing? The hotel had been in business for over a decade, hosting countless weddings. This was the first time something like this had happened. Was it a ghost messing with them? The manager stood dumbfounded, unable to process the situation. You're the hotel manager? Lin Chang strode over, his face dark. Yes, the manager snapped back to attention, bowing again. Chairman Lin, I sincerely apologize for this oversight. Rest assured, I'll handle it immediately. The manager made a call, but no one answered. He sent someone to check, but the person never returned. The video kept playing. Frowning, the manager wondered was someone deliberately orchestrating this. Butler Wang, Lin Chuan finally spoke, amused. Isn't the build-up a bit too long? When will Lin Lai's face appear? Butler Wang couldn't hold back. Young Master Lin, I'd like to know when exactly will we see Lin Lai's face? He couldn't wait any longer. This video doesn't show Lin Lai's face, Lin Chuan replied with a faint smile. What? Butler Wang was stunned. No face? Wasn't the whole point of today's scheme to expose that Lin Lai had become a eunuch? Why not reveal his identity? Last time, I exposed Lin Lai and Qin Royale's affair on this very screen. If I repeated the same trick today, wouldn't that be boring? This time, I'm doing something different, Lin Chuan said, his lips curving. This piqued Butler Wang's interest. Young Master Lin, what exactly are you planning? Lin Chuan glanced at him. Nothing much. Just letting Lin Lai experience the taste of heaven 1 second and hell the next. I want him to think he has escaped disaster when in reality, he hasn't. Butler Wang's eyes gleamed. Today's drama was guaranteed. What a shame there were no melon seeds or watermelon. Otherwise, he'd be sitting comfortably, munching on watermelon with one hand and cracking seeds with the other. Lin Chuan suddenly stiffened. Would Su Hua find him too cruel for this? He'd always maintained a gentle, refined image in front of her. President Su, he coughed awkwardly. Does my behavior just now clash with my usual image? Not at all. In fact, I think it's perfect, Su Hua replied, her red lips curling. The more Lin Chuan schemed and tormented others, the more she liked it. Only if he became like her, someone who walked the same dark path, would he never reject her true nature. Good, Lin Chuan sighed in relief. John King shook her head. This couple was really putting on an act for each other. One was a deadly rose, a name that struck fear in the underworld. The other was the leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, who had tortured Lin Chang and Lin Lai beyond recognition and even stormed the Shadow Organization with just a dozen men. Even if Su Hua hadn't intervened that day, Lin Chuan would have escaped the Shadow Organization unscathed. Neither of them was any kind of saint, yet they loved pretending to be innocent in front of each other. Anyone who crossed this pair would have no one to turn to for justice. The hotel manager sent 2 more staff to investigate, but they didn't return either. This can't go on, the manager muttered. If the video kept playing, such a massive blunder would cost him his job. Someone, he barked. A staff member rushed over. Cut all the wires to that screen, the manager ordered. No matter what, the video had to stop. Yes, sir. The staff immediately complied. Soon, the screen went dark and the disturbing footage vanished. A wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd. It's been taken down, what a shame. I was really hoping to see who the person in the video was. Yeah, me too. I was wondering if it was who I thought it was. The person you're thinking of, is it Lin Lai? He didn't actually say the last 2 words aloud, just mouthed them silently. Exactly, you got it, it's him. The other man nodded, then added in confusion. No idea what the person who posted the video was thinking. Showing just the body, but not the face. How's anyone supposed to guess who it is? The video and photos are real. Seeing the content on the screen disappear, Lin Lai finally let out a sigh of relief. At least no one had seen his face. Now he didn't have to worry anymore. Lin Lai knew this was Lin Chuan's doing, and the corners of his lips curled into a cold smirk. HMPH. Lin Chuan was trying to pull the same trick again. How laughable! Did Lin Chuan really think Lin Lai was stupid enough to fall for the same trap twice? Lin Lai shot Lin Chuan a challenging look. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow in response, mimicking his previous gesture by lifting his wine glass in a toast. Lin Lai clenched his fists. Judging by Lin Chuan's expression, did he have another move up his sleeve? No, impossible. Most likely, the video Lin Xuan had saved didn't include his face, otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated to reveal it earlier. Besides, the video feed had already been cut off. What else could Lin Xuan possibly do? With that thought, Lin Lai's tension eased once more. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead. In over a year, he'd only handled 2 weddings for grooms surnamed Lin. Why did every Lin wedding turn into such a mess? Last time, the groom was Lin Xuan, who had been publicly whisked away by a stunning, domineering woman with a dozen bodyguards right in the middle of the ceremony. This time, the groom was Lin Lai, and now, some bizarre video had been played during the wedding. What kind of nonsense was this? Relieved that the situation seemed resolved, the host forced a smile. Well, that was just a minor hiccup, he said cheerfully. As the saying goes, no rain, no rainbow. This little setback for our newlyweds today only means their future together will be even more blessed. Now, let's proceed with the vows. Feng Ye, the host turned to her with a practiced smile. Whether in good times or bad, in wealth or in poverty, do you promise to stand by this man and spend the rest of your life with him? This time, fearing another disruption, the host discreetly shortened the vows. The longer this dragged on, the higher the chance of another disaster. Lin Xuan watched the scene unfold, his lips curling as his fingers swiped across his phone screen. Within seconds, a message was sent. Almost instantly, a chorus of notification sounds rang out from the guests' phones. At the same time, the top trending spot on all major social media platforms was taken by a single explosive hashtag, #shocking. Starlight Group's heir Lin Lai is actually a eunuch. Netizens on the front lines of gossip gasped at the headline. An eunuch? What era was this? How could there still be eunuchs? Assuming it was a prank, they clicked to mock it only to be met with a series of graphic videos and photos. Love cilantro. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. My eyes! Exclamation, exclamation, call me daddy. It's really him. Lin Lai, a wealthy young master. How did he end up like this? Are these photoshopped? Gossip guru. Remember Zhang Shukin's scandal? She claimed Lin Xuan had Lin Lai and Lin Chang beaten half to death. My guess is Lin Lai lost his manhood during that time. I am your father. Damn, this is one juicy scandal. The crowd eagerly devoured the gossip. Meanwhile, Lin Lai's female fans were heartbroken. They could have forgiven him for many things, but becoming a eunuch? Unacceptable. With no solid proof yet, they clung to denial, convincing themselves the footage was fake. Back at the wedding, all eyes were on Feng Ye. Her face glowed with sweetness as she prepared to answer. I do. Just as she was about to nod, a shocked cry erupted from the crowd. Lin Lai? It's really Lin Lai? What about him? Someone asked. I just got a link, it has the full video and photos. The guests shoved their phone forward. What? Hearing this, the other guests remembered their own notifications and hurriedly checked their phones. It's true. That's definitely Lin Lai. As they scrolled through the links, jaws dropped. Then, one by one, their gazes turned toward Lin Lai filled with disbelief and judgment. A cold dread crept up Lin Lai's spine. Why was everyone staring at him like that? Lin Chang, who had also received the message, quickly pulled out his phone. His eyes nearly bulged out of his skull at what he saw. Feng Weiman, having read the contents, slammed his phone against Lin Lai's chest in fury. Lin Lai, he roared, his face dark. Explain this! Are these videos and photos real? Exclamation! Lin Lai's entire body went numb. Videos? Photos? It couldn't be. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone. The video was still playing, and the moment he saw it, his blood ran cold. It was him. His face was clearly visible. Answer me, is that you or not? Exclamation! Feng Weiman demanded through gritted teeth. And no, it's not. Lin Lai's mind blanked. All he knew was that he couldn't let anyone confirm he was a eunuch. If they did, everything would be over. His marriage to the Feng family would be called off, and Lin Chang would never hand Starlight Group to someone who couldn't carry on the family line. Lin Chang quickly jumped in. My son would never look like that. Feng Weiman, don't be fooled, these things can easily be faked. Feng Weiman's frown deepened. Test if you dare, Feng Weiman pondered. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to sabotage Ye and Lin Lai's marriage. Lin Lai was utterly unsuitable for Ye. And then there was Lin Xu, and his instincts told him this man was no simple figure. Lin Xuan seemed to have marked the Lin family as his enemy. Sooner or later, Lin Xuan would strike against the Lin family. If Ye and Lin Lai were to marry, the Feng family might also become a target of Lin Xuan's retaliation. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Lin Lai, do you really think I'd take your word at face value? Feng Weiman sneered coldly. Dad, Feng Ye frowned. Something as absurd as becoming a eunuch, how could that possibly happen to Lai? Right now, we should stand by his side and believe him. Feng Weiman was fuming. Yeah, I'm only thinking of your happiness. A man without his manhood tends to grow twisted in character, even abusive toward his wife. You're not even fully married to Lin Lai yet, and you're already taking his side like this? I'm your father, do you really think I'd harm you? Feng Ye found her father's behavior utterly unreasonable. And wasn't he just sowing distrust in Lai's heart? Dad, if you keep acting like this, I won't speak to you anymore, Feng Ye retorted with a cold huff. Lin Lai smirked inwardly. This Feng Ye was so easily fooled, so utterly brainless. Once they were married, he could keep his condition hidden from her forever. Lin Chu and stood up from his seat, holding a glass of red wine. If you want to know whether Lin Lai has really become a eunuch, it's simple. Would you like to hear my suggestion? At his words, Lin Lai snapped his gaze toward Lin Xuan. He glared at him, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Lin Xuan, what the hell was he planning? What suggestion? Feng Wyman pressed immediately. It's straightforward, just check whether Lin Lai still has the equipment. Wouldn't that settle it? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Chang erupted in anger. A public inspection? Lin Xuan, where do you expect Lai to hide his face after this? He pointed accusingly at Lin Xuan. Are you sure you're not just using this to settle a personal grudge? Chairman Lin Xuan countered coolly. I never said it had to be public. A few trusted individuals could examine him privately in his room. Chairman Lin, this is the only way for Lin Lai to prove himself. Lin Chang frowned. It was indeed a solution. If this matter wasn't resolved conclusively today, rumors would spread that Lin Lai was indeed a eunuch, and the Lin family would become the laughing stock of high society. Chairman Lin, the Lin family's resistance is quite telling. Could it be that Lin Lai really is a eunuch, and you're afraid of being exposed for fraudulently arranging this marriage? Lin Xuan took a slow sip of his wine. The onlookers, ever eager for drama, chimed in. Exactly. If he's innocent, he should just take the test. If he keeps refusing, we have every reason to suspect Lin Lai is a eunuch and too scared to prove otherwise. As Lin Xuan spoke, Feng Ye couldn't tear her eyes away from him. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She pressed a hand to her chest, confused. She was supposed to love Lai, so why was she reacting this way to Lin Xuan? Su Hua, who had been watching Lin Xuan intently, noticed Feng Ye's gaze. Her lips curled into a faint, guarded smile. Master Lin, it seems yet another woman has taken a liking to you. And once again, it was one of Lin Lai's women. First, it was Shen Kainqian, Lin Lai's ex-fiancé. Now, it was Feng Ye, his current bride-to-be. Hearing Su Hua's words, Lin Xuan immediately recalled her earlier jealous remarks. He glanced at Feng Ye. Sure enough, she was staring right at him. Lin Xuan, exclamation, 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 was fate conspiring against him. Master Lin, was I wrong? Su Hua's crimson lips curved teasingly. President Su, I've told you I have a girlfriend, Lin Chu insisted, his voice strained. I love only her. Other women mean nothing to me, no matter how they feel. Oh, Su Hua chuckled softly, withdrawing her gaze. She suppressed the urge to lock Lin Xuan away somewhere dark. Lin Xuan's mind raced. He needed to resolve this Feng Ye problem fast. The memory of Su Hua confining him for days over Shen Kainqian was still fresh. He had no desire to relive that experience. Besides, he had to eliminate these unwanted affections to reassure Su Hua. He never wanted her to feel unsettled because of him. Chairman Lin, have you made a decision? Will you proceed with the inspection or not? Lin Xuan pressed again. Why wouldn't we? Lin Chang scoffed. Oh, Dad, we can't. Lin Lai's protest was frantic. The crowd stared at him in shock. His reaction was far too extreme. Was it possible that Lin Lai really was a eunuch? Lin Chang's suspicious gaze settled on his son. Lin Lai quickly regained some composure. Dad, he forced a smile. You know better than anyone whether I've lost my manhood. If I had, the doctors would have mentioned it last time. Lin Chang nodded. That was true. The last time he and Lin Lai had been hospitalized after Lin Xuan's beating, the doctors would have certainly noted such a severe injury. Zhang Shukin crossed her arms and sneered. Lin Xuan, stop twisting the narrative and misleading everyone. How could her son be anything less than a man? What a ridiculous notion. Madam Zhang, you amuse me. Lin Xuan shrugged. I'm merely offering Lin Lai a way to prove his innocence. How is that misleading? Zhang Shukin was left speechless. Lin Lai couldn't help but glance at Feng Ye, silently pleading for her intervention. He couldn't let anyone discover the truth. His future depended on it. To his dismay, Feng Ye nodded. Lai, Lin Xuan is right. Let two people examine you privately. Once it's done, no one will dare question you again. This time, Lin Lai had no choice but to comply. Refusal would only fuel the rumors. Fine, Lin Lai took a deep breath and agreed. If you say so, yeah, let's do it. in a private room, it would be easy to fake the results. All he needed was to bribe the two men. With that thought, Lin Lai finally relaxed. Really, a eunuch who wants to examine me? Lin Lai shouted loudly. I'll do it. Me too. Two playboys raised their hands. Seeing them, Lin Lai grew even more confident that he could safely get through this ordeal. Because of their reckless lifestyles, their parents often cut off their allowances. He believed that they could easily be bribed. Lin Chang smiled at Feng Weiman. Let these two examine Lear. What do you think, dear-in-law? Fine. Feng Weiman snorted coldly, clasping his hands behind his back. Lin Lai and the two playboys entered a room. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly what Lin Lai was planning. But did Lin Lai really think he hadn't prepared for every possibility? Lin Xuan sent a message. Received. Young Master Lin, don't worry, I'll handle everything properly. His contact replied immediately. After closing the chat, the man quickly connected the room's hidden listening device to the hotel lobby's speakers. Every word Lin Lai and the two playboys said would now be broadcast for all the guests to hear. The door closed. One of the playboys, hands in his pockets, said lazily, Lin Lai, enough talk. Drop your pants. The sudden broadcast of this voice in the hotel lobby startled everyone. Lin King-Su blinked. Second sister, isn't that one of the playboys? Did someone bug the room? Seems like it. Lin Qingyan nodded. Lin Chang frowned but remained calm. Even if there was a listening device, so what? The idea that Lear had become a eunuch was nonsense. Let them listen, they wouldn't hear anything incriminating. Lin Chang, Zhang Shuken whispered nervously, we should warn Lear about the bug. Why bother? Lin Chang smirked, unmoving. Let everyone hear. That way, no one can accuse our son of bribing those two. This will only prove his innocence further. True. Jiang Shuken nodded. Once the examination was over, the gossips wouldn't dare spread rumors about Lear anymore. Butler Wang perked up, eyes gleaming. He leaned toward Lin Xuan and whispered, Young Master Lin, was this your doing? Oh, Lin Xuan nodded. Lin Lai would definitely try to bribe those two to cover up his condition. His plan was to expose everything, letting Lin Lai believe he was safe before pulling the rug out from under him. The whiplash from hope to despair would be delicious. Butler Wang stroked his chin. The twists and turns were thrilling. Young Master Lin's scheme was brilliant. Good thing he tagged along, this is going to be one juicy scandal. Inside the room, the playboy frowned as Lin Lai hesitated. Lin Lai, what's the hold up? Drop your pants already. The other one scoffed. It's been minutes. Are you stalling because you really are a eunuch? Lin Lai smiled silently and pulled out a bank card. The two playboys froze. Young Master Lin, what's this? There's 10 million in here, Lin Lai said smoothly. The lobby erupted in murmurs. Is Lin Lai bribing them? Looks like it. Why else would he flash cash? He's paying them to lie. Lin Chang's stomach dropped. He tried to rush forward, desperate to warn his son about the bug, but Feng Weiman blocked him. Chairman Lin, where are you going? He sneered. Nowhere, just the restroom. Feng Weiman smirked. Can't you wait? Your son's innocence is about to be proven, unless you're trying to tip him off. Don't be absurd. Lin Chang forced a laugh. I'll hold it then. Feng Weiman kept his eyes locked on Lin Chang and the rest of the Lin family. No one could slip Lin Lai a warning. Back in the room, one playboy raised an eyebrow. So you're bribing us to lie? Exactly. Unaware of the broadcast, Lin Lai answered without hesitation. Tell everyone those photos and videos were faked. Say it's a smear campaign, that I'm perfectly intact. The lobby exploded. If he weren't a eunuch, why bribe them? This proves it. What a scandal. Whoever bugged that room is a genius. We'd have been fooled otherwise. The Lin family stood frozen, faces pale. Where really was a eunuch? One playboy took the card, grinning. Bribing us to lie? So it's true then? The real Lin Lai had always been the golden child, the son their mothers compared them to. Seeing him humiliated like this was satisfying. But 10 million was 10 million. Lin Lai nodded calmly. You're right. Recording done. As Lin Lai uttered these words, all the guests present widened their eyes in shock. Holy shit! He really had become a eunuch. Though they had suspected it earlier, hearing Lin Lai admit it outright was far more shocking. How could this happen? Feng Ye murmured, her face pale. She recalled how, every time their passion had reached its peak and she wanted to sleep with Lin Lai, he would always find an excuse to refuse. He said he wanted to respect her, that they would consummate their marriage only after the wedding. But his repeated refusals weren't out of respect, it was because he simply couldn't perform. Feng Ye felt deeply deceived. Zhang Shuken, beyond her shock, felt overwhelming heartache. Her son had become a eunuch. What on earth had he gone through? Lin Chang stood frozen in place, his mind blank. If Lin Lai had become a eunuch, what about his sperm? Had he become sterile as well? The thought sent a chill down Lin Chang's spine. Lin Xuan had already severed ties with the Lin family, and thanks to the drugs Zhang Shuken had administered, Lin Cheng himself had lost his fertility. If something happened to Lin Lai too, wouldn't the Lin family be left without an heir? Inside the room, haha, the two young masters burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Lai's words, clutching their stomachs. Lin Lai, oh Lin Lai, who would have thought you'd end up like this? Tell us, how does it feel? Becoming a eunuch was perhaps the most humiliating and painful torment a man could endure. One of the young masters sneered, Lin Lai, being a eunuch isn't so bad. If you can't be the one on top, you can always be the one underneath. Lin Lai's face darkened. Will you help me keep this quiet or not? Lin Lai, lying to so many high society people carries consequences. If we're exposed, we'll be in deep trouble. $1 million isn't enough to cover that risk. One of the young masters lit a cigarette, leisurely taking a drag. The other chuckled, exactly. Young Master Wang is right. Lin Lai, you'd better think carefully, either increase the payment or we expose your little secret. The choice is yours. Aren't you desperate to latch onto the Feng family? If your condition gets out, do you really think Chairman Feng will still let his daughter marry you? Lin Lai clenched his fists. The young master glanced at his watch and grinned. Lin Lai, we'll give you 1 minute to decide. The seconds ticked by. Lin Lai, you've got 10 seconds left. Once time's up, we're walking out that door. Thor. As the countdown reached 3, Lin Lai took a deep breath. Fine, I'll pay. He pulled out another bank card. Another $1 million. That's all I have left. Satisfied? Not bad, not bad. The young masters nodded approvingly. After transferring the money, they handed the card back to Lin Lai. Lin Lai, let's be clear, we'll vouch for you, but whether people believe us or not, the money stays with us. Fine. Lin Lai swallowed his anger. But so what if it was $2 million? Once he married Feng Ye, money would be the least of his worries. The young masters smirked and extended their hands. Lin Lai, pleasure doing business with you. Lin Lai ignored the gesture, brushing past them and storming out of the room. The two exchanged mocking glances before following. The hotel lobby was eerily silent. Lin Lai, desperate to clear his name, paid no attention to the atmosphere. The young masters exchanged a look before putting on serious expressions. After examining Lin Lai, we've concluded the crowd leaned in, eager to see if they'd uphold their end of the deal. The young master continued, Lin Lai's manhood is perfectly intact. Those videos and photos must have been doctored. Someone clearly has it out for him and staged this whole thing. Lin Lai exhaled in relief. At least they hadn't betrayed him. The crisis was averted, or so he thought. Dad, Mom, you can relax. There's nothing wrong with me. Lin Lai, Zhang Shuken grabbed his arm, frantic to explain what had happened. Lin Lai cut her off. Don't worry. We'll talk later, I have things to handle. He'd endured enough humiliation. Now it was his turn to flaunt his victory. Everyone. Lin Lai's icy gaze swept across the room. Weren't you all just gossiping about me being a eunuch? Now that these two have verified the truth, any objections? Zhang Shuken's face twisted with anxiety. She should have told him sooner. But soon, Lin Lai sensed something was off. His brow furrowed as an unsettling feeling crept over him. Why were these people looking at him with such mocking amusement? Did they know? He dismissed the thought immediately. No, impossible. He hidden it well, and the young masters had been paid off. He must be overthinking it. Lin Lai turned to Lin Xuan, eyes gleaming with challenge. Lin Xuan, let's see what else you've got. Trying to ruin my reputation and my wedding? Dream on. Lin Xuan merely lounged on the sofa, raising an eyebrow at Lin Lai. No rush. Lin Lai, we'll take this slow. Does anyone else have anything to say? Lin Lai's voice dripped with arrogance. Lin Lai, one guest called out. Are you sure they're telling the truth and not just covering for you? Absolutely, Lin Lai declared. Good. The guest smirked, about to expose him. Just then, a recording began playing throughout the hall. Lin Lai, enough talk. Drop your pants. It was the young master's voice. Lin Lai froze. He'd heard those words before. Wait, realization struck and his pupils dilated. This was their conversation from the room. As if to confirm his fears, Lin Lai's own voice followed. Here's a bank card. There's $1 million inside. Splash. Pants. Lin Lai's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Turn it off. Turn it off now. Lin Lai roared. Don't believe any of this. It's all fake. These recordings were fabricated by people with ulterior motives. Mom, Dad, yeah, Uncle Feng, please don't believe any of it. Lin Lai pleaded frantically. Feng Wyman sneered. Whether these recordings are fake or not can easily be verified. He strode directly toward the two spoiled young men. Hand over your phones, Feng Wyman demanded sternly. The two hesitated, frozen in fear. Their fathers stepped forward, twisting their ears harshly. Spit out the truth, or you'll ruin our families. You can fool around all you want, but wake up now. The Feng family is not someone we can afford to cross. Trembling, the two young men pulled out their phones. Both devices displayed a transfer record of 10 million yuan. Where did this money come from? Feng Wyman asked coldly. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame Feng Corporation for what happens next, he warned darkly. The father's hands shook, twisting their son's ears even harder. It hurts, it hurts. Fine, I'll talk. One of them pointed at Lin Lai. It was Lin Lai. He gave us the money. Just like in those videos and photos online, he's lost his manhood. Lin Lai bribed us to help him cover it up. No, Lin Lai denied desperately. They're lying. It's all a setup. Still refusing to admit it. Lin Lai? Feng Wyman scoffed. Fine, I'll make sure you can't deny it anymore. He picked up his phone and made a call. Get into the hotel now. Within moments, 5 or 6 bodyguards entered. Chairman, they greeted respectfully. Restrain Lin Lai. Yes, sir. The bodyguard swarmed Lin Lai, pinning him down so he couldn't move. What are you doing to my son? Exclamation. Zhang Shuken rushed forward, trying to shield him. Get out of the way. Feng Wyman shoved her aside violently. She fell to the floor, and another bodyguard immediately restrained her to prevent further interference. As for Lin Chang, he remained rooted in place, making no move to intervene. His mind was blank. He knew it was pointless. Lin Lai was, without a doubt, a eunuch. Lin Lai, held firmly by the bodyguards, watched as Feng Wyman approached him step by step. His lips trembled, pale with fear. What are you going to do? Feng Wyman's face was icy. Without a word, he reached for Lin Lai's pants. Butler Wang stroked his chin, smirking as he enjoyed the spectacle. What a show! John King was equally thrilled. Su Hua, however, paid no attention to the drama. Under the table, she was preoccupied with playing with Lin Xuan's hand, utterly uninterested. Feng Wyman yanked Lin Lai's pants down. Wow! The crowd erupted in gasps and exclamations, their eyes glued to Lin Lai's exposed lower half. Nothing there. Completely bare, even more so than a eunuch. No wonder his voice has gotten so high-pitched lately. Haha, what a scandal! This wedding was worth attending after all. Imagine becoming a eunuch in modern society. Wonder how Lin Lai's coping with that trauma. Meanwhile, the hashtag Lin Lai exposed as eunuch skyrocketed to the top of Weibo's trending list. The entire nation was feasting on the scandal. Lin Lai's female fans were heartbroken, rushing to unfollow him en masse. However, one demographic of his fan base grew: gay men. The ultimate submissive. Lin Lai clenched his teeth, humiliation burning in his eyes. Lin Lai, Feng Wyman sneered. Anything to say now? Uncle Feng, Lin Lai said, his eyes red. Months ago, I was kidnapped by someone. They did this to me, it wasn't my choice. My feelings for Ye are real. Feng Wyman laughed coldly. Well, you hid the fact that you're a eunuch and still tried to marry her. You call that real? Who do you think you're fooling? Realizing he couldn't convince Feng Wyman, Lin Lai turned to Feng Ye, grabbing her hands. Ye, I truly love you. I married you because I wanted to spend my life with you. You wouldn't reject me just because of this, right? Feng Ye bit her lip. Her sex drive was strong. Marrying Lin Lai meant a life without intimacy. She could never accept that. Not to mention, he had lied to her. And who knew if his past affection was just part of his scheme? She pulled her hands away. Lin Lai, let's end this. His face drained of color. Even Feng Ye had abandoned him. Wang Da, watching the live stream of the wedding, couldn't resist calling Lin Xuan. Xuanzi, he said excitedly. I am watching Lin Lai's wedding live. Guess what I just saw? Lin Xuan replied flatly. Lin Lai exposed as a eunuch, and the Feng family calling off the wedding. Exactly. Wait, how did you know? Was Lin Xuan watching too? Lin Xuan, I'm at the wedding, and I orchestrated today's exposure. Holy shit! Wang Da was stunned. Then he scowled. You're such a terrible friend. You didn't even invite me to watch the drama live. It must have been one hell of a show. Lin Xuan hung up without another word. Wang Da, this friendship was over. Absolutely over. But then he remembered Su Hua's deep pockets. Fine, for the crumbs of wealth she might drop, he'd endure. Feng Wyman exhaled in relief at Feng Ye's response. At least his daughter wasn't foolish enough to stay with Lin Lai. Lin Xuan, is it you, Lin Chang? Feng Wyman stared coldly at Lin Chang. All our collaborations are cancelled. From now on, there will be no further dealings between the Lin family and the Feng family. Lin Chang's face turned pale. These collaborations, recently signed between Starlight Group and Feng Corporation, were meant to propel Starlight Group's growth to new heights. Now, cancelled. This meant losing a golden opportunity for advancement. Moreover, with the marriage called off, Feng Corporation would never become an asset of the Lin family. First, it was Shen Corporation, and now Feng Corporation, both ruined because of Lin Lai's own mistakes, shattering his carefully laid plans. A surge of unprecedented resentment toward Lin Lai rose in Lin Chang's heart. Yeah, let's go. Feng Wyman took Feng Ye's hand and prepared to leave. Before departing, Feng Ye glanced at Lin Xuan several times. She was determined to investigate whether this Lin Xuan was the boy who had often comforted her in her childhood. Lin Chang took several deep breaths to steady himself. Picking up the microphone, he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, my sincerest apologies. Due to unforeseen circumstances, today's wedding is cancelled. Please exit in an orderly manner." The host adjusted his thick wig. Though the wedding had descended into chaos, he couldn't deny that the drama had been deliciously entertaining. No regrets here. Su Hua also rose from her seat. As she passed Lin Xuan, her crimson lips curled into a teasing smirk. "Master Lin, I'll be taking my leave now. Remember, you owe your girlfriend an explanation about Feng Ye." Lin Xuan, eyes kidneys. Wasn't this just an undeserved disaster? As the guests filed out, Lin Xuan remained seated, unmoving. Lin Qingwen had just landed when she received Lin Qingyan's frantic messages about Lin Lai's situation and rushed to the scene. She spotted Su Hua getting into a car. Frowning, she thought, "Isn't that the woman who's been keeping Xuan? Why is she here?" But she didn't dwell on it. Worried about Lin Lai, she hurried into the hotel lobby. Lin Lai's icy glare was fixed on Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, was this your doing? Did you orchestrate all of this?" Lin Xuan chuckled leisurely as he stood up. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to shut off all surveillance in the lobby just in case Lin Lai tried to pin some privacy or defamation charge on him. "Master Lin, the surveillance has been disabled as you requested," Lin Xuan's subordinate reported. Putting away his phone, Lin Xuan smiled and admitted without hesitation, "Yes, it was me." Lin Qingwen, who had just entered, froze upon hearing his words. Lin Qingyan and Lin Qingxiu had always looked up to their eldest sister Lin Qingwen as their pillar of support. Faced with this situation, they were at a loss. Spotting Lin Qingwen, they rushed to her side. "Big sister," they called out anxiously, "what should we do now?" Both Lin Xuan and Lin Lai were their brother's flesh and blood. They didn't know whose side to take. While Lin Xuan had only exposed the truth, it would severely damage Lin Lai's reputation and his marriage prospects. Yet, on second thought, given how they had treated Lin Xuan before, it was only natural for him to retaliate against the Lin family. "I don't know either," Lin Qingwen murmured, her lips pressed tightly together. Her mind was a jumbled mess. She had no solution to this crisis. All she could do was watch helplessly as Lin Xuan targeted Lin Lai and the rest of the family. Just like at Lin Lai's birthday banquet, she had been powerless against Lin Xuan, and then too. "Last time, after I beat Lin Lai up and discovered he'd been castrated, I made sure to take photos and videos," Lin Xuan said with a smirk. At the mention of the footage, Lin Lai clenched his fists. "Lin Xuan, how do you still have those?" Exclamation. He had sent people to steal Lin Xuan's phone and destroy all the evidence. How could Lin Xuan still possess them? "Lin Lai, did you really think I wouldn't anticipate you going after my phone?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "I know you too well. I prepared a decoy phone just for you to steal. I wanted you to let your guard down so I could give you a proper surprise at the banquet." Lin Xuan grinned. "After all, I wanted to give you something memorable for your birthday. And here it is." "Lin Xuan, how dare you scheme against me like this?" Exclamation. Lin Lai's face twisted with fury. He pointed accusingly at Lin Xuan, his usual gentle, brotherly facade crumbling before the Lin family. His expression was so contorted it looked like he wanted to devour Lin Xuan whole. The three Lin sisters stared at Lin Lai in shock. Lin Xuan, Lin Lai sneered, "Don't think exposing me as a eunuch will get you back into the Lin family. It's never happening. None of them will ever accept you again. To them, I'm the only son that matters." Lin Lai, Lin Xuan retorted mockingly, "Are you sure you want your dear parents and sisters to see this side of you?" His words snapped Lin Lai back to reality. His face stiffened as he slowly turned to see the stunned expressions of his family. No, he couldn't let them see his true nature. He couldn't afford to lose their favor. Lin Lai dropped to his knees, clutching his head as tears streamed down his face. John Shukin couldn't bear it and rushed to his side. "Why, are you all right?" she asked worriedly. "Mom," Lin Lai looked up, his voice choked with sobs. "Did I seem terrifying just now?" John Shukin hesitated. Her son's outbursts had indeed been unsettling, reminiscent of the villains in the dramas she watched. Even she had been frightened. "I'm sorry, Mom. I couldn't control myself. I really couldn't," Lin Lai said, pounding his fists against his head. "Ever since I was mutilated, I've been in agony. I've had to hide it, terrified of people's pity, terrified that you, Dad, and my sisters would reject me if you knew. I thought I could keep it hidden forever, but then my brother exposed me to the entire nation. How am I supposed to live with this shame? That's why I lost control." Lin Qingwen, Lin Qingyan, and Lin Qingxiu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It was true, being rendered a eunuch was a devastating blow. And now, with the whole country knowing, it was no wonder Lin Lai had snapped. "Brother." Lin Lai raised his bloodshot eyes to meet Lin Xuan's gaze. "Why are you doing this to me? We've been brothers for over a decade. No matter how much you resent me, wasn't exposing that video of me and Qin Royale at my birthday banquet enough to satisfy your anger?" Lin Xuan was dumped by her. "Yes, it's not enough yet." Lin Xuan smirked. "Lin Lai, my revenge against you is far from over." He intended to toy with Lin Lai and the Lin family bit by bit. He needed Lin Lai to personally destroy both the Starlight Group and the Lin family. The expressions on the Lin family's faces when they realized their most beloved son, their most cherished younger brother, had become their betrayer, that would be truly entertaining. As for Lin Lai's final fate, he wouldn't let him die. Instead, he'd make him and Qin Royale torment each other in a twisted love-hate dynamic. Wouldn't that be amusing? "Lin Xuan, you really are an ungrateful wretch." Zhang Xuken glared at Lin Xu, and with such hatred that no one would believe they were mother and son. She looked as if she wanted to tear him apart. "Lear has always cared for you, constantly pleading on your behalf. He genuinely saw you as his older brother, and yet you dare treat him like this? Exclamation, you really are a curse. I wish I'd never given birth to a son like you. No, I should have strangled you the moment you were born, and when I found out you were a curse, I shouldn't have hesitated out of some misplaced maternal affection. I shouldn't have just abandoned you at the orphanage gates. I should have killed you outright. That way, you wouldn't have come back to ruin Lear and the Lin family. None of us would have suffered because of you. If Lin Xu had died as a child, her other child wouldn't have been lost to miscarriage, Lin Chang wouldn't have cheated, and Lear wouldn't have been castrated or had his reputation destroyed over the scandal with Qin Royale. All of it was because of Lin Xuan. Mom, what did you just say?" Lin Qingwen stared at Zhang Xuken in shock. "You said you abandoned Xuaner at the orphanage gates, but you always told us someone snatched him from your arms while you were out walking with him. What's really going on?" Zhang Xuken panicked at the questioning. No matter how much she despised Lin Xuan, she knew abandoning her own son over some fortune-teller's prophecy would make her seem despicable. She couldn't let them know the truth. What would Wanner and the others think of her? "Wanner, you must have misheard. How could I abandon my own son?" Zhang Xuken forced a composed tone. "Mom, I heard it too," Lin Qingyan said. "Me too," Lin Qingxiu murmured, pressing her lips together. "Then I must have misspoken," Zhang Xuken said stiffly. "I was just so furious at how Lin Xuan is treating Lyra that I wasn't thinking straight." Lin Xuan let out a cold, mocking laugh. "So that's the answer to the question I could never figure out. They always said a mother's love was unconditional." Before returning to the Lin family, he had imagined how he'd comfort her if she broke down in tears upon seeing him. But the first time Zhang Xuken laid eyes on him, there was no joy, only disgust. From then on, she had never shown him anything but cruelty. He had wondered for years what he'd done wrong, but now he understood. A fortune teller, a curse, abandoned at an orphanage. Zhang Xuken, his own mother, had thrown him away because of some charlatan's words. How pathetic. "Zhang Xuken, you regret giving birth to me," Lin Xuan said with biting sarcasm. "Well, I regret being born as your son just as much." "You," Zhang Xuken trembled with rage. "Lin Qingwen, Lin Qingyan, Lin Qingxiu, did you hear that? The loving mother you adore is the same woman who abandoned her own child." Lin Xuan arched a brow. He didn't care whether he was abandoned or kidnapped, but he happily used this to torment the rest of the Lin family. Watching them tear each other apart was his favorite pastime. "Lin Xuan, I already told you I was just rambling in anger. None of it was true, and yet you keep spreading lies," Zhang Xuken hissed. "Whether it's a lie or not, you know the truth," Lin Xuan sneered. "Wanner, Yanner," Sarah Zhang Xuken looked pleadingly at her three daughters. "You believe me, don't you? You know I'd never do something like that." Lin Qingxiu squeezed her mother's hand. "Of course I believe you, Mom. You're not that kind of person." She had seen how much her mother loved her and her sisters. How could she have heartlessly abandoned her only son? Besides, according to their father, after Xuaner was taken, Zhang Xuken had been inconsolable for years. It wasn't until Lear came along that she stopped grieving. Lin Qingwen bit her lip, glancing uncertainly at Zhang Xuken. Was it really just a slip of the tongue? Zhang Xuken wiped away her tears. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for believing in me." Lin Xuan had no interest in watching this sentimental display. Tucking a hand into his pocket, he smirked. Do you know why Lin Lai ended up like this? The entire Lin family turned their attention back to him. Ling Xuan scoffed. Because he drank root-severing water, a special concoction from a well-known underground lab. One sip, and a man's equipment is rendered useless. Oh, and it also makes him sterile. Lin Lai, you'll never have a son now. Sterile! Exclamation. Lin Chang whipped his head toward Lin Lai. He had been counting on Lear undergoing IVF to continue the family line, even if his manhood was gone. But now Lin Xuan was saying he was sterile. Exclamation. Jian Xuan gripped Lin Lai's shoulders. Lear, since Lin Xuan knows all this, does that mean he's the one who did this to you? You're amazing. Lin Lai furrowed his brows. He didn't know who had harmed him, but he was certain it couldn't have been Ling Xuan. The shock in Ling Xuan's eyes when he saw him without that thing that day couldn't have been faked. Yet, since he couldn't find the real culprit, perhaps he could pin it all on Ling Xuan. The more malicious Ling Xuan appeared in the eyes of the Lin family, the more they would despise him, and the slimmer his chances of ever returning to the family would be. It was him! Lin Lai clenched his fists. Before I went abroad for the exchange program, Lin Xuan kidnapped and tortured me, even forcing me to drink the root-severing water. I didn't dare tell you. What's done is done. I was afraid you'd worry, and I was terrified you'd reject me because of it. Dad, Mom, sisters, I never imagined Ling Xuan not only wanted to turn me into a eunuch but also planned to expose this at my wedding. What did I ever do to deserve such cruelty from him? Lin Lai covered his face in despair and crouched on the floor. Does he hate me for taking his privileged life in the Lin family? Is this his revenge? It's my fault, all my fault. Jiang Xuan's heart ached as she comforted him. Lear, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, you'll always be my son. That's right, Zio Lai. Don't overthink it. You'll always be the little brother of us three sisters, Lin Qingwen added reassuringly. Lin Chang, however, had no mind to console Lin Lai. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Had Lear really lost his fertility? Ling Xuan clicked his tongue and shook his head. Seemed like he was shouldering another undeserved blame. He had no intention of explaining himself. He knew it would be useless without evidence. The Lin family wouldn't believe him, and frankly, he couldn't care less about clearing his name in their eyes. As for whoever had fed Lin Lai the root-severing water, they'd done a fine job. He didn't mind taking the fall this once. Take your time comforting Lin Lai as a family. I won't intrude as an outsider. Oh, and one more thing. Lin Xuan's gaze swept mockingly across the Lin family members. Cherish the good days you have left, because I'm about to start reeling in the net. Until now, he hadn't gone all out against them, only occasionally stirring trouble mainly because his capabilities had been limited. But after a year of development, his company had risen to a position where it could rival Starlight Group. Starlight Entertainment's films and TV series had flopped one after another, crushed under the dominance of Celestial Screen Group's productions. Several of Celestial Screen's artists had also skyrocketed in fame and value thanks to those hits. From now on, Starlight Group would no longer be able to hinder Celestial Screen's expansion in the entertainment industry. Entertainment was Starlight Group's core business. Losing ground here would deal them a devastating blow, and the gaming industry would be the final straw that broke their back. Lin Xuan. Lin Chang's face darkened. Starlight Group has been thriving for 20 years. You think your little startup, barely a year old, can make waves? President Lin, don't be so sure. Lin Xuan smirked. Remember what you did when my films and series were about to release. You blocked their screenings, hired armies of trolls to smear us, and went all out promoting your own projects. And how did that turn out? Your works bombed spectacularly, while mine raked in profits. My streaming platform flourished, and the theaters I invested in are now thriving. Lin Xuan's voice dripped with triumph. Lin Chang's expression grew uglier by the second. But it didn't matter. Let Lin Xuan gloat while he could. Once their company launched that King's Glory game, all of Lin Xuan's efforts would go down the drain, and Starlight Group would ride that game to become the nation's top gaming company. The thought eased Lin Chang's mind somewhat. Don't get ahead of yourself, Lin Xuan. I've been holding back out of consideration for our father-son bond. But now you've crossed the line, Lin Chang sneered. President Lin, I know exactly where your confidence is coming from. Let's wait and see. Lin Xuan raised a brow. Knows his confidence? Lin Chang scoffed inwardly. More of Lin Xuan's scare tactics. There was no way he could know that Starlight had bribed members of his game development team and obtained all their data. The game was in its final stages of development now. Once it launched, Lin Xuan's face would be priceless when he saw his own creation released under Starlight's banner. Lin Xuan, worry about yourself first. My company doesn't need your concern, Lin Chang said coldly. Fine, I won't bother then. Lin Xuan nodded. You'd better clean up your own mess. I'll take my leave. As Lin Xuan slid a hand into his pocket and turned to go, Xiao Xuan. Lin Qingwen called out urgently. Lin Qingyan and Lin Qingxiu hurried after him as well. Xiao Xu, and he could only utter his name, at a loss for anything else to say. Xiao Xuan, today Lin Qingwen began, but Lin Xuan cut her off. Save it! Whatever you have to say, keep it to yourself. I've no interest in your apologies, they're nauseating. And don't forget, I've severed ties with the Lin family. I'm an outsider now. Stop pretending I'm your brother. Hua was waiting for him outside. He needed to get back to her apologize to her. After the Feng Ye incident, he had to smooth things over before her anger took root. Otherwise, his kidneys would pay the price. If you sisters truly regret what you've done, then stay out of my sight. Do you have any idea how obnoxious you are? His words struck like a barricade, choking Lin Qingwen's voice in her throat. Her lips parted, but nothing came out. Lin Qingyan and Lin Qingxiu stared at him, their faces twisted in anguish. They longed to make amends, but Xiao Xuan refused to give them the chance. Jian Shuqin snapped. Why are you wasting time on Lin Xuan? The root of all this. Can't you see your brother is suffering? Comfort Lear now. But Lin Lai didn't need the Lin women's comfort. What mattered was Lin Chang. The decision over the family's wealth lay with him. Before, Lin Lai had taken his status as the biological son for granted. But now that Lin Chang knew he was incapable, he might never consider passing the inheritance to him. Dad Lin Lai looked at Lin Chang in torment. Lin Chang didn't say a word, just walked step by step toward Lin Lai. When he finally stood before Lin Lai, he stared at him for a long time. He took a deep breath and spoke. Lin Xiu, and just mention root-severing water. He said if you drank that stuff, not only would that part of you wither away, but your essence would be cut off forever, no way to reverse it. Oh no, the young lady is angry. Dad, I didn't drink that. Don't listen to his nonsense, Lin Lai said nervously. He had originally thought he could brush it off with the excuse of in vitro fertilization, but Lin Xuan had openly exposed the truth. Lin Chang, who had always trusted Lin Lai without question, didn't immediately believe him this time. His eyes remained fixed on Lin Lai. Lin Lai's face turned pale. His fingers clutched at his clothes anxiously. The way Lin Chang looked at him was completely different now, no longer the gentle, affectionate gaze of before, but filled with suspicion. You're coming with me to the hospital for a checkup, Lin Chang said sternly. Lin Lai clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't go to the hospital. If he did, everything would be exposed, and Lin Chang would cast him aside like a discarded pawn. Dad, don't you trust me? Lin Lai's eyes reddened. Seeing Lin Lai's pitiful expression, Jiang Shuqin immediately stepped in protectively, shielding him. Lin Chang, what are you doing? Our son was just publicly humiliated over this issue, and now you want to drag him to the hospital. Are you trying to rub salt in his wounds? Is this how a father should act? Lin Qingwen also tried to mediate. Dad, let's just drop it for now. Even if we do the checkup, it can wait until later. Give him some time. Yeah, there's no rush for the examination, Lin Qingyan agreed, nodding. Oh, he's going to the hospital right now. Lin Chang's tone was unyielding. If he refuses, then he can get out of the Lin family. Lin Chang delivered his ultimatum. Lin Lai's face drained completely of color. What should he do? He was supposed to inherit Starlight Group. If Lin Chang found out, he couldn't even produce sperm anymore. He would surely do everything to bring Lin Xuan back into the family just to secure an heir for the Lin bloodline. And then, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly drive him out. There would be no place left for him in the Lin family. Lin Lai, the choice is yours, hospital or exile, Lin Chang said coldly. The way Lin Lai resisted only confirmed Lin Chang's suspicions that he really had consumed the sterilizing concoction. Still, Lin Chang held on to his sliver of hope, wanting definitive proof. He grabbed Lin Lai and dragged him out of the hotel. Lin Lai didn't dare resist. I'm coming too! Jian Shuqin insisted, unwilling to leave them alone. She snatched up her purse and hurried after them. The three Lin sisters followed as well. Outside the hotel, Su Hua sat in the parked Rolls-Royce, her aura oppressive. The driver and butler Wang sat in the front seats, not daring to make a sound, their nerves on edge. As for Jiang King, he had slipped away right after leaving the hotel, using work as an excuse. The driver was baffled. What on earth had happened at the banquet to put their young mistress in such a terrible mood? Su Hua's light brown eyes stared at the city lights outside the window, half her face shrouded in shadow. Her mind was consumed by the way Feng Ye had looked at her Xuan. She wasn't afraid Feng Ye would steal Xu, in a way she wouldn't give her the chance. If Feng Ye dared to covet him, Su Hua would make her disappear, just like she had with Shen Kaiqian. Besides, Feng Ye wasn't even someone Xu and would glance at twice. But still Su Hua pressed her lips together. She hated the way other women looked at Xuan. When Feng Ye had gazed at him like that, she had wanted nothing more than to gouge her eyes out. She even fantasized about locking Xuan away, so no woman could ever lay eyes on him again. Time crawled by. Butler Wang and the driver sat frozen in their seats, their eyes glued to the hotel entrance, silently praying for Lin Xuan to emerge soon. The suffocating tension was unbearable. Too afraid to speak and draw Su Hua's attention, they resorted to texting each other instead. Driver, Butler Wang, what the hell happened at the banquet? Why is the young mistress like this? Butler Wang, a woman took a liking to young Master Lin. Driver, holy, who? Exclamation, who's got a death wish? Daring to set their sights on the young mistress's man. Butler Wang, Lin Lai's fiancé, Feng Ye. Driver, exclamation, 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 exclamation. From what he knew, Chen Kainqi and another woman who had coveted young Master Lin had also been Lin Lai's fiancé. Why did all of Lin Lai's women end up falling for young Master Lin? Now he understood why the young mistress was so furious. With her possessive nature, how could she tolerate another woman eyeing Xuan? Driver, Butler Wang, let's just keep our heads down. If we piss off the young mistress, we're done for. Butler Wang nodded in agreement. Driver, I wonder when young Master Lin will come out. I miss him so much. Only he can calm the young mistress's rage. The two of them stared longingly at the hotel doors, willing Lin Xuan to appear. Another 10 minutes passed. Finally, Lin Xuan stepped out of the hotel dressed in a white casual outfit. Butler Wang and the driver's eyes lit up simultaneously. Their savior had arrived. The driver immediately got out and strode over to Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, he said with an ingratiating smile, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. Su Hua had just rolled down the window and overheard. Missed him? The driver stiffened as he felt the murderous glare from Su Hua. How could he have forgotten? The young mistress was a walking vat of jealousy, no, an entire ocean of it. He had just told young Master Lin he missed him right in front of her. Was he trying to get himself killed? Hurriedly, he opened the rear door. Young Master Lin, please get in. Oh, as long as he handed young Master Lin over, the young mistress probably wouldn't stay mad. The moment Su Hua saw Lin Xuan, her icy aura vanished. Hua bao, Lin Xuan said cautiously. You're back, Su Hua replied calmly. Yeah, Lin Xuan nodded. Hua bao, someone is here. The simple exchange between Su Hua and Lin Xuan carried an inexplicable air of intimacy. The partition was promptly lowered by the driver. Phew, the driver exhaled. As expected, young Master Lin is the perfect remedy for Miss Su. No matter how angry she is, the moment she sees him, it all vanishes. Butler Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Su's emotions rose and fell with young Master Lin's presence. In the past, when Lin Xuan resisted her, Su Hua would often lock herself in her room, drinking until her stomach bled, or even carving cuts into her wrists with a blade. Fortunately, now Lin Xuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to her, often coaxing her, and smiles had returned to her face. Still, her obsessive nature toward him remained unchanged, though she had gained more trust in him and could control herself better, no longer erupting into fits of possessiveness as before. In the backseat, Su Hua's fingers lightly traced Lin Xuan's neck, stopping at his Adam's apple. How will young Master Lin compensate his girlfriend for catching another woman's eye? Compensation? Lin Xuan's mind raced. What would Hua bao love most? Hua bao, just relax and enjoy. Lin Xuan suddenly recalled a domineering CAO line from a novel he'd read and repeated it without thinking. The stunning woman's eyes curved with amusement. Her soft arms encircled his neck. All right, I'll wait and see how Xuan plans to make me enjoy it. She leaned close, her crimson lips brushing his ear as she spoke, her breath warm against his skin. Lin Xuan's body tensed instantly. Hua bao. He pinned her against the seat, his voice low. Today, you're not allowed to tease me. Let me be the one seducing you. Fine, I'll listen to Xuan. Su Hua's red lips curled. Lin Xuan cupped her chin and captured her mouth in a kiss. Having kissed her many times before, his skill was well practiced. As he closed his eyes, Su Hua melted into the moment, her cheeks flushing. Her arms tightened around his back as if trying to fuse him into her very being. Meanwhile, Lin Chang and Lin Lai emerged from the hotel. Lin Qingwen frowned. Isn't that her car? Why is it still here? Wanner, who are you talking about? Lin Chang asked, puzzled. That woman who's keeping Xiao Xuan. I've seen her before. When we arrived, I noticed her getting into this car. Dad, Lin Qingwen pressed her lips together. Xiao Xuan refuses to return to the Lin family largely because of her. Her impression of Su Hua was terrible. Xiaoxu and resistance wasn't just due to the Lin family's past mistreatment. That woman must have brainwashed him, fueling his hatred for them. Otherwise, given their blood ties, he wouldn't despise the Lin family to this extent. Lin Chang's expression darkened. He wanted to see for himself what kind of older woman was keeping Lin Xuan. She must be some married woman. He'd expose her to her husband and let him deal with her. Lin Xuan would suffer too, maybe even lose Tanmu Group if her husband reclaimed it. Then let's see how Lin Xuan dares to act so arrogantly in front of him. With that thought, Lin Chang strode toward the car. That it? Lin Lai grabbed his arm. Where are you going? I'm going to see which shameless woman is using her husband's hard-earned money to keep a man. Lin Lai's heart pounded. This couldn't happen. If Lin Chang confronted Su Hua, he'd realize she was the one supporting Lin Xuan. Dad, Lin Lai said urgently, weren't you taking me to the hospital? Let's just go. No, I'm seeing this today. Lin Chang was adamant. He marched toward the car, but Su Hua's bodyguards immediately surrounded it. One stepped forward. What do you want? The guard demanded. Lin Chang faltered at the sight of the towering, stern-faced men in suits and sunglasses. Fear crept in, and he retreated several steps. Nothing, he forced a laugh. Just passing by. He dragged Lin Lai away, his face grim. That woman had an entire squad of bodyguards, more than he could afford. Her background was even more formidable than he'd imagined. Just who was she? Lin Lai exhaled in relief. Lin Chang hadn't discovered Su Hua's identity. Jiang Shukin frowned. Weiner, do you know who she is? I don't know. Lin Qingwen shook her head, but she looked very young, only in her 20s, and quite beautiful. What? Jiang Shukin froze, her brows tightening. Wasn't she supposed to be an old woman? Why are you describing her as young and pretty? No, she wasn't old at all. In fact, she was far more beautiful than any of the actresses signed under our company, Lin Qingwen insisted. As Lin Chang listened to her description, an image of Su Hua inexplicably surfaced in his mind. No, it couldn't be Su Hua. Lin Chang shook his head dismissively. Su Hua was the head of Su Corporation, the world's wealthiest woman. Someone like Lin Xuan? There was no way a man like him could overland a woman of Su Hua's status. Then who is she? Jiang Shukin pressed, her frown deepening. Weiner, are you sure you've never seen her in high society before? No, Lin Qingwen replied firmly. She truly had never encountered her before, otherwise, with that woman's striking looks, she would have remembered. Never, Jiang Shukin scoffed. Then she's clearly nobody important in elite circles. As for that Rolls-Royce and those bodyguards, they were probably just rented for show, a temporary display of fake prestige. TCH, how pathetic, trying to act impressive. Jiang Shukin's face was full of mockery. Of course, she knew the woman backing Lin Xuan was Su Hua, but she wanted to play along, letting everyone believe Lin Xuan's patron was some insignificant figure. Hearing Jiang Shukin's words, Lin Chang gradually relaxed. As long as she wasn't someone influential. Preoccupied with Lin Lai's urgent matter, Lin Chang didn't linger long and quickly dragged Lin Lai away. Hua Bao, I think someone's outside. Lin Xuan caught sight of a figure by the window and immediately stopped kissing Su Hua. To the Xuan Hua villa, the car came to an abrupt stop. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Su Hua's beautiful eyes. She slightly rolled down the window, her cold, piercing gaze fixed on the Lin family members outside. As Lin Qingwen walked away, her footsteps suddenly halted, and she turned her eyes toward the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Within seconds, Su Hua rolled the window back up. Second sister, what are you looking at? Lin Qingxiu asked in confusion. Eldest sister, Zor, I just saw that woman's eyes, they really do resemble Su Hua's, Lin Qingwen speculated. Could that woman actually be her? That's impossible. Lin Qingxiu frowned without hesitation. Su Hua is famously indifferent to men. Every guy who's ever tried to flirt with her has been thrown out of her company. Those who dared touch her ended up with broken hands or bankrupt businesses. There's no way she'd be keeping Lin Xuan as her lover. It's just not possible. Lin Qingwen's frown deepened. The rumors she'd heard about Su Hua did align with that. But didn't she speak to Lin Xuan at Xiao Lai's wedding banquet earlier? She even invited him to sit with her, Lin Qingwen questioned. That's probably because when Su Hua first arrived at the banquet, some other man was harassing her, and Lin Xuan stepped in to defend her. That's why she gave him a bit of courtesy, Lin Qingxiu guessed. Jiang Shukin sneered coldly. Yanner, stop overthinking this. No matter who Lin Xuan's sugar mommy is, it can't possibly be Su Hua. Ha, as if someone like Lin Xuan could ever catch her eye? Mentioning this only darkened Jiang Shukin's mood further. The truth was, Lin Xuan had indeed caught Su Hua's attention. That day, after Jong Shukin had tipped off the media and caused a scene in front of Tamu Group's headquarters, Lin Xiu and had walked away unscathed, all because Su Hua had intervened. Later, Su Hua even had Jong Shukin seized and subjected to brutal torture. Every single one of her fingernails and toenails had been ripped out by Su Hua herself. Su Hua valued Lin Xuan deeply. What on earth did Lin Xiu and have that made him worthy of her favor? Yandere, Jong Shukin took a deep breath. Lir has been taken to the hospital by your father. His situation is urgent, we should hurry there. Alright. Lin Qingwen's mind flashed with the image of Lin Chang's stormy expression, and she grew anxious, fearing what he might do to Lin Lai. Without further hesitation, Jong Shukin and the three Lin sisters quickly followed. Seeing the Lin family leave, the bodyguards swiftly returned to their vehicles. Inside the Rolls-Royce's backseat, Hua Bao, let's head back first, Lin Xiu and suggested. No rush. Su Hua curled her lips. Didn't Xuan promise to let me enjoy myself? Are we ending things with just a kiss? Lin Xuan replied. Hua Bao, there are too many people around. It's not convenient here. Then let's go somewhere more private. Su Hua tapped on the partition. The driver lowered it. Young miss, the driver asked respectfully, do you have any instructions? Su Hua, take us to Xuan Hua Villa. Xuan Hua Villa? Lin Xuan was stunned. A villa named after him and Hua Bao? Since when did this place exist? Hua Bao, where is this villa? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. It's in the western part of Yandere City, Su Hua replied, straddling Lin Xuan with a smirk. A standalone villa, completely isolated. Construction just finished 3 months ago. We'll go there. Xuan, no one will disturb us. Lin Xuan, a place with no interruptions. Just how long did Hua Bao plan to play with him? Damn, his kidneys were really going to suffer this time. What's wrong? After the Feng Ye incident, is the young master Lin not sincere about making it up to his girlfriend? Su Hua leaned against Lin Xiu and her slender fingers slipping beneath his shirt, tracing slow circles over his chest. And wasn't Xuan's promise to let his girlfriend enjoy just empty words? Her tone carried a dangerous edge. Lin Xuan quickly shook his head. No, I wasn't lying. How could he dare deceive Hua Bao? It seemed the only way to appease her this time was to pay a hefty price. Kidneys endure a little longer. Lin Xuan silently prayed. Xuan, are we going or not? Su Hua's voice was laced with nonchalance. Lin Xuan, did he even have a choice? Let's go. He resigned himself to fate. Better to placate Hua Bao now. If her anger festered, who knew what might happen? Another 7 days locked in that dark room? That would be even worse. The driver and butler Wang exchanged glances, pretending not to hear the couple's scandalous conversation. Young miss, the driver confirmed, are we heading to Xiu and Hua Villa? Yes. Su Hua nodded lightly. Understood. I'll drive there now. The car started, and the partition was raised again. Best to keep the back seats separate. Who knew what indecent scenes might unfold? Half an hour later, the car pulled into the garden of Xiu and Hua Villa. Once Lin Xuan and Su Hua arrived, everyone tactfully withdrew. By then, their lips were already swollen from kissing. Su Hua's especially glistening and temptingly red. Her eyes were hazy, misted with desire, her cheeks flushed. Her legs were wrapped around Lin Xuan, her entire being radiating seduction. Hua Bao! Lin Xuan's clothes were thoroughly disheveled. He pulled away from her lips with difficulty, panting slightly. Hua Bao! He stroked her hair. Let me carry you inside. Xuan! The stunning woman pressed her lips to his ear, her voice husky. Let's not go in yet. Right here in the car, okay? Without giving him a chance to refuse, she sealed his lips with another kiss. Lin Xuan, the villa was empty. Had Hua Bao brought him here planning to start in the car, then spend days exploring every corner of the place. An hour and a half later, a sweat-drenched Su Hua was carried out of the car by Lin Xuan. He intended to take her upstairs. Xuan, the couch, she murmured hoarsely. All right. Lin Xuan obliged. He laid her boneless form on the sofa. On the coffee table before them, an assortment of fruits was arranged. Xuan, I want a banana. Feed me, okay? Heaven and earth upside down 02 all right. Lin Xuan nodded. He picked up a banana, peeled it, and held it to the woman's crimson lips. Su Hua leaned in, eating the fruit from his hand. It seemed she genuinely just wanted the banana, nothing more. He really had been corrupted by Su Hua's teasing. She was simply eating a banana, yet his mind had wandered somewhere far less innocent. Once Su Hua finished the banana, Lin Xuan tossed the peel into the trash. Hua Bao, since you're done with the fruit, there should be milk in the fridge. Let me pour you a glass. He stood up, ready to leave. He needed to cool off. but Su Hua caught his wrist, pulling him back onto the couch. Then, in one fluid motion, she pinned him between herself and the sofa, her version of a wall slam. "Akshu, and I don't want milk," Su Hua murmured, her voice soft and sweet, a stark contrast to the icy tone she used with others. She tilted her head, her lips curling. "So there's no need for you to get me any. Then do you want more fruit? I can get you some," Lin Chuan offered. "Akshu, and," she mused, arching a delicate brow, "does that mean you'll get me anything I want?" Lin Chuan had the distinct feeling he was walking into a trap, but at this point he couldn't exactly refuse. "Yes," he conceded, bracing himself. "Akshu and is so obedient," Su Hua purred, her fingers tracing the contours of his face. Then, leaning close, her breath warm against his ear, she whispered, "What do I want to eat?" "You, my Akshuan." Her hand slipped beneath his shirt, gliding over his chest. "And earlier, you couldn't take your eyes off me. What were you thinking about?" Lin Chuan, so he hadn't imagined it. She'd been teasing him on purpose, absolutely on purpose. "Were you thinking about me eating?" Su Hua continued, her words dissolving into a hushed, intimate murmur meant only for him. Hearing her say it so shamelessly, Lin Chuan, a grown man, felt his face burn crimson. But this was completely backwards. In those domineering CEO romance novels, it was always the male lead who took charge, with the female lead playing the sweet, submissive role. But here, the roles were entirely reversed. Su Hua chuckled low in her throat. "So Akshu Han really was thinking about that. Well, as your girlfriend, it's only right that I satisfy you properly. Just lie back and enjoy, alright?" Like a seductive enchantress, she coiled around him, drawing him deeper into her spell. The air between them grew thick, heated, content not suitable for minors. Yundu Central First Hospital. Lin Chang had dragged Lin Lai in for an examination. Lin Lai's face was pale. He hadn't wanted to come, but Lin Chang's insistence left him no choice. "Doctor, please check my son's fertility," Lin Chang urged anxiously. The doctor blinked, glancing between them. "Sir, are you sure this is the right test? Or the right patient?" He's studied Lin Lai. He looks to be in his early 20s, probably not even married yet. Why would fertility be a concern? Aside from his pallor, the young man seemed perfectly healthy. "No mistake. Just proceed with the exam," Lin Chang insisted. Lin Lai's mind raced. What could he do? How could he get the doctor to cover for him? And it hit him. Bribery. People were motivated by profit. If he offered enough money, the doctor would surely comply. Once they were alone in the examination room, Lin Lai seized his chance. He checked the room, no one else was there, then grabbed the doctor's arm. "Young man, what's this about?" the doctor asked, bewildered. "Doctor," Lin Lai whispered urgently, "can you just tell them I'm completely healthy?" The doctor's eyes widened. So there really was a problem? Kids these days, he shook his head. "I can't lie. That's against my principles." 10,000. "I'll give you 10,000 to keep it quiet," Lin Lai bargained. The doctor scoffed. "Trying to bribe me? I stand by my ethics." Then 20,000. No reaction. 50,000. The doctor closed his eyes, feigning indifference. Lin Lai clenched his fists. 50,000 wasn't enough? Greedy bastard. But he was desperate. 1 million, he hissed. 1 million, just for one little lie. The doctor cracked one eye open. 1 million was substantial, but still his integrity. Before he could respond, the door burst open. "Lin Lai!" A furious roar echoed through the room. Lin Lai froze. His father. How long had he been standing there? Had he heard everything? Sweat beaded on Lin Lai's palms. Slowly, he turned, forcing a weak smile. "Dad," the doctor was just about to start the exam. "Why are you?" Lin Chang didn't answer. His expression was thunderous. Lin Lai couldn't meet his gaze, his fists trembling at his sides. Then smack! Lin Chang's palm struck Lin Lai's face with brutal force, leaving a vivid red mark. Jiang Shukin, who had just arrived, gasped and rushed forward. "Lin Chang, how could you hit him?" Exclamation, she shrieked, cradling Lin Lai's face. Lin Chang's finger jabbed toward his son. "Ask him what he has done. Is a liar your son? I brought him here to get his sperm checked." Oh, he actually thought of bribing the doctor with 1.5 million, trying to get the doctor to lie for him. Lin Chang fumed. Lin Lai pressed his lips together. "Dad, I don't even know what my sperm condition is like. I just didn't want you to worry because of me." "Lin Chang, did you hear that?" Jiang Shukin raised her voice. "Lear was afraid you'd worry. He's so filial, and yet you hit him. Do you even have a conscience? You don't deserve to be Lear's father." Exclamation. After learning about Lin Chang's repeated affairs and his intention to divorce her, Jiang Shukin had completely given up on salvaging their relationship. Her only concern now was protecting her children. As for Lin Chang, she couldn't care less about his feelings. "You shrew, what do you know? Lin Chang sneered, not bothering to argue with John Shukin any further. He turned to the doctor and snapped, "Check him now. Do it thoroughly. If I find out you falsified the results, I'll make sure you never work at Yun City First Central Hospital again." "Why yes, of course," the doctor stammered, wiping sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness he hadn't accepted Lin Lai's bride earlier, his career would have been over. Inside the examination room, Lin Lai's face was ashen. There was no turning back now. After this, Lin Chang would likely never hand over Starlight Group to him. Outside the room, Lin Chang stepped away to take a call from his secretary. The Lin women stood by the door. "Mom," Lin Qingwen murmured, her face full of confusion. "Why is Dad so fixated on whether Lear is, a eunuch or sterile? Why does it matter so much? I don't know why he's reacting so strongly either," Zhang Shukin admitted, equally puzzled. "Big sis, Mom," Lin Qingsu chimed in, "maybe Dad's just worried about Lear's health. That's why he rushed him here for the test. But then why was Lear so obviously against getting checked?" Lin Qingyan frowned. He even tried bribing the doctor to cover it up, and Dad actually slapped him. Also, if Dad's really concerned about Lear, shouldn't he have brought him for a full-body checkup? Why just test his sperm? The Lin family fell silent. Then, a thought suddenly crossed Lin Qingwen's mind. If Lear were really Lin Chang's biological son, everything would make sense. If he were his son, then lineage and inheritance would be at stake. Little Xuan had already been kicked out of the family, and if Lear, supposedly Lin Chang's son, turned out to be sterile, that would be a devastating blow. But she quickly dismissed the idea. She must be going crazy to even think that. Lear, Dad's son? How could that be? Lear was picked up by Mom, and he was born in the same year as little Xuan. There's no way Dad was already cheating back then. The examination was finally over. Lin Lai emerged from the room, his face pale. "The test is done now, Lear. Let's go home," Jiang Shukin said gently. "Oh," Lin Chang's voice was cold. "We're staying here until the results come out. If Lin Lai dares to leave today, he can get out of the Lin family for good." A surge of hatred for Lin Chang welled up in Lin Lai's heart. Just as Mom said, Lin Chang never truly cared for him. All he cared about was his own interests. If Lin Chang couldn't even pretend to value their father-son bond, then why should Lin Lai bother respecting him as a father? As long as he had a chance to stay in the family, he would seize everything from the Lins. "Just wait and see." "Mom," Lin Lai lowered his eyes, his voice hoarse, "It's fine. I'll stay. I don't want to make Dad angrier." Jiang Shukin's heart ached. "Oh, child, after how he's treated you, you're still so filial to him." "Dad's just concerned about me." Lin Lai forced a smile. Right now, he had no choice but to play along. Being exposed as a eunuch in modern society was beyond humiliating, especially when the whole internet knew about it. Lin Lai was the first to make headlines like this. Gossip was already spreading like wildfire through the hospital. "You know Lin Lai, the son of Starlight Group's chairman, right?" "Of course," the head nurse replied wearily as she tidied up after a surgery. "Wasn't he the one whose fiancée publicly called off their engagement at his birthday banquet after he was exposed for cheating?" She scoffed. Lin Lai might look refined, but he turned out to be a complete scumbag. "That's him," another nurse said excitedly. "But guess what? There's even juicier gossip about him now." "What gossip?" "Taboo." The head nurse perked up, curiosity piqued. Other nurses, too busy with work to check the news, gathered around. "Come on, little Ting, don't leave us hanging." The nurse grinned. "You won't believe this, Lin Lai was exposed as a eunuch. At his own wedding, no less. There are photos and videos." He refused to admit it, and even tried bribing 2 banquet guests with 20 million to vouch for him, saying he wasn't a eunuch. 20 million? Exclamation, the head nurse sighed. Rich people really are something. Just casually throwing around 20 million like it's nothing. I'll probably never earn that much in my lifetime. "So, did it work?" she asked. "Guess what happened?" The nurse leaned in conspiratorially. "Turns out, his room was bugged. The whole bribery attempt was recorded and leaked. Oh, and when he was caught, he still wouldn't admit it. So the bride's father pulled his pants down right then and there. You should have seen the video, completely bare. Nothing there. A full-blown eunuch." The nurses and head nurse gasped, eyes wide. "Oh my god, that's insane. Way more scandalous than some celebrity getting cancelled. Imagine witnessing that in person. Must have been wild." "A eunuch? Hell, he actually got turned into a eunuch." Brilliant. A long-time Lin Lai hater clutched her stomach, laughing hysterically. "What happened after? How did the bride's family react?" The head nurse asked. "What else? The wedding was called off, of course." "Wait a second." Another nurse frowned. "Lin Lai? That name sounds familiar." She thought for a moment, then gasped. "Oh my god, we just admitted a patient named Lin Lai." What's he here for? The head nurse asked. The nurse whispered, apparently, his father dragged him in for a sperm test. They just finished the exam and are waiting for the results. A sperm test? Exclamation. The nurses watching nearby had eyes sparkling with gossipy curiosity. Lin Chang paced back and forth in the hospital corridor, waiting for the test results to come out. He desperately hoped that the news of Lin Lai's azoospermia was false. If so, they could still rely on in vitro fertilization to carry on the Lin family lineage. Otherwise, everything would be over. Collapse time ticked by, second by second. Finally, a nurse emerged from the doctor's office. Lin Lai, Mr. Lin, right? The nurse approached Lin Lai. Before Lin Lai could nod, Lin Chang quickly stepped forward. Well, are the test results out? Lin Chang asked anxiously. And you are the nurse looked at Lin Chang in confusion. Lin Chang hurriedly replied, I'm Lin Lai's father, Lin Chang. I'm the one who brought him in for the examination. Oh well, the nurse nodded. The results are ready. Follow me inside. She led the Lin family into the doctor's office. Lin Lai's test results had already been printed out. The doctor stared at the report, his brows tightly furrowed. Doctor, what's the verdict? Lin Chang pressed urgently. How are my son's sperm? Lin Lai clenched his fists. Necrosis! It had to be necrosis. He had been to the hospital countless times before, undergone endless tests, taken mountains of medication, yet every result was the same. They all said he had no sperm left, that he was completely sterile, with no chance of recovery. The doctor gave Lin Lai a meaningful look. Your son's sperm, he sighed. They're all necrotic. Not a single viable sperm can be found. What? Lin Chang's face turned pale. Exactly the same as his own condition. Doctor, is there any chance of a cure? Lin Chang pressed again. No. The doctor shook his head. Your son's reproductive system no longer has the capacity to produce sperm. With current medical technology, recovery is impossible. Moreover, very few researchers are working in this field, so significant breakthroughs are unlikely in the near future. In other words, for the rest of his life, Lin Lai's fertility might never return. The last glimmer of hope in Lin Chang's heart was utterly extinguished. Lin Lai could no longer carry on the Lin family bloodline. And thanks to the medicine Zhang Shukin had forced him to drink, he couldn't even seek out another woman to bear him a child. That left only Lin Chuan. Would he really have to beg Lin Chuan to return to the Lin family and continue the lineage? Just thinking about Lin Chuan's attitude toward him filled Lin Chang with resistance. His expression darkened as he glared at Lin Lai. Let's go! Lin Chang abruptly stood up. Out in the hospital corridor, Lin Chang fixed Lin Lai with a cold stare. Speed, when exactly did this happen? Before I went abroad for the exchange program, Lin Lai murmured, lips pressed tight. So early! Rage flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. With a loud smack, he slapped Lin Lai hard across the face again. Lin Lai endured the blow without a word, turned into a eunuch, completely sterile. Lin Lai, why didn't you tell me sooner? If he had known earlier, he could have found another woman to bear him a son, ensuring the Lin bloodline wouldn't die out. But now, it was all over. Nearby, nurses hiding around the corner eavesdropped in shock. Holy crap, he really is sterile. First a eunuch, now no sperm. Who the hell did this to Lin Lai? That's brutal. Serves him right. Who told him to trick someone into marriage? I heard men who become eunuchs usually turn into total psychos. If his fiancée married him, who knows how he'd torment her. The nurses buzzed with excitement upon learning Lin Lai was sterile. One even secretly asked her hacker friend to leak the news online. Lin Lai not only a eunuch, but also sterile shot to the top of Weibo's trending list. Douyin TikTok also pushed this story relentlessly. Countless netizens reveled in Lin Lai's misfortune. Tears streamed down Lin Lai's face as he faced Lin Chang's interrogation. I'm sorry, Dad. I was too scared to tell you. Lin Chang! Jiang Shukin stepped in protectively. Isn't it natural for Lear to hide this from you? Becoming a eunuch is traumatic enough, and you still hid him. What kind of father are you? Lin Qingwen frowned. Dad, whether Lear is a eunuch or sterile doesn't really affect our family, does it? He's the one suffering. Why are you reacting so strongly? Lin Qingsu nodded. The way you're acting, anyone would think Lear is your biological son, and you're freaking out about the family lineage. At this, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Chang's eyes. Don't talk nonsense, he snapped, flushing with anger. Lear was born shortly after your mother and I got married. How could I possibly have a son that old? Lin Qingxiu shrank back. Dad, I was just speculating. Why are you so defensive? Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Chang clenched his fists. They must never find out Lin Lai is his real son. He took a deep breath. I have company matters to attend to. I'm leaving. As he walked away, he couldn't even bear to look at Lin Lai. Lin Lai tightened his fists. Lin Chang must be thinking of bringing Lin Chuan back now. No, he couldn't just sit back and wait. After repeatedly bribing people and deceiving Lin Chang, his standing in his father's eyes had surely plummeted. Lin Chuan had set his expulsion from the family as a condition for returning, and Lin Chang would agree. No way! He had to make Lin Chang realize he couldn't just cast him aside. Suddenly, Lin Lai thought of Wang Yajin. Right? He could ask his mother for help. Jiang Shuken helped Lin Lai up, her voice tender. Lair, don't mind your father's attitude. No matter what happens, you're 3 sisters and I will always treat you the same. Oh, Lin Lai nodded heavily. He looked at Jiang Shuken with gratitude. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Shuken smiled. We're family. No need for thanks. Come, let's go home. She supported Lin Lai as they left. Behind them, nurses continued gossiping excitedly. This is hilarious, a eunuch who's also sterile. I wonder who he pissed off to deserve this. I bet he'll become a hot commodity for certain gay men now. Unaware that the Lin family was passing by, they kept discussing Lin Lai's predicament without restraint. Going to Chailin Pavilion, Lin Lai listened to their mocking remarks, his expression darkening. Jiang Shuken stormed over and shouted angrily, What are you all talking about? How my son is doing is none of your business. No wonder you're just low-level nurses, nothing but a bunch of gossiping hens, spouting nonsense. Essa, the female nurses cast curious glances at Lin Lai. Holy shit, it really was him. He actually came to their hospital. They wondered what differences there were between Lin Lai, now a eunuch, and ordinary person aside from missing that part. Feeling the nurse's strange looks, Lin Lai was utterly humiliated. He gritted his teeth. Why did Jiang Shuken have to confront them? Her words practically announced to everyone that he was the subject of their gossip. Mom, Lin Lai stepped forward, pulling Jiang Shuken's hand. Let's just go. He kept his head lowered as he spoke. No, we can't leave. Jiang Shuken's face was stern. Today, I'm going to teach them a proper lesson. Lin Lai noticed the growing crowd, many whispering among themselves. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were all talking about him. Let's go home, Lin Lai pleaded, his voice almost desperate. I need some time alone. Right, now wasn't the time for him to be seen in public. All right, sweetheart, whatever you say. Let's go home right now. Jiang Shuken nodded. She turned back to the nurses and warned coldly, if I ever hear you gossiping about my son again, you can kiss your jobs goodbye. The Lin family entourage left in a grand procession. Even from a distance, Lin Lai could still hear the nurses' laughter trailing behind them. Back at the Lin family mansion, Lin Lai locked himself in his room. Suddenly, he thought about the hospital incident. From the moment his condition was exposed to the completion of his examination, barely 2 or 3 hours had passed. How did the nurses find out so quickly? Did that mean the whole internet already knew? His hands trembling, he opened Weibo. There, he saw his name dominating the top 10 trending searches, each one related to his failed marriage, infertility, becoming a eunuch, and bribery scandals. He had originally had millions of followers, but over 500,000 had already unfollowed him. He downloaded Huyin. The first video that popped up was also about his wedding, with over 1 million likes. Every other social media platform was flooded with news about him. Even if he spent money to remove the trending topics or hired PR teams to clean up his image, it was already too late. His reputation was completely ruined. Now, there was no way he could marry a wealthy, influential woman to secure her support. Lin Lai snapped, slamming his phone onto the floor. He then went on a rampage, sweeping everything off his desk in a furious crash. Lin Chuan! Veins bulged on Lin Lai's forehead as he spat out each word through clenched teeth. Just you wait. I'll make you suffer everything I've endured 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times worse. The day Su Hua abandons you will be the beginning of your misery. This grudge, he would settle it. Meanwhile, Feng Ye was taken back to the Feng family by Feng Weiman. Yeah, Feng Weiman said gently, Dad knows how much you loved Lin Lai. If you're hurting, it's okay to cry. Dad, Feng Ye said solemnly, I need you to look into something for me. What is it? Feng Weiman frowned. Feng Ye replied, during the time Lin Lai was on that exchange program in the U.S., I was harassed by some thugs. I want you to check if Lin Lai hired them on purpose. Lin Lai had appeared like a hero that day, and she had developed feelings for him ever since. Later, whenever she was mocked for her weight, Lin Lai always stood up for her. That was when she fell for him completely. Before, she had trusted Lin Lai blindly because of her idealized image of him. But now, she couldn't shake the feeling that it had all been a scheme. From saving her to marrying her, everything had been a calculated move. Lin Lai's goal was to control her and eventually take over Feng Corporation. All right, Dad, we'll get to the bottom of this, Feng Weiman said firmly. Dad, Feng Ye added, there's one more thing I need you to check. She told Feng Weiman about her childhood memories. Feng Wyman frowned. That was so long ago. It might be hard to find anything. Dad, you just need to look into one person, Feng Ye said with a faint smile. Who? Feng Wyman asked, puzzled. Feng Ye, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan? Feng Wyman's brows furrowed. He remembered Lin Xuan vividly, a rising star in the business world. No, a genius. In less than a year, he had turned Tanmu Group from a fledgling startup into a nationally renowned corporation. The Huyan app was used by nearly a third of the country's netizens, and its user base was still growing rapidly. Not to mention, at the wedding, Lin Xuan had even made a striking impression in front of Su Hua. Feng Wyman had a favorable opinion of him. Yeah, are you saying Lin Xuan might be the boy you often met when you were little? Feng Wyman asked. I don't know, Feng Ye shook her head, but I have a feeling it's him. If it was, that would be wonderful. Feng Ye's mind drifted to Lin Xuan's face, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. All right, Feng Wyman chuckled. Dad will look into it right away. He could tell Lin Xuan had good character, someone truly dependable. If Ye had feelings for him and they could be together, that would be perfect. But Feng Wyman glanced at his daughter's plump figure, his frown deepening. Lin Xuan was handsome and successful. Could he really fall for his daughter? Feng Wyman didn't want to force Lin Xuan into anything. If Lin Xuan wasn't willing, his daughter wouldn't be happy marrying him anyway. He immediately sent someone to investigate. Over at Su Corporation, John King was buried in paperwork, swamped with tasks. Secretary John, an executive, hurried over with a document. Just as he raised his hand to knock, John King set down her pen, rubbing her temples. No maid, President Su isn't here. The executive frowned. Where is she? John King sighed. With her boyfriend. Honestly, the president used to be a workaholic. Now, work took a backseat. Lin Xuan came first. John King couldn't help but wonder. President Su and Lin Xuan had been holed up in the Xuanhua villa for 3 whole days. Had he been completely drained yet? Always hers for a lifetime, I see. The senior executive suddenly understood. Since it was about accompanying young Master Lin, everything made sense now. Secretary Jiang, the senior executive added, if Boss Su comes to the company, give me a call. There's an important document here that requires her attention. Understood. John King nodded, though she couldn't help but think to herself. When Boss Su was with young Master Lin, she would stay with him for as long as possible. It was unlikely she'd come to the company anytime soon. I wonder how young Master Lin is doing now. The consequences of Boss Su's jealousy are severe. Xuanhua Villa. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Lin Xuan, now reduced to a dried-up version of himself, lay on the bed with a lifeless expression. 3 days and 3 nights? Hua Bao was too much, especially when she was jealous. He could barely keep up. Lin Xuan let out a long sigh. He still couldn't understand why Hua Bao was so insatiable. At least not many people knew how often he failed to resist her. Otherwise, where would his dignity as a man go? The water stopped, and Su Hua stepped out of the bathroom, her hair still dripping wet. Sitting on the bed, she curled her lips and said, Xuan, my hands are sore. Lin Xuan's mind flashed back to earlier. Today, Hua Bao had suddenly gotten her period. He thought she'd let him off the hook, but no, she still teased him relentlessly, then used her hands to. Lin Xuan cleared his throat. All right. He picked up the hairdryer and began drying her hair. Her soft strands slipped through his fingers. Every part of Hua Bao's body was flawless, without a single imperfection. And she was wealthy too. Back then, he had been ugly, cowardly, and practically worthless. Even now, he still didn't understand why Hua Bao had fallen for him. Once her hair was dry, Su Hua nestled against Lin Xuan's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. She closed her eyes, clinging to him with absolute dependence. Hua Bao, Lin Xuan couldn't help but ask, I want to know, how did you fall for me? Su Hua's eyelashes fluttered slightly. How did she fall for him? It was back on that island. She had tried to kill him, yet he still took care of her when she fell ill. When wild beasts appeared, he didn't abandon her. He was the light in her life. Even when he told her outright that everything he did was a lie, that he only acted to survive, that he despised her, she still clung to him as her salvation. She would do anything to keep him by her side. But she couldn't tell him any of this, because Su Hua lifted her head, her slender fingers tracing the bridge of Lin Xuan's nose. And helped me once. I fell in love at first sight. Hua Bao, are you talking about that time you dropped your bag? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. Sham. She nodded. Lin Xuan looked even more confused. But back then, I was dressed so poorly. How could you fall for me at first sight? Love at first sight, or rather, attraction at first sight usually happened with good-looking people. Back then, he was far from handsome, and Hua Bao's standards were high. He had a feeling she was hiding something. Lin Chuan suddenly remembered what Zhao Long had said. As suspicion rose in his heart, could he have met Hua Bao during that missing month of his memories? Maybe it was fate. Su Hua pressed her body against his, her lips parting slightly. From the moment I saw Chuan, I couldn't help but want to lock you away, to make you mine alone. Especially 3 days ago, when I found out you seduced Feng Ye just by showing your face, I wanted to imprison you even more. Lin Chuan, he thought that matter was over. Yet Hua Bao brought it up again. Su Hua's fingers trailed from Lin Chuan's brows down to the buttons of his shirt, undoing them one by one. Lin Chuan tensed. Was Hua Bao planning to devour him again? He was already drained, there was nothing left to give. Hua Bao, Lin Chuan pressed his lips together. Overindulgence isn't good. For our health, we should take a break. Su Hua chuckled softly. What are you thinking, Chuan? I just thought you'd sleep more comfortably with your shirt unbuttoned. But if you want it, I can certainly oblige. And no, I don't. Lin Chuan stammered. Su Hua's eyes curved with amusement. She wanted to exhaust him completely so he wouldn't have the energy to think of other women. She'd learned this from books. Then, Chuan, let's sleep. She wrapped her arms around his waist and drifted off beside him. Lin Chuan exhaled in relief and closed his eyes. Once his breathing steadied, Su Hua opened her eyes again. Her delicate fingers traced the contours of his face over and over. Chuan, a possessive, almost deranged light flickered in her beautiful eyes. Even if you remember the past, I won't let you go. You're mine, forever. If you regain your memories and try to leave me, I'll lock you away forever. Even if you try to die, I won't set you free. The next morning, Su Hua left for the company. Lin Chuan, sporting dark circles, slumped into the car. The driver glanced at his haggard, energy-drained appearance and couldn't help but ask, Young Master Lin, are you alright? What do you think? Lin Chuan gave him a deadpan look. The driver coughed. He didn't look well at all. Where to, Young Master Lin? Back to Night Garden, the company, or school? Sure. After 3 days of this, he just wanted to sleep. Going to the office. Lai Hui would pester him with endless paperwork. Returning to Night Garden? What if Hua Bao came back unexpectedly? School was the safest option, no disturbances, and Hua Bao wouldn't come looking for him there. Understood. The driver nodded. Lin Chuan suddenly asked, You're one of Night Garden's shadow guards, right? Yes. He was among the most skilled fighters in the guard unit. Yet he'd been assigned as Lin Chuan's personal chauffeur tasked with driving and protecting him. At first, he'd resented it. A top-tier shadow guard reduced to babysitting some ordinary guy? Now, he thought it was the best assignment ever. To ensure he could protect young Master Lin better, Boss Su had granted him extra training resources, and Lin Chuan himself was surprisingly skilled. He'd even learned new techniques from him. The other shadow guards? They were jealous. Inspection visit old Liu. Since when did Hua become so incredibly strong and enduring? Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask. It was almost terrifying how she surpassed even grown men. Lin Chuan himself had to rely on spatial training, martial arts, and the potent tonic brewed by Butler Wang just to barely keep up with her. The driver pondered before answering, I only became a shadow guard at Night Garden 4 years ago. By the time I joined, the young miss was already formidable. But I've heard other guards mention that even 7 years ago, when she first returned to the Su family, she was exceptionally strong. Lin Chuan couldn't help but think of Shang. Assassins, drug tests subjects. Could Hua's inhuman abilities have been honed within the Shang organization? A dense ache spread through Lin Chuan's heart. Just hearing Zhao Long's accounts made his scalp tingle. What Hua had endured was likely far worse than anything Zhao Long had described. The driver dropped Lin Chuan off at Shanking University. Wang Da raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, Xuanzi, you actually came to school? Lin Chuan exhaled heavily. He hadn't wanted to come, but with a little temptress waiting at home, he had no choice but to escape to campus. Noticing the dark circles and exhaustion under Lin Chuan's eyes, Wang Da smirked. It's been 3 days since Lin Lai's wedding. That drained look of yours, don't tell me Boss Su wrung you dry for 3 days and nights? Lin Chuan, he wasn't wrong. Before Lin Chuan could respond, Wang Da shook his head. Nah, that's impossible. Even 2 or 3 hours in bed would be superhuman. Death? No way. Lin Chuan gave him a deadpan look. Hua wasn't human. A professor entered the classroom, a new hire. When the school assigned him to this class, they'd emphasized Lin Chuan's importance. They called him the university's treasure gem, warning the professor never to cross him and to let him do as he pleased. Of course, Lin Chuan was a gem. He was Su Hua's man and a computer genius. The administrators had even shown the Professor Lin Xuan's photo. The professor spotted him immediately. No wonder this was the student who'd solved the only conjecture. Despite having the privilege to skip classes, here he was. The professor turned on the projector, ready to lecture. But a wave of exhaustion hit Lin Xuan. Yawning, he muttered, "Godson, I'm catching some Z's. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent." With that, he flopped onto the desk and fell asleep. The professor, who just praised him, spoke too soon. "First class, and he's already out cold. What was the point of coming?" Lin Xuan slept soundly through the first lecture, and the second. After that, with no more classes, he returned to the dorm and kept sleeping. By the afternoon lecture, he was still dead to the world. Wang Da watched him, baffled. Just how thoroughly had Boss Su drained him? Meanwhile, Su Hua arrived at Shanking University under the guise of an inspection. The dean rushed to greet her. "Boss Su," he fawned, "you should have informed me of your visit. I'd have prepared a proper welcome." Su Hua barely glanced at him, silent. "Boss Su, classes are in session right now. All the seniors in Computer Science Class 3 are attending. Would you like to observe their engagement?" the dean suggested with a smile. He knew Su Hua didn't care about the university's profits or operations. Every inspection was just an excuse to see Lin Xuan. So when he'd heard she was coming, he'd called ahead to confirm Lin Chu and was in class. Relieved, he now led the way. "Oh!" Su Hua nodded. With Zhang King and a retinue of administrators in tow, she headed straight for Lin Xuan's classroom. Inside, the professor lectured passionately while students listened intently, no phones in sight. Noticing the dean at the door, the professor paused. "Review the material I just covered," he instructed before stepping out. "Dean," he greeted. "Come here." The dean introduced him to Su Hua. "Professor Wang, since it's your first time teaching here, you might not know," he said. "This is our largest shareholder, Boss Su, CEO of Su Corporation." "The CEO of Su Corporation?" Exclamation. Professor Wang's eyes widened. Holy, on his very first day, he was meeting someone of this stature? Su Corporation was a dream employer for many, himself included. But with its global recruitment standards, he'd been rejected for not meeting the bar. "The Boss Su, hello," he stammered nervously. "Oh, Su Hua acknowledged him indifferently. "Don't stress, Professor Wang," the dean reassured. "Boss Su is just here for a casual inspection." Of course, the real purpose was Lin Xuan. Without him, Su Hua wouldn't have set foot on campus. Understood. Despite the reassurance, Professor Wang wiped sweat from his brow. "Are all your students present today?" Su Hua asked. "Yes, everyone's here," he confirmed. "Really?" Su Hua's lips curved slightly. Just as she'd guessed, Xuan was hiding here. Did he really think he could escape her? "I'd like to see how attentive they are," she said. Professor Wang was impressed. Now this was dedication. "Boss Su, rest assured my students are fully focused," he vowed. Su Hua arched an elegant brow. Wasn't Xuan supposed to be napping? Absolutely. Before he could finish, Professor Wang remembered Lin Xuan. Wait, he'd forgotten about him. "I'll see for myself whether every student is truly engaged," Su Hua said, her eyes narrowing. Professor Wang's mind raced. The school had called Lin Xuan their treasured gem. No way could he let Boss Su catch him sleeping. What if she expelled him? They couldn't afford to lose the genius who'd solved the only conjecture. "Lin Xuan, wake up." Boss Su, I suddenly remember there are some things in the classroom that might be inconvenient for you to see. Let me handle them first before you come in." Before anyone could react, the professor unceremoniously closed the classroom door. He hurried over and shook Lin Xuan's shoulders a few times. Lin Xuan was sleeping too deeply and didn't wake up. The professor could only say, "The major shareholder of our school, the CEO of Su Corporation, Boss Su, is here." Oh, the students nodded. Boss Su often came to see Lin Xuan, so they were used to it. They carried on as usual, acting no differently. After all, Boss Su only had eyes for Lin Xuan and she never even noticed them. The professor frowned. What was going on? The CEO of Su Corporation was visiting the school, specifically their class, yet none of the students seemed the least bit nervous or excited. Why were they all so calm? It was eerily unsettling. The principal knocked on the classroom door. The professor didn't have time to dwell on it and quickly said, "I'm going to open the door now. Before Boss Su comes in, someone needs to wake Lin Xuan up. I'm afraid if Boss Su sees him sleeping, she might punish him." The students sitting near Lin Xuan dismissed the professor's words with indifference. What kind of international joke was this? Boss Su doted on Lin Xuan. How could she possibly punish him? Well, actually she would punish him, just not in the way the professor was thinking. More like in bed. Not a single student took the professor's warning seriously. They all remained quietly seated, making no move to wake Lin Xuan from his deep slumber. After his futile warning, the professor rushed to open the door for Su Hua, John King, and the school administrators. The principal frowned at the professor. What's the matter? Why did it take you so long to open the door? He had nearly frozen under the icy aura radiating from Boss Su. After what felt like forever, the professor had finally shown up. The professor apologized. Principal, my sincerest apologies. The experimental equipment was difficult to put away, so it took longer than expected. The principal narrowed his eyes skeptically. You're a computer science professor. What experimental equipment? Principal, well, you see, the professor wiped sweat from his forehead. My teaching methods are unique. Yes, that's it. So I need experimental tools to demonstrate concepts more vividly. It helps the students understand better. Is that so? The principal nodded, half convinced. Rumors said this new professor had unconventional teaching methods. And indeed, he was unusual. Principal, Boss Su, esteemed administrators, were you here to observe whether the students are studying attentively? Please, come in. The professor bowed obsequiously. Very well. The principal nodded. Boss Su, after you. The principal respectfully gestured for Su Hua to enter. Echown. Su Hua stepped inside, followed by the principal and the other administrators. The professor had assumed Wang Da and the others had already woken Lin Xuan, but one glance told him otherwise. Lin Xuan was still sprawled over his desk, fast asleep. The professor, exclamation, 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 the sky was falling. What was wrong with these students? Couldn't they even wake one person? Su Hua's gaze swept across the classroom before settling on Lin Xuan, asleep at his desk. Her crimson lips curled into a smile. She had guessed right again. Xuan was indeed sleeping. A student who wasn't paying attention in class deserved punishment. With graceful steps, Su Hua approached Lin Xuan. The professor watched in despair. Lin Xuan had caught Boss Su's attention. Sleeping like this would not end well for him. Someone of Boss Su's status wouldn't care about his academic achievements. Rumors painted her as decisive and unforgiving. She tolerated no flaws. Principal, the professor lowered his head. I'm sorry, I couldn't wake Lin Xuan. You mean him sleeping? The principal asked. Yes, the professor nodded. Oh, that's fine. The principal waved it off. If he is tired, let him sleep. It's not a problem. Sleeping was nothing. Even if Lin Xuan demolished the entire building, it wouldn't matter. The professor thought the principal was being sarcastic. How could it not be a problem? This would leave a terrible impression on Boss Su. And hadn't the administrators called Lin Xuan their treasured gem? They had repeatedly warned him to take good care of Lin Xuan and avoid offending him at all costs. Principal, the professor said, eyes shut in resignation. Punish me for Lin Xuan's mistake. Whatever the penalty, I'll accept it. The principal looked baffled. Punish him? But what? He must be worried Boss Su would blame him for Lin Xuan sleeping. But Professor Wang was new. He probably didn't know about Boss Su and Lin Xuan's relationship. Relax, Professor Wang, the principal said with a knowing smile. Boss Su would never punish young Master Lin. Hut! Professor Wang frowned. Never punish Lin Xuan? What did that mean? An outrageous thought crossed his mind. Could it be Boss Su had taken a liking to Lin Xuan? No, that couldn't be. Rumors said Boss Su kept men at arm's length and Lin Xuan was just a senior in college. Why would she be interested in him? Don't worry if you don't understand. Just watch, you'll see. The principal chuckled before turning his attention back to Su Hua and Lin Xuan. Su Hua had reached Lin Xuan's side. Today, she wore an elegant white kipao, exuding refined grace. The perfectly tailored dress accentuated her alluring curves, her slender waist, her graceful posture. The slit in the skirt revealed glimpses of her long, shapely legs. Her hair was loosely pinned up with a wooden hairpin, leaving only 2 strands framing her face. Her eyes sparkled, her skin flawless, and an inexplicable charm radiated from her. The students dared not stare too long, quickly averting their gazes. A woman like Boss Su was beyond their reach. Anyone foolish enough to try courting her wouldn't live to regret it. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was deep in a pleasant dream. In it, he was with Su Hua. For once, he played the dominant role, finally overpowering her in bed, proving his masculinity. Lin Xuan knew it was just a dream. In reality, unless Hua Bao let him, he could never reduce her to such a state. Su Hua bent at the waist, her soft lips brushing against Lin Xuan's ear. Xuan, stand up and be the master. Wang Da had already taken a seat 2 rows away. The moment he learned Su Hua was coming, he had swiftly changed his position. Earlier, when he had his arms slung around Xuan's shoulders, he'd received a death glare from Su Hua. Absolutely terrifying. There was no way he'd let Su Hua think he was trying to steal Xuan away from her. So, the second he heard she was coming to seek Shu, and he'd slipped away and settled 2 seats over. Wang Da propped his chin on his hand, elbow resting on the desk, looking thoroughly amused. Shu En had clearly come to school today to avoid Su Hua, and yet, here she was tracking him down on campus. This was getting good. He wondered if Shu En would feel like the sky was falling when he woke up and saw Su Hua standing right in front of him. Lin Xuan, hearing Su Hua call him Ok Xuan, assumed it was part of his dream. He turned his head the other way and kept sleeping. Ok Xuan, wake up, Su Hua called again. Professor Wang blinked in confusion, glancing between Su Hua and Lin Xuan. Wasn't this a little off? Shouldn't Su Hua, a powerful business magnate, have just sent a subordinate or even the school administration to wake Lin Xuan up? Why was she acting so intimate? It almost felt like she and Lin Xuan were in a relationship. Stop bothering me, Lin Xuan muttered in his sleep. I'm busy becoming the master here. Who's master? Su Hua asked, lips curving. Still half asleep, Lin Xuan answered without thinking. Hua Bao's, of course. Other than Hua Bao, he had zero interest in being anyone else's master. Wang Da's jaw dropped. He couldn't help but give Lin Xuan a thumbs up. Damn, Xuan had guts. The other students, Su Hua was the top business tycoon in the country, and this guy actually wanted to be her master. Lin Xuan's ambitions were impressively bold. Hua Bao? Professor Wang frowned. Who was this Hua Bao? The principal chuckled. Professor Wang, you're out of the loop. Su Hua's full name is Su Hua. Hua Bao is Lin Xuan's personal nickname for her. Professor Wang was stunned. Wait, were they actually dating? Becoming my master? Su Hua's eyes curved into crescents. Sure, I'll let you. Wang Da. This was how Su Hua acted around Lin Xuan. Holy crap, she was actually agreeing to let Xuan be her master. The icy, untouchable Su Hua everyone knew was being soft, gentle, and even submissive in front of Xuan. Wasn't this guy living the dream? Su Hua couldn't resist pressing a kiss to Lin Xuan's cheek. The sensation felt too real. Slowly, Lin Xuan's sleep-addled brain caught up. If Hua Bao was still exhausted in bed, then who was kissing him right now? Wait, wasn't he supposed to be in class? Hell no. He couldn't let some random woman take liberties with him. Just being noticed by another girl could land him in a week-long timeout with Su Hua. If she found out someone had kissed him, he'd be locked up for a year, maybe even forever. Lin Xuan jolted awake in panic, desperate to see who dared to kiss him. And then he saw Su Hua standing over him, smiling. Lin Xuan, exclamation, 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 what the Hua Bao? Exclamation, his heart nearly stopped. Hua Bao, what are you doing here? Lin Xuan, Su Hua said, her red lips quirking as of now I'm the school's board director. You're a student. So, you should address me as Director Su. The students and faculty present, since when did school board directors openly kiss their students on the cheek? And now she was putting on a formal act? Lin Xuan had no idea what game she was playing, but he obediently nodded. Yes, Director Su. Lin Xuan, Su Hua continued, her tone strictly professional. As a student, you're expected to pay attention in class. Sleeping is unacceptable. Professor Wang was thoroughly lost now. A second ago, Su Hua had been whispering to Lin Xuan like they were a couple. Now, they were back to being just board director and student. So what were they, exactly? Lin Xuan stood up straight, the picture of a model student. Understood, Director Su. I was in the wrong. Lin Xuan, while your attitude is commendable, you still broke the rules. There must be consequences. Su Hua arched a brow. Wang Da frowned. What kind of role play were these two into now? Intrigued, he settled in to enjoy the show. Punishment? Su Hua never punished him unless it was Lin Xuan's mind immediately went to the bedroom. I mean, Director Su, he hurriedly explained, I won first place in the computer science team competition. My reward was a wish I asked for the freedom to skip classes whenever I wanted. No way was he getting dragged back into bed. The principal nodded. Director Su, that's correct. Is that so? Su Hua's smile deepened. Well then, Xuan's excuse for hiding from her by coming to school was officially useless. Lin Xuan's gut twisted at the look on her face. But Su Hua said, her lips curving, your wish didn't include permission to sleep in class. As a student, if you're present, you must participate properly. Don't you agree? Lin Xuan shot her a resentful look. And whose fault was it that he was so exhausted? He'd thought coming to school would give him a break from her. Who knew she'd track him down here? With a resigned sigh, Lin Xuan asked, what's my punishment, Director Su? Come with me. Su Hua turned and walked out. Lin Xuan obediently followed. The faculty members moved to trail after them, but the principal stopped them. Let the young couple have their privacy. What are you? A bunch of third wheels. There's plenty of work to be done around campus. Go handle it. With that, he shooed them all away. Professor Wang was still baffled. Principal, what exactly is the relationship between Director Su and Lin Xuan? You really can't tell? The principal frowned. No, Professor Wang admitted. At first, he'd thought they were a couple, but their later exchange had thrown him off. The principal chuckled. They've been together for at least a year, maybe even 3 or 4. It's suspected Su Hua had bought shares in the university specifically because of Lin Xuan. They'd probably been dating even back then. Accepting the punishment, the professor was dumbfounded. So, they really were a couple. Principal, Boss Su and Lin Xuan's way of interacting is quite unique. The professor couldn't help but comment. He felt like he couldn't keep up with the times anymore. He didn't understand how young couples behave these days. It is quite unique. The principal nodded in agreement. As soon as the school officials left, the students immediately began buzzing with gossip. I remember Boss Su always doted on Lin Xuan. How could she suddenly punish him? Did they have a fight or something? Are you serious? If they'd really fought, why would Boss Su act so affectionate when Lin Xuan was sleeping earlier? And when she spoke to him just now, she wasn't cold at all, she was smiling the whole time. Another student retorted, rolling his eyes. Well, if they didn't fight, then why did Boss Su punish Lin Xuan just now? The first student, wide-eyed with innocence, pressed. No. This punishment isn't that kind of punishment. A boy who had watched too many adult films and knew all the ins and outs said mysteriously. Boss Su was giving Lin Xuan a loving punishment. The innocent student finally caught on, his face instantly burning red. The other boy slung an arm around his shoulders. Chen, you're way too naive. I'll take you out to broaden your horizons someday. Su Hua walked ahead, Lin Xuan trailing behind her. Jiang King had already slipped away, leaving just the two of them. Lin Xuan's heart pounded nervously. Su Hua didn't say a word. She led him straight to the villa. Lin Xuan's stomach was in knots. The moment they stepped inside, Su Hua pinned him against the wall. Xuan, why do you look so afraid of me today? Do you think I'll eat you alive? Su Hua arched a delicate brow. Lin Xuan thought to himself, wouldn't she though? He thought about the punishment she had mentioned. Well, there was no escaping it. Might as well take the initiative. Maybe then it wouldn't last as long. Lin Xuan wrapped his arms around Su Hua's slender waist and flipped their positions. Now it was him pinning her against the wall. Su Hua's lips curled up as she looped her arms around his neck, her brows lifting playfully. Lin Xuan, what are you trying to do? Seduce the school board director? Her tone was dripping with suggestion. That's right. Director Su, will you let me? Lin Xuan murmured. And how exactly do you plan to seduce me? Su Hua challenged, lips quirking. Lin Xuan tilted her chin up and kissed her. A flicker of amusement flashed in Su Hua's eyes. Seems Xuan misunderstood something. But soon, she couldn't think straight anymore. Lin Xuan's presence enveloped her completely, intoxicating her. And thanks to her guidance, his kissing skills had improved dramatically. Su Hua's mind went hazy. The air between them grew hotter. Lin Xuan's fingers instinctively moved to undo the buttons of her kipao, but Su Hua caught his hand just in time. Xuan, so impatient, she teased in a low voice. Did you forget? I'm on my period. Lin Xuan, he had forgotten. His Hua bao was off limits right now. Su Hua rose on her tiptoes, pressing her lips to his ear. Does it hurt down there? Let me help you, okay? After Lin Xuan found relief, he went to shower. When he came out, Su Hua was sitting on the sofa, flipping through a magazine. Done showering? She set the magazine aside and patted over in her slippers. Lin Xuan's gaze flickered to her red lips, then quickly darted away, his face heating up as memories of earlier flooded back. Su Hua chuckled at his flustered expression. Xuan, we've been together so long. There's nothing we haven't done. No need to be shy. Hua bao, let's go back. Lin Xuan coughed lightly. Not yet. Su Hua smirked. Xuan hasn't received his real punishment. Lin Xuan frowned. Hadn't they already? What punishment? He asked, confused. I'm punishing you to spend the rest of the day with me. We're going out? To Su Hua, nothing was more enticing than curling up in bed with Lin Xuan. But she was on her period, and he had been exhausted the past few days. He needed a break. The books said not to push a man too hard. All right, Lin Xuan agreed. Su Hua first took him to an amusement park, then to a romantic movie. When the female lead began undressing, Su Hua's brows knitted in displeasure. She immediately hooked an arm around Lin Xuan's neck, pulling his face toward her. Xuan, don't look at other women. If you want to see something, I'll show you later, she whispered. Okay. Lin Xuan nodded. He hadn't planned to look anyway. The moment Su Hua touched him, he'd already averted his eyes. Other women meant nothing to him, they might as well be pigs. He wasn't interested, especially not with a Yandere like Su Hua by his side. That was no joke. Su Hua's eyes curved into crescents, warmth flickering in her gaze. Xuan is so well behaved. This movie was one Su Hua had specifically asked John King to recommend, a deeply romantic film with plenty of steamy scenes. Most couples wouldn't be able to resist, let alone Su Hua and Lin Xuan, who practically lived in each other's arms. They sat in the very back row. On screen, the lovers kissed. In the theater, so did they. The chemistry between them was electric. Only the final step remained untouched. Su Hua mused to herself she should have asked John King to find more movies like this. Meanwhile, photos of Su Hua and Lin Xuan's outing were taken by Zhao Long's men and delivered to him. Zhao Long calmly flipped through the images, his expression unreadable. After a long silence, a cold smile twisted his lips. My Ling looks so happy with Lin Xuan. That smile, she never once showed it when she was with us in shadow. So happy it makes me want to destroy it. What a shame! Last time, Lin Xuan was too cunning. He'd set up countermeasures in advance, avoiding Zhao Long's trap entirely. Because of that, Ling never saw his true colors. Ling, Zhao Long suddenly crushed the photos in his fist. Love is the most deceitful thing in this world. You should be like before, your eyes should only see blood and my orders. Don't worry, I'll make sure you see Lin Xuan for what he really is. A murderous glint flashed in Zhao Long's eyes. The moment Ling saw the truth would be Lin Xuan's last. If it weren't for Lin Xuan, Ling would never have left the Shadow Organization. Lin Xuan, that bastard deserves to die. Boss, Zhao Long's subordinate asked hesitantly, what do you plan to do? Help him regain his memory. Zhao Long closed his eyes, rotating the prayer beads in his hand with an expressionless face. Keep finding ways to capture Lin Xuan and help him regain his memories, he said coldly. He wanted Lin Xuan to remember the cruel side of Ling, to make Lin Xuan reject Ling entirely. Understood, his subordinate nodded. Atu. Lin Xuan, still watching a movie, sneezed several times and rubbed his nose. Who was thinking about him? Fang Corporation. The information Feng Ye had asked Fang Wyman to investigate had finally reached his desk. A heavy slap landed on the table. Feng Wyman roared in fury. Has Lin Lai grown tired of living? How dare he scheme against my daughter like this? If the company weren't tied up with other matters, he would have immediately retaliated against Starlight Group, teaching them a lesson they wouldn't forget. He'd make sure they understood the consequences of crossing Feng Wyman. Chairman, Secretary Chen said respectfully, Lin Lai never truly loved Miss Ye. His intention to marry her was purely for the Feng family's wealth. Of course, I knew his motives. Feng Wyman scoffed. With my daughter's weight, there's no way a man like Lin Lai would genuinely fall for her. He adored his daughter, but he wasn't blind. She lacked the charm to captivate a man, especially someone like Lin Lai, who came from a decent family and had good looks. From the start, he had suspected Lin Lai's ulterior motives, but Ye was too love-struck. No matter how much he warned her, she refused to listen, even threatening suicide to force his approval of their relationship. Back then, he had thought, fine, whatever Lin Lai's reasons, as long as he treats Ye well, I'll allow it. I'll keep an eye on him to ensure he never harms her. Never had he imagined Lin Lai would stoop so low. Lin Lai is impotent, and my daughter has always been insecure. He probably thought marrying her would ensure she'd never expose him. His personality must be twisted beyond measure. Feng Wyman clenched his fists, his eyes dark with rage. That bastard planned everything perfectly. If Ye had married him, who knows how much suffering she would have endured. Secretary Chen nodded in relief. Chairman, it's fortunate Lin Lai's true nature was exposed before the wedding. Still, I wonder who was behind it. Who else but Lin Xuan? Feng Wyman said. He had to admit, Lin Xuan's capabilities were extraordinary. In the future, his Tamu group might rise to unimaginable heights, perhaps even rivaling Su Corporation. Lin Xuan was not someone he could afford to antagonize. Speaking of Lin Xuan, Feng Wyman suddenly asked, how's the investigation going regarding his childhood connection with Ye? No results yet, Secretary Chen shook her head. Just then, her phone rang. Understood, she answered before hanging up. She excused herself and returned shortly with a brown document folder. Chairman, we've completed the investigation. These are Lin Xuan's childhood records. Feng Wyman took the folder. Secretary Chen added, Lin Xuan did attend the same school as Miss Ye. He was also bullied back then. Feng Wyman flipped through the documents until he found a childhood photograph. He nodded in satisfaction. With this photo, Ye could confirm whether Lin Xuan was indeed the boy who had comforted her all those years ago. Glancing at his watch, Feng Weiman noted it was already 5:30 p.m. time to leave. It's getting late, Secretary Chen. You may go. Yes, sir. As she turned to leave, Feng Weiman called out again. Wait, Chairman, is there anything else? One more thing, Feng Weiman said coldly. Send men to ambush Lin Lai. Beat him half to death, just make sure he's left breathing. His teeth gritted. Make him suffer. As long as he doesn't die, anything goes. Letting Lin Lai off easily was unacceptable. Understood. With the arrangements made, Feng Weiman took the investigation files on Lin Xuan and Lin Lai and headed home. Feng Ye had already bounced back, indulging in food and drink as usual. Her recent overindulgence had left her noticeably rounder. Yeah, here's the report on Lin Lai. Feng Weiman handed her the file. Those thugs were hired by him. He deliberately manipulated you. Feng Ye scanned the contents, her face hardening with fury. People mocked her all the time, but no one had ever dared to deceive and humiliate her like this. Don't worry, yeah, I've already sent men to teach him a lesson. Dad, she clenched her jaw. If you catch him, let me know. I want to deal with him myself. Fine. Feng Weiman nodded, relieved to see no lingering pain in her expression. Dad, what's that other folder? She pointed at the remaining document. Ah, I almost forgot. He handed it to her. This is Lin Xuan's file, the one you asked for. Feng Ye eagerly snatched it and tore it open, skimming through the contents. We really did go to the same high school. Her voice trembled with excitement. As she flipped further, a photograph slipped out. She picked it up. The photo showed a teenage boy in tattered clothes. Her eyes lit up. Dad, it's him. She grabbed Feng Weiman's arm, trembling with joy. He's the boy who comforted me when I was bullied. Finally, I found him. Feng Weiman smiled, sharing her happiness. Her interest in Lin Xuan meant she had truly moved on from Lin Lai. Yeah, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Lin Xuan? Have a crush on him? A faint blush crept onto Feng Ye's cheeks. I do have a bit of a crush on him. Truth be told, she was a bit of a looks person. Lin Xuan was far more handsome than Lin Lai, and his abilities outshone Lin Lai's by a mile. Over the past few days, she had searched for information about Lin Xuan online. She discovered he was a computer genius who had solved the Oli problem. Not only that, he had founded Skyvale Group, which had grown explosively in just over a year, unstoppable in its rise. Lin Xuan had looks, talent, and he was the same man who had comforted her as a child. With all these qualities stacked together, Feng Ye couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Yeah, Feng Weiman couldn't hold back. Are you sure someone like you is good enough for Lin Xuan? Feng Ye's expression stiffened. Her family background and education weren't issues, but she was too overweight, 150 pounds at just 5'3". Sometimes, she couldn't even bring herself to look in the mirror. Dad, I'm going to lose weight. Determination flashed in Feng Ye's eyes. She had to become prettier, so she could be worthy of Lin Xuan. All right, Feng Weiman nodded. Then go for it. But yeah, you can pursue Lin Xuan, just don't force him, understand? Not only was Lin Xuan someone he couldn't afford to offend, but he also wanted his daughter to find genuine happiness. A forced marriage would never bring joy. Okay? Feng Ye nodded. Once she slimmed down, she would make Lin Xuan fall for her. Clenching her fists, her face brimmed with resolve. These past few days, Lin Cheng hadn't returned to the Lin household. Online, discussions about Lin Lai becoming a eunuch and losing fertility were still rampant. Many people were active in comment sections across various platforms. Hey, have you heard about Lin Lai losing his manhood and becoming a eunuch, plus the infertility thing? Those unfamiliar with Lin Lai's situation would inevitably grow curious upon seeing such remarks. Eunuchs were supposed to be a thing of the past, how could there still be one now? Driven by this kind of thinking, gossip-loving netizens would search it up to get the scoop. Practically every internet-savvy person knew about Lin Lai's complete emasculation. Offline, people would bring it up too. Let me tell you, I saw something wild online. Word spread, and soon half the country knew about Lin Lai's predicament. Lin Lai hadn't dared to leave the house or go to school these days. Instead, he tortured himself by endlessly scrolling through comments about him. His fanbase had nearly vanished, with almost no one defending him. The remarks were overwhelmingly mocking and insulting. Ah, Lin Lai snapped, hurling his phone against the wall. With a loud crack, it rebounded and shattered on the floor, the screen splintering into pieces. What right do any of you have to judge me? Lin Lai seethed. So what if I'm a eunuch? I'm a top-ranking student at University, one of the best schools. I'm rich, and the entire Starlight Group will be mine someday. What I have is beyond what any of you will ever achieve. You're all just commoners, lowly and poor. No matter what, you're in no position to laugh at me. Just wait. Not only will I become Starlight Group's chairman, I'll take it to new heights and make it one of the top companies in the country. I'll make every single one of you regret looking down on me. Lin Lai roared. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping came at his door. Lin Lai lowered his gaze, masking the darkness in his eyes. After composing himself, he went to answer. Jiang Shuken looked at him with concern. Lear, are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Lai forced a smile. Lear, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Jiang Shuken's eyes welled up. It's okay, Mom. I don't blame you, Lin Lai reassured her. This wasn't your fault to begin with. But Jiang Shuken grasped his hand. Your father only cares about profit. He wanted to use you to secure a good marriage alliance, something to benefit Starlight Group. She was trying to brainwash him. She didn't want Lin Lai to keep respecting Lin Chang. Now that Lin Chang was infertile and couldn't have more children, if Lear and Wanner's sisters all abandoned him, she'd like to see how Lin Chang would cope. That's why, Lear, when Lin Chang found out you were a eunuch, he reacted so harshly. The moment this happened, he disappeared for days. Lear, your father doesn't deserve your filial devotion. Lin Lai sneered inwardly. Jiang Shuken was still playing her manipulative games. Now that she and Lin Chang were at odds, she was pinning her hopes on him. To him, Jiang Shuken and Lin Chang were cut from the same cloth, both rotten. Once she found out he was actually Wang Yajin and Lin Chang's son, she probably want him dead. Despite these thoughts, his face betrayed nothing. He nodded earnestly. Mom, I know. Between you and Dad, you're the only one who truly cares about me. Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of you in the future. You'll live the life of a pampered socialite. Good. Jiang Shuken beamed. I'll be counting on my Lear to spoil me then. Mom, I'm a little tired. I think I'll take a nap. Of course. Rest well. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Shuken left. Lin Lai didn't sleep. Instead, he kept scrolling through the taunting comments. No, I can't just sit here and take this. Abruptly, he stood up, phone in hand. He rushed downstairs. Where's my mother? Lin Lai frowned at a servant. Master Lin, Madam went out for a skincare session with some other ladies, the servant answered respectfully. Lin Lai left the Lin residence and headed straight for Yundu prison. Soon, Wang Yajin was brought to see him. Where? Wang Yajin's face lit up with excitement. You finally came to see me. I missed you so much. Mom, I'm sorry, Lin Lai said apologetically. I've been busy lately and couldn't make time to visit. It's alright. I'm doing fine here. Don't worry about me if you're tied up. By the way, Lear, Wang Yajin asked worriedly, how have you been? Are you okay? Lin Lai pressed his lips together. Wang Yajin noticed something was off about Lin Lai's expression and asked with concern, Lai, what exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Maybe I can help you figure it out. Lin Lai tightened his grip on the phone, his voice somber. Earlier, I was captured by someone, forced to drink the root-severing water, and turned into a eunuch. Coming to get him, the prison guards were monitoring their conversation, and one of them, being an avid internet user, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Lai's words. This is too funny. Little Wang, what are you laughing at? Another officer asked curiously. Little Wang's grin hadn't faded yet. Lin Lai just came for a visit and mentioned being a eunuch. Thinking about the online drama, I just couldn't hold it in. Wait, Little Wang's laughter suddenly stopped. Wasn't Lin Lai the son of Lin Chang and Jiang Shuken? Why was he calling Wang Yajin mom? He remembered that Wang Yajin had conspired to have her husband run over and left in a vegetative state so she could hook up with Lin Chang. Holy crap! So Lin Lai was actually Wang Yajin and Lin Chang's son, and Jiang Shuken had no idea. She'd been raising the other woman's child while her own biological son was kicked out of the house. Wasn't the scandal way too juicy? The prison guard couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If it weren't for his job, he'd be sharing this gossip with everyone. Wang Yajin's eyes widened. Lear, how could you have become a eunuch? I don't know who did it. It wasn't Lin Xuan, but I can't think of anyone else who'd do this, Lin Lai said, biting his lip. A few days ago was my wedding to Feng Ye, the heiress of Feng Corporation. At this, Wang Yajin's eyes lit up. Her son was marrying the Feng Corporation heiress? This was fantastic. If he really married her, the entire Feng Corporation would be his. She'd be set for life. But Lin Lai's next word shattered her fantasy. Everything was ready for the wedding, but then it all blew up right there at the ceremony. Wang Yajin froze. Who did it? Lin Xuan, Lin Lai said weakly, his energy drained. No doubt it was him. Now everyone knows I'm a eunuch. Dad even took me to the hospital for tests. Oh, and Dad's also sterile now. He personally took me to check, and he knows my sperm is completely non-viable. Now that Lin Qiu and is his only hope for an heir, he might bring him back and kick me out. Mom, what should I do? If I'm thrown out of the Lin family, Lin Qiuan will make sure I can't earn a living. When you get out of prison, I won't even be able to give you a decent life. The eavesdropping guard was thoroughly entertained. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Good thing he hadn't taken leave, otherwise he'd have missed the soap opera-worthy drama. The level of absurdity was like fiction come to life. Hearing this, Wang Yajin's face twisted with worry. She tightened her grip on the phone. Lear, don't worry. Mom will handle this. I won't let them throw you out. Mom, can you really do it? Lin Lai's eyes flickered with hope before dimming again. Is it even possible? Your father will visit me in 2 days. I'll convince him not to disown you, Wang Yajin said confidently. She wasn't young anymore, and Lin Chang wasn't exactly the loyal type, but she'd kept him hooked all these years because she knew exactly how to play him. She catered to his whims, ensuring he never lost interest. Now, she'd used his guilt to keep Lin Lai in the family and in Starlight Group. Visiting time's almost up, the guard reminded them. 1 minute left. Say what you need to say. Lear, go home and wait for my good news, Wang Yajin said. All right, take care of yourself in here, Mom. Lin Lai nodded, hung up, and left the prison with a lighter heart. He needed to clear his mind, so instead of heading straight home, he wandered the streets. The heat became unbearable, and he finally pulled off his hat and mask for some relief. Earlier, 2 girls had mistaken him for a celebrity and kept staring. The moment he revealed his face, they recognized him instantly. Lin Lai, it's Lin Lai, the guy who got exposed as a eunuch at his sham wedding. They pointed at him excitedly. Soon, a crowd gathered. Is that the scumbag Lin Lai? An elderly man asked curiously. Yep, that's him, a gap-toothed woman spat in Lin Lai's direction. A lying eunuch, tricking girls into marriage just to steal their family's money. Disgusting. A younger girl added, he's done this before. At his birthday party over a year ago, he was caught cheating with another woman, Shen Kainqian, another only child. He wanted her money too, but karma got him good. More and more people noticed Lin Lai. Now a public enemy, he was like a rat scurrying from a mob. The nearby market meant many had vegetables on hand, cabbages, eggs, anything they could throw rain down on him. Die, you cheating eunuch! Serves you right for scamming people! A middle-aged woman hurled produce while cursing loudly. Lin Lai knew he couldn't stay. He squeezed through the crowd, covered in filth, and fled to his car. Too shaken to linger, he drove off. But his mood remained heavy. He needed somewhere deserted, where no one would point and stare. He headed for the outskirts, where mountains stretched endlessly and people were scarce. Screech! A car pulled up abruptly in front of him. Lin Lai slammed the brakes. Frowning, he stepped out and approached the black vehicle, ready to confront the driver. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the window. 2 bodyguards stepped out. Then, another car stopped behind him. 2 more men in identical suits emerged. I can satisfy you. Lin Lai sensed the danger and immediately turned to run back to his car. Just as his hand touched the car door handle, a bodyguard kicked him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. Trying to run? Don't even think about it. Sitting on the ground, Lin Lai glared at them, gritting his teeth. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Who we are isn't something you need to know. The bodyguards wasted no time on further words. One of them swiftly pulled a burlap sack over Lin Lai's head. Let me go! Help! Someone help! Lin Lai struggled violently, shouting at the top of his lungs. One of the bodyguards frowned and asked, do we have tape or a rag or something? No, another replied, shaking his head. None of them wanted to tear their own clothes to gag him, so one simply delivered a sharp chop to the back of Lin Lai's neck, knocking him unconscious. Before darkness took him, despair flashed in Lin Lai's eyes. His mind replayed scenes from the 2 previous times he'd been locked in a basement and tortured, each experience worse than death. He never wanted to go through that again. He should have hired bodyguards, but he was broke now. He couldn't afford any. Was he really about to endure that unbearable agony once more? The first time, they'd forced him to drink a potion that rendered him a eunuch. The second time, they ripped out his fingernails and toenails. So what would they do to him this time? After Lin Lai passed out, the bodyguards dragged him into the trunk of a car. Then, they called Feng Wyman. Feng Wyman listened to the report on the other end of the line and nodded. Understood. He hung up. Dad, who was that? Someone from the company? Feng Ye was sulking as she picked at the bland meal in front of her plain boiled greens, hard-boiled eggs, and tasteless chicken breast. It was disgusting. If not for her determination to become someone worthy of Lin Qiu and to make him notice her, she wouldn't be forcing this down. Feng Wyman answered, yeah, my secretary just called. They've captured Lin Lai. So soon? Feng Ye's eyes lit up. Feng Wyman nodded. Didn't you say you wanted to teach him a lesson yourself? Still interested? Absolutely. Feng Ye's gaze darkened. If Lin Lai dared to scheme against her, he'd better be ready to face the consequences. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Su Hua had people keeping tabs on Lin Lai. The moment something happened, John King immediately called her right in the middle of a heated kiss with Lin Chu and in the movie theater. The ringing shattered the intimate moment. Su Hua pressed the phone to her ear, her voice icy. This better be important. John King shivered. She rubbed her arms. Damn, the boss was in a foul mood today. Had she swallowed explosives or something? Wait! Su Hua was with young master Lin Xuan. Those two were always all over each other. If Su Hua was this pissed had she interrupted them in the middle of, John King shuddered. Disturbing Su Hua's fun? She must have a death wish. She rushed to explain, Boss, you told us to monitor Lin Lai and report any developments immediately, right? So she had a valid reason for calling. This wasn't her fault. John King continued. I just got word the Feng family knocked Lin Lai out and stuffed him in a sack. Su Hua's voice remained frosty. Unless it involves Xu and don't bother me with his affairs again. She hung up. John King exhaled in relief. The boss was terrifying, especially when her activities were interrupted. Even though Su Hua hadn't punished her, John King feared retaliation later. Back in the theater, Lin Xu and asked curiously, Hua, what happened to Lin Lai? Su Hua replied, the Feng family took him. No way. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, intrigued. After all the lies he fed them, Lin Lai's in for a world of pain. He smirked. This'll be fun to watch. Then he turned to Su Hua. Hey, Hua, can your people record whatever the Fangs do to him? Su Hua nodded. I'll arrange it. She typed out a message to John King. Su Hua, the demon boss, get footage of Lin Lai being tortured. Xuan wants to see it. John King, understood, boss. Jiang King finally relaxed. So young Master Lin Xuan was interested in Lin Lai's suffering. If he was happy, Su Hua's anger would fade. Looks like she'd survive this interruption after all. Lin Xuan really was her savior. Lin Xuan mused, I wonder how the Fangs will mess him up this time. Whatever they did, he just hoped they didn't kill Lin Lai outright. That would ruin his entertainment. Seeing Lin Xuan's eager expression, Su Hua's cold aura vanished completely. As long as Xuan was happy. Hua. Su Hua leaned closer, her voice low. John King will contact us once there's footage. Let's finish the movie, HM? Sure. Lin Xuan nodded. Su Hua rested her head against his chest as the film played on. The romantic leads on screen shared passionate kisses before tumbling into bed together. The scene cut to a shot of their clothes scattered on the floor, the rest left to the imagination. After a while, Lin Xuan couldn't resist stealing a glance at Su Hua's lips under the dim theater light. He swallowed hard. The sharp-eyed beauty noticed instantly. A smirk curled her lips as she whispered in his ear, if you want me, Xu, and I'll gladly oblige. Truthfully, she wanted him too. Su Hua tilted her head up, pulling Lin Xuan down into another deep kiss. Meanwhile, Lin Lai found himself in a familiar nightmare, dragged into yet another basement. He remained unconscious until Feng Ye arrived. Lin Xuan and Su Hua had already returned to Night Garden. The live feed from the basement streamed directly to Su Hua's phone. She had the staff projected onto the TV. Su Hua remembered Feng Ye all too well. Lin Lai's bride-to-be, the same woman who'd once set her sights on Xuan. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. Lin Xuan, however, sounded thrilled. Here we go. It's starting. You're still pretending with me. Are you looking forward to her arrival? Su Hua's fingers traced circles on Lin Xuan's chest, her tone feigning nonchalance. Of course, Lin Xuan answered without hesitation. Su Hua's fingers stilled, and the air around her turned icy, chilling to the bone. A servant rubbed their arms. Why was it suddenly so cold? Lin Xuan continued, earlier, I overheard the bodyguards talking about how Feng Ye is coming personally to deal with Lin Lai. Only when Feng Ye arrives will there be a good show to watch. That's why I'm looking forward to her coming. The coldness around Su Hua dissipated slightly. She knew exactly why Xu and was so excited to see Feng Ye and was certain he would never be interested in her. Still, she couldn't help feeling jealous. Only when Xu and said it out loud did she feel somewhat reassured. What do you think of Feng Ye? Su Hua pressed. The question put Lin Xuan on high alert. Back at Lin Lai's wedding, Feng Ye had seemed somewhat interested in him, and because of her, Su Hua had locked him in a dark room for 3 days and nights. He had to answer this carefully. If his answer displeased Su Hua, he had no idea how she'd punish him next. After weighing his words, Lin Xuan replied, Feng Ye is fat and stupid. She's not even worth comparing to you, Hua Bao. He pulled Su Hua closer and added, "In my eyes, no other woman is even qualified to stand beside you." Clearly appeased, Su Hua's lips curled into a smile. Xuan was so well behaved. Lin Xuan turned his attention back to the video. "Miss," the bodyguards greeted respectfully. One of them pointed at a burlap sack on the ground. "Miss, Lin Lai is inside the sack." Feng Ye's voice was icy. "Dump water on him. Wake him up." "Yes," the bodyguard acknowledged. Soon, a bucket of ice-cold water splashed over Lin Lai, jolting him awake. The moment he opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness, save for a sliver of light seeping through the sack's seams. "Help! Someone help me!" Lin Lai screamed again. Feng Ye let out a cold laugh and ordered, "Take the sack off him." So what if Lin Lai found out it was her? Starlight Group was nowhere near Feng Corporation's level. Lin Lai couldn't touch her. The sack was yanked off Lin Lai's head. Before him stood a pair of white high heels and thick legs. So fat, who was this? Lin Lai's gaze traveled upward until it landed on Feng Ye's frosty expression. His pupils shrank in shock. It really was Feng Ye. The hopelessness in Lin Lai's eyes was replaced by a flicker of hope. So the Feng family had kidnapped him. Feng Weiman had always despised him, and he had hidden the fact that he was a eunuch from both Feng Ye and her father. If Feng Weiman had been the one to show up today, escape would have been impossible. But Feng Ye was here. She was the most love-struck and gullible of them all. A few sweet words, a little coaxing, and she'd surely soften and let him go. Yeah. Lin Lai's face instantly morphed into one of deep affection, his eyes fixed on her. "Finally, I see you again. Do you know how much I've missed you? These past few days, I've dreamed of nothing but you. I've wanted to come find you so badly, but I know I hurt you deeply by hiding the truth about my condition. I was too ashamed to face you, too afraid to reach out. And even if I try, your father would never have let me see you. I never thought I'd get to see you again so soon." His voice brimmed with joy. Feng Ye watched him with mocking eyes. Ever since she'd snapped out of her infatuation, the illusion she'd had of Lin Lai had shattered. She wouldn't be fooled by his lies again. Hearing his heartfelt words, she felt nothing but cold disdain. Lin Lai waited, but Feng Ye remained silent. No matter. After how he deceived her, it was natural she'd still be angry. He just needed to sweet-talk her a little more. Lin Lai pressed on. "Yeah, what I said that day was true. The only reason I hid my condition was because I love you. There were so many times I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't. I was terrified you'd reject me." His eyes reddened, tears streaming down his face. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, clicking his tongue in admiration. No denying it, Lin Lai's acting was top-notch. If he were just an ordinary man, Lin Xuan would have recruited him into the company and groomed him for stardom. With skills like that, Lin Lai could have easily become an award-winning actor. Yet, Lin Lai's gaze remained locked on Feng Ye, overflowing with fake devotion. "I still love you. Can you accept me as I am now? I promise, I'll make it up to you in every other way. I'll treat you well for the rest of my life." Still, Feng Ye said nothing. Lin Lai's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "Forget it. A woman as outstanding as you, with your family status, you deserve a better man. I shouldn't hold you back." "Hup, hup, hup." Feng Ye slowly applauded. "What a performance. Lin Lai, I never knew you were such a talented actor." Thankfully, she'd learned the truth beforehand. Otherwise, she might have fallen for his act again today. "Yeah," Lin Lai said, pressing his lips together. "I wasn't acting. Every word I said was true. I swear." He raised 2 fingers toward the ceiling, declaring, "If a single word I just said was a lie, may lightning strike me dead. May I die a miserable death." He didn't believe in divine retribution. Everything was man-made. He'd sworn countless oaths before, and none had ever come true. So vows like this rolled off his tongue effortlessly. A cold laugh escaped Feng Ye's lips, her plump face twisted in contempt. "Lin Lai, stop pretending." Lin Lai knelt on the ground, looking up at her. His heart lurched. Why did Feng Ye seem so different today? The love in her eyes was gone, replaced by pure ice. Had she found out something? "I know everything," Feng Ye sneered. Lin Lai's stomach dropped. His lips trembled as he asked, "What do you know?" It's over, of course I know about that time in the U.S. when you heroically saved me from those thugs. There's no way such a coincidence could happen in this world." Feng Ye stared at Lin Lai. "Those thugs were hired by you, weren't they?" Lin Lai's face turned pale. She actually knew. And all those so-called chance encounters afterward weren't coincidences or fate either. They were all carefully orchestrated by you. "Lin Lai, you never actually liked me. What you wanted was my family background. You lost your roots, so you thought marrying me would give you control over me and access to the Feng family's wealth." Feng Ye had seen right through him. "No, that's not true." Lin Lai instinctively denied it. He knew he was at her mercy now. If she found out everything, she wouldn't let him off the hook. He grabbed her hand. Yeah, these are all lies. I didn't plan any of this. Someone must have misled you. His face was deathly pale as he immediately shifted the blame to Lin Chuan. Yeah, was it Lin Chuan? Listen, Lin Chuan resents me for being favored in the Lin family. He's been scheming against me. He must have fed you false information to turn you against me. Feng Ye had always held a favorable opinion of Lin Chuan, and seeing Lin Lai slander him like this infuriated her. Her expression darkened as she kicked Lin Lai to the ground. Then she stepped on his face. Lin Lai, did you really think I'd be so easy to fool? I was blind before, which is why I believed you actually cared about me. Let me make this clear, I won't be deceived by you again. Her plump face was devoid of any emotion. Realizing he couldn't talk his way out of this, Lin Lai's mind went blank. He couldn't go through those nightmares again. He had to make her believe he truly loved her. It was his only chance. Fine, yeah, I admit I deliberately approached you. Lin Lai lay on the ground, struggling to speak with her foot pressing on his face. But it was because I like you. I fell in love with you at first sight and thought the hero act would make you notice me. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had his arm around Su Hua's shoulders, watching the surveillance footage while enjoying the drama. Su Hua, however, wasn't interested in the spectacle. Instead, she occasionally picked up a piece of fruit and fed it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan sighed. Hua Bao, this surveillance footage is more entertaining than any movie. Su Hua's eyes curved into a smile. If there was one thing Lin Lai was good for, it was amusing Lin Xuan. Back in the basement, Feng Ye looked down at Lin Lai with scorn. If you really fell for me at first sight, then you should remember exactly when and where it happened. Tell me, where was I? What was I doing? Lin Lai clenched his fists. How the hell was he supposed to know that? Damn it! Since when had Feng Ye become so sharp? She'd always been a fool before. As he hesitated, Feng Ye pressed her foot harder against his face. Can't answer? She mocked. Of course I remember. Lin Lai blurted. It was 3 days before the thug incident. I saw you in the library, reading intently. I was browsing books too, and when I glanced at you, I couldn't look away. After that, I asked around about you. Feng Ye let out a cold laugh. Lin Lai, did you not know? I hate studying. Before meeting you, I never once stepped into a library voluntarily. Lin Lai froze. But you told me you loved reading in libraries. That was why he'd used it as part of his lie. Feng Ye burst into derisive laughter. I only pretended to be studious to impress you, Lin Lai. I wanted you to think well of me. Lin Lai's fists trembled with rage. But she'd tricked him again. So, Lin Lai, your so-called love at first sight was another lie. And let me tell you, I hate being lied to the most. She lifted her foot from his face and crouched down, gripping his chin. Lin Lai, you're going to enjoy what comes next. No. Lin Lai was terrified now. He clutched her arm. Yeah, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you. Do whatever you want to me, even though I don't have that anymore. I can still satisfy you. I can use my hands or anything else you want. Just name it, and I'll do it. His voice was desperate. He couldn't endure more torture. He was broken. No mate, Feng Ye sneered. I already have a man I love. I'm saving myself for him. Su Hua's hand, which had been feeding Lin Xuan, paused briefly before she calmly resumed, placing a piece of watermelon at his lips. Lin Lai's eyes widened. Their wedding was only 3 days away. How could she already be interested in someone else? Damn it! No wonder she wasn't acting like her usual stupid self. She'd moved on. No, she'd probably been seeing someone else even before calling off the wedding. That's why she'd broken it off so easily. Lin Lai snarled through gritted teeth. Lin Xuan suddenly had a very bad feeling. Hua Bao, this isn't worth watching anymore. Let's turn it off and go to bed. He reached for the remote, but Su Hua's slender fingers stopped him. Xuan, don't be in such a hurry. Her red lips curled. I think things are about to get interesting. But before he could argue, she added, are you trying to hide something? Lin Xuan coughed lightly. I've done nothing wrong. Why would I be nervous? Aside from childhood, he and Feng Ye had zero history. He was just worried Su Hua might get jealous again. Last time, just because Feng Ye glanced at him a few times, Su Hua had dragged him to their villa for 3 straight days. If Feng Ye admitted she liked him now, Su Hua would never let him off. The only silver lining right now was that Su Hua was on her period. If you're not nervous, then let's keep watching, okay? Su Hua arched a delicate brow. Her tone carried a subtle threat. Fine, let's watch. Lin Xuan braced himself. In this situation, how could he possibly refuse? The man I like is Lin Xuan, and Lin Xuan had no choice but to put down the remote and continue watching the surveillance footage projected on the TV. A sliver of hope still lingered in his heart. Maybe the man Feng Ye said she liked was someone else, not him. In the basement, Feng Ye's mind conjured up Lin Xuan's tall, handsome figure, and a sweet smile curled at the corners of her lips. The man I like is called, Feng Ye declared without hesitation, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's suspended heart finally dropped dead. Dummeth, this damn magnet for women physique of his. He hadn't done anything, yet these women just kept throwing themselves at him one after another. If it weren't for Su Hua liking his face, he'd have gladly reverted to his old, ugly appearance. At least then, these women wouldn't be interested in him. Su Hua. Lin Xuan turned stiffly toward her, his expression rigid. This really has nothing to do with me. I didn't seduce her. Su Hua replied calmly, I know. Lin Xuan's heart shot right back up into his throat. The calm before the storm. This was absolutely the calm before the storm. He was doomed. His poor kidneys. What? Lin Lai's pupils trembled violently. It's Lin Xuan? Could it be a coincidence? A different Lin Xuan? Yeah, Lin Lai asked, his voice shaking. Which Lin Xuan are you talking about? Feng Ye smiled. Your older brother, Lin Xuan. Lin Lai's fists clenched so tightly they trembled. It really was him. Intense hatred burned in Lin Lai's eyes. This was no coincidence. First Chen Kainqian, now Feng Ye. Did Lin Xuan just love stealing the women meant for him? Was he determined to take every woman Lin Lai was supposed to marry? No, he had to report this to Su Hua. Let her see how Lin Xuan flirted around behind her back. If he angered Su Hua, Lin Xuan would be finished. Mentioning Lin Xuan made Feng Ye's gaze toward Lin Lai grow even colder. Lin Lai, Lin Xuan had a terrible life in your family, didn't he? That's why he chose to cut ties with all of you. Lin Lai gritted his teeth. He was the one who wanted to leave. What does that have to do with us? To Feng Ye, Lin Lai was nothing but a liar. She didn't believe a single word he said. Back when Lin Xuan was young, he had often comforted her. Now, it was her turn to stand up for him. Maybe if Lin Xuan found out, he'd think more highly of her. You there, hold him down, Feng Ye ordered coldly. Lin Lai's body trembled uncontrollably. Yeah, we were together for so long. You can't do this to me. Just thinking about her past relationship with Lin Lai made Feng Ye furious. How dare he deceive her feelings? And worse, she had nearly married him. Would Lin Xuan mind that? Feng Ye's dark eyes bore into Lin Lai. She raised her hand, slap. Let. She struck Lin Lai's face repeatedly, putting all her strength into each blow. Lin Lai's lips split, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xuan watched with great interest. Satisfying? So damn satisfying. After 6 slaps, Feng Ye still wasn't satisfied. Let. She kept going. Lin Lai's screams echoed through the room. Finally, Feng Ye stopped, panting from exertion. Lin Lai's face was swollen, streaks of blood where her nails had scratched him. Feng Ye grabbed Lin Lai's hand, examining it. Your nails have grown back a bit. Lin Lai, dazed from the beating, suddenly snapped back to awareness. What are you planning? He stammered, his lips pale. Feng Ye ignored him, turning to a bodyguard. Do you have pliers? Yes, miss. Bring them to me. Right away. Soon, a pair of pliers was placed in Feng Ye's hand. Feng Ye, you can't do this. Lin Lai roared. His nails had once been torn out by Lin Xuan, and the trauma of that experience still haunted him. Seeing the pliers, his eyes reddened, his body shaking violently. Feng Ye smirked. Hold him still. And you, Lin Lai, don't move. If the pliers catch your flesh, you'll suffer even more. Lin Lai froze in terror. Feng Ye tested the pliers, but Lin Lai's nails were too short to grip. She tossed the tool aside carelessly. Lin Lai thought she had given up. A wave of relief washed over him. But then, bring me a small nail and a hammer, Feng Ye ordered. The bodyguard hesitated. Miss, you mean too. If I can't pull his nails out, I'll just hammer a hole first. Then the pliers will work. Lin Lai's eyes widened in horror. This method was infinitely more terrifying than just yanking them out. The tools were quickly delivered. Yeah, please. I'm begging you, don't do this. The bodyguards released him. Lin Lai dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically, pleading for mercy. Feng Ye remained unmoved. She had the bodyguards pin Lin Lai to the ground again. Kneeling beside him, she wordlessly hammered the nail into the flesh beneath his nail bed. Once the hole was big enough, she inserted the pliers and yanked. Lin Lai's blood-curdling screams filled the room as a bloody nail was ripped free. Lin Xuan watched Feng Ye's actions with amusement. Damn, Feng Ye is ruthless. Serves Lin Lai right for provoking her. Doesn't this scene feel familiar to you, Xuan? Su Hua arched a brow. Familiar? Lin Xuan frowned in confusion. If I recall correctly, you once pulled out Lin Lai's nails too, Su Hua remarked, her tone almost casual. Honestly, in some ways, you and Feng Ye are quite a match. It must have been Lin Xuan's doing. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, 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 holy shit. Feng Ye was just pulling out nails. How did Su Hua manage to twist it into this? Could this be considered a case of disaster striking out of nowhere while sitting at home? Lin Xuan could only explain, Su Hua, this is different. I only used pliers, while Feng Ye also used nails and a hammer. He was gentler, not as ruthless as Feng Ye. Oh, Su Hua raised an eyebrow. She didn't press further. Lin Xuan sat stiffly on the sofa, completely unable to focus on how Feng Ye was tormenting Lin Lai. He needed to figure out how to extinguish the jealousy burning in Su Hua. From the basement, Lin Lai's agonized screams continued to echo. The little bit of fingernails and toenails Lin Lai had managed to regrow were all brutally ripped out by Feng Ye. Lin Lai was drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking to his body as if he had just been fished out of water. Tie him to the cross, Feng Ye ordered. Miss, the head bodyguard reminded her. The master said we must spare Lin Lai's life. Don't worry, I know my limits, Feng Ye sneered. He's still full of energy, isn't he? The bodyguards didn't dare say more and followed her instructions, hoisting Lin Lai onto the cross. Feng Ye took a whip and lashed it across Lin Lai's body. Crack! 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 Ah! Lin Lai's screams filled the room. By the time Feng Ye finally stopped, Lin Lai was barely alive. Throw him out, she said coldly, tossing aside the torture tools. Notify the Lin family to come collect him. Lin Xuan turned off the TV. Su Hua, oh, we finished watching the video. Let's go back to our room, Lin Xuan said nervously. Butler Wang raised his hand, signaling the servants in the living room to leave. He gave Lin Xuan a sympathetic look. At Lin Lai's wedding, Su Hua had already been jealous when Feng Ye stared at Lin Xuan. Now, Feng Ye had openly admitted she liked him. Lin Xuan was doomed. No, more accurately, Lin Xuan's kidneys were doomed. Butler Wang shook his head with a wry smile and walked out of the living room. No rush? Su Hua pinned Lin Xuan down on the sofa. Feng Ye really has deep feelings for you, doesn't she, Xuan? Don't you think? Tuh, Su Hua asked, her tone deceptively casual. Lin Xuan's mind buzzed. As expected, Su Hua was here to settle the score. Even though she was on her period, Su Hua had learned plenty of tricks from books. She had 100 ways to make him lose himself in pleasure. He decided it was better to strike first. Without giving Su Hua a chance to say more, Lin Xuan cupped the back of her head and kissed her. Su Hua's eyes curved into crescents. Xuan was getting smarter. But did he really think this would let him off the hook? She would make sure he had no energy left for other women, engraving in his mind that he belonged only to her. Su Hua. Jiang Shuken returned to the Lin residence after leaving the beauty salon but didn't see Lin Lai. Where's my son? She asked a servant, setting down her Chanel bag. The servant bowed. Madam, the young master left not long after you did. He drove himself, but he didn't say where he was going. That child, why is he running around like this? Jiang Shuken frowned. With all the gossip swirling around him, what if someone recognized him outside? What then? Worried, she called Lin Lai. A mechanical female voice answered. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. A sharp sense of unease rose in Jiang Shuken's chest. Something felt wrong. Lin Qingwen also called. Mom, is Lear back? People on Weibo are saying he was spotted, and crowds started throwing things at him. I'm afraid he might do something drastic. Jiang Shuken's face paled. He hasn't returned. His phone is off. A terrible thought struck her. Lear must be in trouble. Wenner, we need to find him now. After the humiliation at his wedding being exposed as a eunuch, he was already devastated. Now, with people cursing and attacking him, I'm terrified he might hurt himself. All right. Lin Qingwen hung up, equally anxious. She contacted her friends and her two younger sisters, mobilizing everyone to search for Lin Lai. She even called Lin Chang, but he brushed her off, claiming he was busy with work. They scoured the city for hours but found no trace of Lin Lai. When Lin Qingwen returned, Jiang Shuken rushed to her. Well, did you find him? No? Lin Qingwen shook her head, exhausted. How is it possible that after 5 hours, we still haven't found him? Jiang Shuken paced the living room. Then, she froze. Wenner, I know who took Lear. Oh, Lin Chuan. Jiang Shuken declared. It must be him. First, he ruined Lear's reputation at the wedding. Now he's kidnapped him. He wants Lear dead. I'm going to confront Lin Chu and right now and force him to release Lear. If they delayed any longer, she feared her son's life would be in danger. But after a few steps, the memory of Su Hua's torture flashed in her mind. She stopped dead in her tracks. What if Su Hua was involved? If she barged in, would they capture and torment her again? No, she couldn't go unprepared, but Lear needed her. Then, another idea struck her. Wenner, we'll call the police. We'll take them with us to confront Lin Xuan. Mom, Lin Qingwen grabbed her arm, trying to stop her. What if it wasn't Lin Xuan? If not him, then who? Exclamation Jiang Shuken snapped. Your brother never offended anyone, he was always kind to others. The only one who hates him enough to kill him is Lin Xuan. Mom, we shouldn't accuse him without proof. Lin Qingwen. Jiang Shuken glared. I've tolerated you defending Lin Xu and time and again. But this is life and death. Your brother is missing, possibly suffering, and you're still protecting the culprit. It's nice to die together. Lin Qingwen was momentarily speechless. No, I'm going to the police right now. Jiang Shuken, her high heels clicking, was about to leave when suddenly, her phone rang. MS. Jiang, is it? Your son Lin Lai is currently in an abandoned factory in Bijan village. I suggest you come pick him up as soon as possible. If you leave him here any longer, you won't see him alive again. With that, the man hung up. Jiang Shuken exclaimed excitedly, Wanner, we found Lear. We found him. The Lin family rushed to the location the man had mentioned. Lin Lai lay on the ground, barely conscious. Where? Jiang Shuken broke down as she scooped him up. An ambulance arrived shortly after. Lin Lai was taken to the emergency room. Fortunately, his injuries were superficial and his life wasn't in danger. After treatment, he regained consciousness 3 hours later. Lear, tell me, who did this to you? Jiang Shuken asked. Mom, it was Feng Ye, Lin Lai said, his face pale. You have to get revenge for me. Feng Ye? Exclamation Jiang Shuken's eyes burned with fury. She's that fat and ugly, and my son, even if he were a eunuch, would still be too good for her. How dare she do this to you? Lin Qingwen felt only relief. Thankfully, the call had come before their mother went to the police. Otherwise, they would have wrongly blamed Lin Xuan again. Lin Xuan would likely resent the Lin family even more. Lin Qingwen knew all too well how deep Lin Xuan's prejudice against their family ran. She no longer hoped for his immediate return. All she wanted was for him to gradually realize that they still cared about him. Lin Chang soon arrived at the hospital. The moment Jiang Shuken saw him, she grabbed his hand. Lin Chang, Lear was beaten like this all because of Feng Ye. You have to teach that Feng Ye a lesson. You want me to teach Feng Ye a lesson? Lin Chang roughly shook off her hand. Jiang Shuken, do you think the Feng family is easy to mess with? Feng Ye is Feng Weinen's precious daughter. If we dare lay a finger on her, Starlight Group could be bankrupted by Feng Corporation in no time. Lin Chang glared at Lin Lai. Lin Lai hid the fact that he's a eunuch from Feng Ye. Isn't it only natural that she taught him a lesson? Jiang Shuken clenched her fists. But Lin Chang cut her off sharply. From now on, we're pretending this never happened. Don't bring it up again. Lin Qingwen also felt that Lin Lai had brought this upon himself. Get some rest, Lin Chang said, glancing at Lin Lai before leaving the room. His entire visit lasted less than 4 minutes. Jiang Shuken pointed at the door. Lear, Wanner, Yanner, sir, do you see that? That's your father. All he cares about is profit. He doesn't give a damn about your lives. Even now, she couldn't stop herself from poisoning her children's minds. 2 days later, Lin Chang visited Wang Yajin in prison. Her words rekindled the memories of their past. Changji, Wang Yajin said, tears welling in her eyes. Back then, I risked my life to give birth to Lear, just to preserve the beautiful memories between us. Now that I'm in prison, I hope Lear can stay by your side and take care of you in my place. How is Lear doing lately? Lin Chang nodded. Yajin, don't worry. Lear is doing just fine. That's good. After exchanging affectionate words, Wang Yajin returned to her cell. Lin Chang went to the hospital to see Lin Lai. Dad, Lin Lai murmured, pressing his lips together. Lin Chang's eyes filled with guilt. What had he been thinking these past few days? Lear was his and Yajin's child. How could he have even considered kicking him out and bringing Lin Xuan back? Lin Chang sat by Lin Lai's bedside. Lear, he said tenderly, no matter what happens, you'll always be my son. Thank you, Dad. Lin Lai replied, moved. Internally, he sighed in relief. His mother's persuasion had worked. Rest well. Once you've recovered, come back to work, Lin Chang added. Though Lin Lai couldn't carry on the family line, and he wouldn't hand Starlight Group over to him, letting him work at the company was still possible. Once he bankrupted Lin Xuan's company and brought him back, Lin Lai's competence would make him a valuable asset to Lin Xuan and the business. Okay, Dad. Lin Lai's eyes darkened. Once he secured a key position, he would systematically transfer Starlight Group's assets into his own name until the company was drained dry and the entire Lin family was cast out. Starlight Group and the Lin fortune would belong to him alone. Night Garden. The bedroom echoed with the sounds of passion. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that the noises finally subsided. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply. It was over finally. If this kept up, he might actually die from exhaustion. Where had Su Hua learned all these tricks from? Even during her period, she had teased him to the point of sheer ecstasy both physically and mentally. Judging by her expression, she wasn't planning to let him off tomorrow either. What else did she have in store? Su Hua emerged from the bathroom. Lin Xuan's gaze involuntarily drifted to her reddened lips, her hands, and noticing his stare, Su Hua chuckled and climbed onto the bed, resting her head against his chest. What's wrong? Xuan, want more? She arched a teasing brow, amusement dancing in her eyes. And no more, Lin Xuan stammered, shaking his head. He could barely handle things as they were. How could he possibly want more? Hua, you must be tired. Let's sleep, he said. A little, Su Hua admitted, but just my hands. Xuan, could you massage them for me? Of course. Lin Xuan obliged awkwardly. His large hands enveloped hers, his fingers gently kneading her wrists. Hua, maybe we should take it easy. If I die in bed one day, you'd end up a widow, he joked weakly. I think dying together in bed sounds rather nice, Su Hua mused, her eyes curving into crescents. Lin Xuan, exhaustion soon overtook them, and they drifted into a deep sleep. Outmaneuvered by Hua Bao the next morning when he woke up, Lin Xuan thought Su Hua would do something to him, but she simply had him stay in the room with her, keeping her company. A faint sense of disappointment rose in Lin Xuan's heart. He had thought Hua Bao would continue fooling around with him in bed. On the third day, it was the same. Su Hua just had Lin Xuan accompany her without doing anything else. The information Su Hua had asked John King to investigate was sent to her. As Su Hua skimmed through the contents, a shadow flickered in her eyes. She firmly believed Xuan wouldn't like Feng Ye, but just in case, she needed to ensure Feng Ye left an extremely bad impression in Xuan's mind. Only then would she feel at ease. Lin Xuan had already hacked into Starlight Group's database to check their progress on the King's pesticide project. He nodded in satisfaction. Starlight Group was really jumping right into the trap he had set. All their data had been taken from the betraying core technical staff of Skyval Group. Didn't Lin Qingwen and Lin Chang suspect that things were progressing a little too smoothly? Su Hua walked straight up behind Lin Xuan, wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft body slightly bent. If Lin Xuan had been standing and facing her, he would have had a perfect view of her ample curves. Xuan, what are you looking at? Her red lips brushed against his ear, her warm breath sending tingling shivers down his spine. Lin Xuan tensed up. Nothing, just some work-related matters. I have something interesting here. Would Xuan like to see? Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Lin Xuan nodded. Sure. Su Hua placed the file on the desk, then settled onto Lin Xuan's lap, arms still looped around his neck. Xuan, these are Feng Ye's records her past, which I had Zhang King investigate, Su Hua said bluntly. There was a book called How to Keep a Man Forever Enthralled by You. It said that a woman shouldn't always appear too strong in front of a man. She should occasionally show jealousy, act coy, and display other feminine charms. So she didn't bother making up excuses for investigating Feng Ye. She wanted Xuan to know she was jealous. What had Feng Ye done? Curiosity stirred in Lin Xuan as he picked up the documents Su Hua had given him. Feng Ye frequently visits nightclubs, drinking and playing with men. She often orders 5 at a time. Xuan should know these clubs aren't exactly reputable. Hiring so many men can't just be for drinking, right? Su Hua spoke slowly. Jiang King knew Su Hua's intentions. She had tried to find evidence of Feng Ye fooling around with men in bed, but there was none. She messaged Su Hua about this but didn't include it in the report. According to her findings, Feng Ye had always intended to save her first time for her husband, though she had bought plenty of self-pleasure toys. Her interactions with the men at the clubs were limited to hugging and cuddling. Outside, her overweight figure drew discrimination and judgment, but in these clubs, as long as she had money, the men treated her kindly. That was why Feng Ye frequented such places. As Lin Xuan flipped through the documents and photos, he couldn't help but click his tongue. So many men. Feng Ye really knows how to have fun. They say women are insatiable. Turns out it's true. Wait, Lin Xuan suddenly lost his amusement. Hua Bao had investigated this and shown it to him. She wasn't just letting him watch the show. She wanted him to see Feng Ye's disgraceful side, leaving a bad impression so he'd never be interested in her. Hua Bao was overthinking it. Even if Feng Ye were chaste, beautiful, and capable, he wouldn't spare her a second glance. Thought it was all because he had run away from Hua Bao so many times before, making her insecure. That was why she feared he'd be snatched away by another woman. Ling Xuan took a deep breath and played along with Su Hua's wishes. This Fang Ye really plays around. Maybe it's because she lived abroad and got influenced by their liberal culture. Wonder which unlucky guy will end up marrying her and becoming her rebound. Su Hua was pleased with his response, her eyes curving into crescents. She pressed a kiss to Lin Xuan's lips. This is Xuan's reward. Not enough. I want more. Lin Xuan remembered Su Hua's period wasn't over yet, so he decided to strike first. Just in case Fang Ye pursued him later and Hua Bao got jealous again. His large hand cupped the back of her head, pulling her closer as he lowered his lips to hers. This time, Lin Xuan took the lead, while Su Hua passively surrendered. She closed her eyes, letting him ravage her lips. The air grew thick with desire. Lin Xuan stroked her back, frustration rising in his eyes. Dabbit! He had meant to tease Hua Bao, leaving her desperate, but he was the one getting worked up instead. He reached for Su Hua's hand, but she pulled away, slipping off his lap with a smirk. Xuan, I'm still on my period. You'll have to take care of yourself this time. Lin Xuan, had he just been outplayed? He thought of the drawer full of books in Su Hua's office. She must have learned this from one of them. Dabbit! Where did Hua Bao even get all these weird books? Resigned, Lin Xuan headed to the bathroom. Su Hua, dressed in a white silk nightgown, listened to the sound of running water, her lips curving. Teasing Xuan like this was quite fun sometimes. Just as Lin Xuan had guessed, Su Hua had indeed learned this trick from a book. Never give a man everything he wants, sometimes you must refuse. Jian King's desk was piled high with documents waiting to be processed. She wearily glanced at the time on her phone. It was already the 17th. In the past 7 days, President Su had only come to the office for 2 or 3 hours. Could Bishi and young Master Lin had gone for another 7-day marathon? Just let them see day 8. Jiang King waited until Su Hua arrived. Jiang King! Exclamation, 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 holy crap. Did President Su and young Master Lin really spend 7 days and nights with Su Hua? And young Master Lin know? How's young Master Lin's kidney holding up now? Su Hua sat in the CEO's office, catching up on work. She hadn't been here for days, and a mountain of paperwork had piled up. President Su, there's a meeting today. Will you be attending? Jiang King asked respectfully. Am. Su Hua nodded. Jiang King's gaze landed on the dense cluster of hickeys on Su Hua's neck, and she couldn't help but remind her. President Su, there are quite a few red marks on your neck. Would you like to cover them up? Su Hua's slender, jade-white fingers brushed over a bite mark on her snow-white neck. Her period had ended this morning, and first thing, she couldn't resist luring Xuan into bed. This was where he had bitten her. It still stung a little even now. No maid? Su Hua's red lips curled into a smile. Let them see. Xuan and I are in an open relationship. No need to hide anything. Jiang King fell silent. How could she forget? The woman before her was a president who practically thrived on flaunting her relationship with young Master Lin. Seeing those bite marks on her neck, Su Hua was probably delighted. Su Hua walked into the conference room with her files. The moment she stepped in, everyone noticed the marks on her neck. While she took a phone call, they immediately began whispering among themselves. Did you see the marks on President Su's neck? How could anyone miss them? That's young Master Lin's handiwork, right? Who else could get close to President Su besides young Master Lin? It's definitely him. Gotta say, the relationship is seriously strong. Yeah, most couples get bored after a year, but President Su and young Master Lin feels like they're still in the honeymoon phase. That's normal. It just means they're truly in love. They were so engrossed in their gossip that they didn't notice Su Hua had already finished her call and re-entered the room. Listening to their chatter, Su Hua's crimson lips curled upward uncontrollably. She strode to the head of the table and took her seat. Hodum. One of the executives coughed conspicuously, his eyes darting repeatedly toward Su Hua. The lively conference room instantly fell silent, as if someone had hit pause. A single thought flashed through the executives' minds. We just gossiped about President Su and she heard us. We're so dead. Let's begin, Su Hua said coolly. The executives braced for an explosion of fury, but throughout the entire meeting, her temper was unusually mild. She barely nitpicked at all. When the meeting ended, their faces were etched with disbelief. What's going on? President Su didn't punish us. She was even unusually pleasant today. This was beyond unbelievable. Right. President Su hates people talking about her, doesn't she? She heard us today and didn't react at all. Is it raining blood outside? Normally, they wouldn't dare gossip about her. But with the whole situation between her and young Master Lin, especially those glaring marks on her neck, they just couldn't help themselves. John King paused while gathering her files and raised an eyebrow. Did you forget? President Sue has zero principles when it comes to young Master Lin. Especially when you all kept going on about how perfect they are together. That's her favorite thing to hear. If she hadn't wanted to hear it, she would have covered those marks with foundation. Oh, the executives had an epiphany. Now that they thought about it, that made perfect sense. When it came to young Master Lin, President Sue never punished them. Well, except once. That time, they tried cozying up to young Master Lin, pestering him for his contact info. President Sue had caught them. She'd buried them under piles of paperwork for days, until their eyes nearly bled. Meanwhile, on Lin Chuan's end, he prepared countermeasures for Feng Ye, but strangely, she never showed up. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. That saves me the trouble. At the Feng residence, Feng Ye was running on the treadmill, her clothes drenched in sweat. Yeah, aren't you going to see Lin Chuan? Feng Wyman asked. Not yet. Feng Ye wiped the sweat from her forehead with the towel around her neck. I'm so overweight right now. If I go like this, I'll leave a terrible impression. I have to lose this weight before I face him. Only then could she truly captivate Lin Chuan. In her current state, forget Lin Chu, and she couldn't stand the sight of herself. How could he ever like her like this? Alright, take your time. Feng Wyman smiled and nodded. Seeing Ye so motivated filled him with joy. He just hoped Lin Chu and would eventually return her feelings, otherwise, Ye would be heartbroken. A shadow of worry crossed Feng Wyman's brow. Atu. Lin Chuan, who had been researching something on his computer, sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose. Who's thinking about me? Wang Da had been bugging him to play basketball for days, but he'd ignored him. The guy was probably cursing him out right now. Lin Chuan sent Wang Da a message. Chuan, foster son, you rebelling. Foster son. Wang Da rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. What kind of nonsense is Chuan spouting this early in the morning? Chuan, basketball. This afternoon. Wang Da's eyes lit up. Foster son, perfect. There's a game today. Chuan, we're counting on you. With Chuan on their team, they'd wiped the floor with those Yundu University players. Wang Da hung up, grinning from ear to ear. Lin Chuan tossed his phone aside and refocused on his computer. Skincare and cosmetics were insanely profitable. Products that cost pennies to make could sell for hundreds, even thousands, sometimes tens of thousands if marketed right. And people ate it up. Who would say no to more money? Lin Chuan planned to invest in this industry. Of course, he didn't want to waste time running a cosmetics company himself, so he'd go for a technical stake instead. He had access to otherworldly skincare and makeup formulas with extraordinary effects. He'd provide the recipes and rake in the profits without lifting a finger. Jian Yudhong? Lin Chuan frowned at the name on the screen. He recognized her, John Langjun's granddaughter. He'd seen her in the news in his past life. Her cosmetics company had been driven to the brink by DR Cosmetics, leaving her with no foothold in the industry. Speaking of which, DR was Lin Qingwen's company. Lin Chuan smirked coldly. He hadn't planned to target Lin Qingwen directly, but now, time for a business war. Which company survives will depend on the other's capabilities. So fucking awesome. Lin Chu and closed his notebook, planning to find John Yudong after his basketball game. The basketball court was surrounded by girls, with only a few boys scattered among them. What's going on? Why are there so many girls here? And why do they all look so excited? A male student from Yunde University muttered in confusion. His friend from Shanking University grinned. You don't know. They all heard Lin Chuan was coming to play and rushed here to cheer him on. Lin Chuan, isn't he your school's heartthrob? The Yunde student asked. How do you guess? His friend replied, amused. Did I even need to? Just look at these fangirls, it's obvious some campus celebrity is here. The Yundu student scoffed dismissively. These girls only have eyes for pretty boys. Typical fangirls. Wang Yao, I don't like that tone. Sure, Lin Chuan's good looking, but he's way more than just a pretty face. The guy's a legend. The Shanking student spoke with pride, as if Lin Chuan's achievements were his own. The Yundu student rolled his eyes. How impressive could he really be? Tell me, have you heard of Tamu Group? The Shanking student asked. The Yundu student nodded. Yeah, it's that company that exploded onto the scene a year ago. Their CEO must be some kind of genius. Well, that CEO is Lin Chuan, the Shanking student declared, his voice brimming with pride. The Yundu student's eyes widened. Tamu Group belongs to Lin Chuan? And what about the National University Computer Team competition? Did you catch that? The Shanking student pressed. Didn't watch it, but I heard about it. Some student from your school solved the Oli challenge in minutes and walked away with a billion-yuan prize from boss Su of Su Corporation and Master Oli himself. The Yundu student sighed. They say knowledge is wealth. I never believed it until I heard about that guy. Who was it? The shanking student smirked. Take a wild guess. The Yundu student frowned. That smug look, could it be? His gaze snapped toward Lin Xuan. No way. Was Lin Xuan really the one who cracked the Oi challenge? The possibility hit him like a truck. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Are you seriously telling me Lin Xuan led the team that won the championship?" The shanking student raised an eyebrow. "Oh, go look it up if you don't believe me." Still skeptical, the Yundu student pulled out his phone and searched. Holy, it really was Lin Xuan. The guy was unreal. Lin Lai usually aced exams by a landslide, but Lin Xuan? He was on a whole other level. Told you, the shanking student gloated. Yet the Yundu student nodded numbly. Lin Xuan's practically superhuman. The shanking student chuckled. There's nothing he can't do. Just wait till you see him play. Lin Xuan finished warming up and stepped onto the court. Ah, Lin Xuan! Lin Xuan! Go, Lin Xuan! The stands erupted in deafening cheers. Strangely, though, not a single girl dared to confess to him. They just screamed their support. The Yundu student was baffled. What the hell? Shouldn't these fangirls be secretly crushing on him? Why wasn't anyone making a move? This didn't make sense. The game began. Lin Xuan dribbled past a swarm of defenders, slipped through University's defense, leaped and slammed the ball through the hoop with a thunderous dunk. Ah, the crowd roared like a tidal wave. The Yundu student's jaw dropped. That's insane. This isn't right. A guy that smart should be a bookworm. How is he this good at basketball? He muttered, his face a mix of awe and disbelief. The shanking student grinned. Convinced now? The Yundu student nodded reluctantly. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, Lin Xuan was the real deal. Nice one, Xuan! Wang Da shouted, then shot a taunting look at the Yundu players. Keep bloating. Now that Shanking's MVP is here, what chance do you even have? The Yundu team seethed silently. Lin Xuan was just too good. They didn't dare talk back. If only he went to their school instead. The game continued. Dunk after dunk, three-pointer after three-pointer. If Lin Xuan took the shot, it went in. The girls' screams grew even wilder. The Yundu student had lost all fight. At halftime, Lin Xuan went to grab water. Suddenly, a shy girl approached, holding out a bottle. Lin, you must be thirsty. Here, this'll help. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed. A memory flashed in Lin Xuan's mind the first time Hua had come to watch him play at Shanking. Back then, he'd casually accepted water from a girl on the team's support staff. Hua had been furious. Later, she dragged him to their villa and, well, let's just say his kidneys still remember the punishment. Thinking of that, Lin Xuan shook his head. No thanks, I've got my own. No way in hell. Hua's punishments were no joke. If she found out he took water from another girl, his kidneys wouldn't survive the fallout. He grabbed his own bottle and chugged it down. The girl stood frozen, her spirit crushed. Her friend returned from the restroom and saw her devastated expression. Little Jing, what's wrong? She asked urgently. Lin Xuan, he rejected me. He didn't even take the water. He must have ignored me on purpose. Little Jing, her friend gasped. You tried to give Lin Xuan water? Are you trying to get yourself killed? President Su, here's the video, what's wrong? The girl asked, looking puzzled. I'm telling you, it's a good thing Lin Xuan didn't accept it. Otherwise, if CEO Su found out, you'd be in serious trouble, her friend warned. Is it really that serious? The girl frowned, skeptical of her friend's words. The last girl who handed Lin Xuan a bottle of water, guess what happened to her? She transferred schools. Don't forget, Lin Xuan's girlfriend, CEO Su, is a major shareholder at our university, the friend said. The girl's mind flashed to Su Hua's icy demeanor. She had seen how gentle CEO Su was with Lin Xuan and almost forgotten that Su Hua was rumored to be a ruthless figure. The girl patted her chest in relief, a wave of fear washing over her. Thank goodness Lin Xuan hadn't taken her water. Go! Cheers erupted from the crowd. Only 30 seconds remained in the game. Lin Xuan dribbled the ball, approached the hoop, leapt into the air, and effortlessly sank the ball into the basket. We won! That was amazing! The University team collapsed onto the court, exhausted. Wang Da swaggered over. Hello? How's that goose egg taste? Wang Da sneered. 0 points. Your team's nothing special. One of the University players couldn't hold back. Wang Da, stop gloating. If it weren't for Lin Xuan, you think you could have beaten us? This Lin Xuan was ridiculously good stealing, blocking, scoring. This game, they hadn't managed a single point, all thanks to him. They even tried tripping Lin Xuan to force him out with an injury, but no matter what they did, he dodged every trick. Instead, they lost several of their own players. TCH, if it weren't for Lin Xuan. What kind of excuse is that? Isn't Lin Chuan part of our team? Wang Da rolled his eyes. Wait, he'd almost forgotten something important. Wang Da rushed to the stands and urgently asked, Liu Yuan, did you get a video of Lin Chuan playing? Yeah, I'll send it to you. Liu Yuan forwarded the recording. Nice, nice. Wang Da nodded approvingly as he watched. CEO Su would definitely be happy seeing this. Without hesitation, he forwarded the video to Su Hua. Su Hua had given Wang Da her number herself, telling him to contact her directly if anything involved Lin Chuan. Wang Da, CEO Su, here's a video of Chuan playing basketball. I had Liu Yuan record it. Su Hua had been listening to a corporate report when Wang Da's message came in. She raised a hand, cutting off the executive mid-sentence, and focused on the video of Lin Chuan. She watched, mesmerized, a faint smile playing on her lips. The executive glanced curiously at her phone and saw Lin Chuan execute a perfect jump and dunk. CEO Su, is that young Master Lin? That was an incredible shot, he remarked. MHM. Su Hua's red lips curved. Chuan has always been this amazing. Leave the proposal here for now. You're dismissed. Yes, CEO Su. The executive bowed and exited the office. Su Hua kept replaying the video until it ended, then saved it. John King, come in, she called. John King entered promptly. CEO Su, buy 2 cars, each worth a few million, Su Hua ordered. Are they for your own use or as gifts? John King asked. That the cars might be for Lin Chuan and never crossed her mind. A few million was pocket change to Su Hua, far too cheap for young Master Lin. Su Hua, for Chuan's friends, Wang Da and Liu Yuan. John King, exclamation, holy crap. Young Master Lin, are you taking applications for friends? Sign me up. Understood, CEO Su. I'll handle it immediately. John King swiftly arranged to purchase 2 Porsche models, 7 million each. By now, classes had ended. Wang Da and Liu Yuan weren't on campus, they'd gone out to eat. They'd invited Lin Chuan, but he declined, citing prior plans. Wang Da shook his head. Bet he's with CEO Su. Never thought Chuan would ditch his bros for his girl. Wang Da, you're one to talk, Liu Yuan scoffed. Wang Da puffed up. What's that supposed to mean? I'd never. Da, have you forgotten about Wang Xian? Liu Yuan cut in. Wang Da's expression twisted at the name. Damn it. How could he forget that two-faced witch Wang Xian? If not for Lin Chuan and exposing her true nature, he'd still be wrapped around her finger. Liu Yuan slung an arm around Wang Da's neck. Seems to me there was a guy who ignored his friend's warnings, kept defending Wang Xian, and kept ditching them to be with her. Wang Da had no comeback. He'd done plenty of unreasonable things for Wang Xian. Liu Yuan, Wang Xian's my dark past. From now on, bros come first, he vowed. Liu Yuan raised a brow but said nothing. Best not to make absolute promises. Karma had a way of circling back. And when it did, it hit hard. After dinner, Wang Da and Liu Yuan left the eatery. Parked outside were 2 brand new Porsches, one black, one gray. A crowd had gathered to admire them. Whose cars are these? The latest Porsche model, right? 7 million a pop. Yundu's got no shortage of rich folks. Spending that much on a car, I wonder if I'll ever earn 7 million in my lifetime. Wang Da whistled at the sight. Now that's a damn fine car. He was a car enthusiast. He watched countless reviews of this model, itching to own one. But with no means to afford it, he could only dream. Liu Yuan stared just as intently. Eventually, he forced himself to look away. Da, let's go. These cars were out of their league. The longer they stared, the more it hurt. As they turned to leave, John King spotted them and approached. Young Master Wang, young Master Liu, hello. Beating brothers for 3 days. Wang Da froze. Secretary John, what are you doing here? Given Secretary John's status, what was she doing at a street-side food stall? It's like this, John King replied with a faint smile. I'm here on Boss Su's orders to deliver gifts to young Master Wang and young Master Liu. Gifts? Wang Da stared at the car keys in John King's hand, then shifted his gaze to the 2 Porsches parked behind her. An absurd thought popped into his head. Could these 2 cars really be the gifts Boss Su was giving them? Wang Da felt like he'd stumbled onto the truth. He swallowed hard. Secretary John, may I ask what gifts Boss Su is giving Liu Yuan and me? John King took out 2 car keys and placed them in Wang Da and Liu Yuan's hands respectively. Wang Da became even more certain of his suspicion and couldn't help but ask, Secretary John, are these 2 Porsches the gifts you're talking about? Correct. John King nodded with a smile. Boss Su is very grateful for how you've looked after young Master Lin at school. This is her way of thanking you. Wang Da, Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. It was exactly as he'd guessed. The gifts really were Porsches. Liu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing Jiang Qing's words. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Handing out Porsches just like that, wasn't this way too extravagant? Snapping out of his daze, Liu Yuan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Secretary Jiang, isn't a Porsche a bit too expensive? Not at all. Each of these only costs a little over 7 million. To Boss Su, it's just like spending a few thousand. Jiang Qing chuckled. Liu Yuan choked. True, Su Corporation was worth trillions. This amount of money meant nothing to Boss Su. Jiang Qing spoke again. Gentlemen, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. With that, she left, leaving behind a dazed Wang Da and Liu Yuan. Wang Da stretched out his arm. Liu Yuan, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Liu Yuan obediently obliged, giving Wang Da's arm a hard twist. Oh, Wang Da let out a pained yell. That hurt like hell. Liu Yuan, you actually pinched me? Liu Yuan looked at him in confusion. Didn't you ask me to? Besides, how else were they supposed to check if this was real? Wang Da was speechless. But he quickly forgot about Liu Yuan's pinch as he excitedly ran over to stroke the sleek black Porsche. Even now, it felt surreal. Was this car really his? Liu Yuan couldn't resist asking, is Boss Su always this generous? Handing out 2 Porsches in one go. She's always been like this. Last time Xuan and I went shopping, she gave me an 8 million yuan watch. And just because I called her sister-in-law once, she transferred 100 grand into my account, Wang Da said. Liu Yuan could only regret not befriending Lin Xuan sooner. At the same time, he felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, after seeing Ken Royale's true colors, he'd wised up and stopped antagonizing Lin Xu, and instead becoming his friend. Otherwise, given Lin Xuan's influence and Boss Su's fiercely protective nature, his fate would have been disastrous. Why did Boss Su suddenly decide to give us cars? Liu Yuan was baffled. Wang Da frowned in thought. Lin Xuan hadn't been at school lately, and they hadn't interacted with Boss Su either. It wasn't like her to just randomly gift them cars on a whim. Unless it had something to do with today's basketball game, I've got it. Wang Da declared confidently. It must be because we sent Boss Su that basketball video. She saw Xuan in it, got happy, and decided to reward us with cars. Liu Yuan blinked. Wang Da nodded. That's probably the reason. Otherwise, he couldn't think of anything else that would prompt Boss Su to give them cars out of the blue. Liu Yuan mused. Does this count as when one man gets the Tao, even his dogs and chickens ascend to heaven? Pretty much. Wang Da nodded. With someone like Boss Su, even the scraps from her fingertips would set them up for life. Liu Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I think we should work harder to cling to Boss Su's coattails. Wang Da shook his head. No need to cling to Boss Su. Liu Yuan gave him a puzzled look. Wang Da continued. Boss Su treasures Xuan so much. We just need to stick close to Xuan. Liu Yuan nodded in agreement. The food stall was right across from Shanking University, so most of its customers were students. News of Wang Da and Liu Yuan receiving Porsches from Su Hua spread like wildfire on the university forum. Breaking news! Wang Da and Liu Yuan gifted brand new Porsches worth over 7 million by Boss Su. The comment section was flooded with holy crap. Many even tagged Lin Xuan directly. Lin Xuan, do you still need brothers? I'd go through fire and water for you. The envy was palpable. A 7 million yuan Porsche. Damn, how many years would they have to work to earn that much? Most of those eager to be Lin Xuan's brothers were male students. The female students at Shanking University knew better than to try. If Boss Su got the wrong idea that they were using friendship as an excuse to get close to Lin Xu, and they'd be in deep trouble. Crossing Boss Su was no joke. To keep themselves safe, it was best to steer clear of Lin Xu and altogether. On the forum, students continued to chime in. Chocolate Oreo. When will I ever meet a sugar mommy like Boss Su? No, even half as rich would do. My stomach's weak, I need soft food. Another day, another Lin Xu and Envy post. When will my bro get adopted by a sugar mommy? Waiting for a sugar mommy. I beat my bro up for 3 days straight and he still won't admit he's being spoiled by a sugar mommy. How do I make him confess? Urgent, please advise. Lin Xuan, unaware of the uproar at Shanking University, was preoccupied with meeting Zhang Yutong. He wanted to collaborate with her. He'd provide the formulas for cosmetics and skincare products. She'd handle the business side. Together, they'd build a world-renowned beauty brand. He was sure they'd make a fortune. Lin Xuan hacked into Zhang Yutong's phone and installed a hidden tracking app. He checked the location on his screen. The airport. Wait, a memory from his past life suddenly surfaced. Jian Yutong had her face slashed and disfigured at a restaurant near the airport. Brother Lin Chu and the man was a staff member at a restaurant and also an obsessive admirer of Jian Yutong. He used to come from a decent family, but after his family's company went bankrupt, his mentality gradually became twisted. He had always believed that Jian Yutong's repeated rejections were because he no longer had money, that she refused to endure hardship with him. He began to wonder, if Jian Yutong were disfigured, would she finally be with him? And so, he orchestrated a scheme to ruin her face. Though Jian Yutong was the second granddaughter of the Jian family's patriarch, a woman of high status, she disliked bringing bodyguards when she went out, giving the man an opportunity. Lin Chu and stroked his chin, deep in thought. Perhaps he could save Jian Yutong and become her savior. With that life-saving favor, collaborating with her would be much easier. With this in mind, Lin Chu and got into his car and drove toward the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Wang Fu stared fixedly at Jian Yutong's figure, his eyes filled with distortion and madness. Even if she refused him, he would have her no matter what. Wang Fu, the restaurant owner, frowned. What's wrong with you? Why are you just standing there? Get back to work. Wang Fu clutched his stomach, feigning extreme discomfort. Boss, I think I have diarrhea. I need to use the restroom. To sell the act, he even let out a well-timed fart. A foul stench filled the air. The owner covered his nose in disgust. Hurry up. If it's really diarrhea, take some medicine. Come back as soon as you feel better. We're swamped here. Yes, boss. Wang Fu rushed to the restroom. After finishing her meal, Jian Yutong headed to the ladies' room. At that moment, aside from her, only one other stall was occupied. Once she finished, she walked to the sink to wash her hands. The closed stall door swung open and a man stepped out. Jian Yutong pulled out a tissue, wiped her mouth and hands, and tossed it into the trash. When she glanced at the mirror, she saw the man's reflection. Wang Fu! She frowned and turned around. What are you doing here? This is the women's restroom, get out. This Wang Fu had been haunting her like a ghost. No matter how many times she rejected him, he kept trying to get close. She couldn't stand the sight of him. Wang Fu advanced step by step toward her. Yudong, I love you. Be with me, okay? He grabbed her arms. If you marry me, I'll cherish and adore you forever. Let go of me. Jian Yudong's frown deepened. If you don't stop, I'll scream. Yudong, I've poured my heart out for you, yet you still refuse me. Tell me, is it because you look down on me? Think I'm too poor? Or is there another man you like? Seeing the twisted expression on Wang Fu's face, Jian Yutong sensed danger. Hell, before she could finish, Wang Fu pressed a cloth over her mouth. It was laced with a drug that induced unconsciousness. As she inhaled the powder, her body quickly went limp, collapsing into Wang Fu's arms. He buried his nose in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, his face contorting with obsession. Yudong, you smell so good. Don't worry. Once you're mine, I'll treat you well. Wang Fu had changed into his suit and sunglasses, giving off an elite vibe. He had only worked at the restaurant for 4 days, so his colleagues barely knew him. Combined with his new disguise, none of the staff recognized him as their coworker when he carried Jian Yutong out. He took her straight to a nearby hotel. The front desk clerk handed him a key, shaking her head in disdain. Another gold-digging woman, she muttered, mistaking Wang Fu for a wealthy man and Jian Yutong for a materialistic girl. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan tracked Jian Yutong's location and arrived at the hotel. A hotel? Wang Fu's obsession with Jian Yutong bordered on madness. If he took her there, he wouldn't hesitate to violate her. The Jiang family, concerned about her reputation, had only mentioned the restaurant attack, omitting the hotel and the assault entirely. He had to act fast. The moment he entered, Lin Chuan marched to the front desk. 5 minutes ago, did a man carrying an unconscious woman check in here? There was one. The clerk nodded. May I ask who you? That girl is my relative's daughter. The man is her stalker and he means to harm her. Please give me the room key before it's too late. Sorry, sir, I can't do that. I can't casually disclose customer privacy. The front desk staff member firmly refused. Another staff member with a baby face had been staring at Lin Chu, and the whole time, her eyes filled with disbelief. Had she really just met him in person? Lin Chuan, you're Lin Chuan, right? The baby-faced front desk worker asked excitedly. I am. Lin Chuan nodded. Oh, she squealed. Lin Chuan, I'm your fan. I've liked you for so long. Do you know how amazing you are? Lin Chuan asked. Was the man who checked in named Wang Fu? Yes, that's the name. The baby-faced staff member nodded eagerly. Then, could you give me that man's room key? Lin Chuan pressed. Sir, this really isn't. The original staff member was about to refuse again when the baby-faced worker covered her mouth. No problem, Lin Chuan. I'll get it for you right away. I trust you won't use it for anything bad, the baby-faced staff member said. Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, so she was a fangirl who saw him as a younger brother. The baby-faced worker quickly retrieved Wang Fu's room key. Here you go, she said, handing it to Lin Chuan. Thank you. With the key in hand, Lin Chuan didn't hesitate. He immediately headed for Wang Fu and Zhang Yutong's room. Xiao Lai, what are you doing? The original staff member, Sister Wang, scolded disapprovingly. How could you just hand a guest's room key to someone else? What if something happens? Sister Wang, don't worry, Xiao Lai assured her. Nothing will go wrong. Sister Wang still wasn't convinced. Xiao Lai pulled out her phone, searched for Lin Chuan, and showed Sister Wang his Baidu profile. This is exactly where I wanted to come. Sister Wang's eyes widened in shock as she read the introduction about Lin Chuan. Was this man named Lin Chuan really that incredible? Big sis, Xiao Lai explained. I'm telling you, Lin Chuan is seriously amazing. He's a computer genius, the boss of Tanmu Group. Someone of his status would never openly do something shady, right? Don't forget, that woman was passed out and we didn't take her room key. If that man really brought her to the hotel while she was unconscious and something happened, if she makes a scene, we'll all be in deep trouble. Sister Wang thought about it and nodded in fearful agreement. That woman had looked stunning, and now that she recalled it, the man's gaze had been unsettling. Maybe the woman really had been tricked into coming here. Sister Wang didn't try to stop them anymore. Inside the hotel room, Wang Fu placed Zhang Yutong on the bed. Yutong, Wang Fu murmured, his obsessive gaze lingering on her face, chest, and thighs. After a moment, he couldn't resist touching her cheek. You have no idea how much I love you. I've liked you for so long. In school, you were like an untouchable goddess. I couldn't help but chase after you. Wherever you went, I followed. My whole world revolved around you. But his expression twisted suddenly. Shan Yutong, no matter what I did, you never noticed me. I poured my heart out confessing to you, and you rejected me every single time. Then my family's company went bankrupt, and you looked down on me even more. I had no choice but to resort to this to make you mine. First, I'll take your innocence, then I'll scar your face. That way, you'll have no choice but to marry me. Yutong, you won't blame me, will you? As he spoke, Zhang Yutong began to regain consciousness. She saw Wang Fu looming over her, then glanced around the room. It was unmistakably a hotel. A wave of terror washed over her. Wang Fu, what are you trying to do? Wang Fu smiled gently. Yutong, you're awake. That way, you can fully experience how I take your first time, and how I'll cherish you. Yutong, you'll soon be mine. And your pretty face? I'll mark it too. He stripped off his clothes and lunged at her. Zhang Yutong tried to fight back, but the drugs Wang Fu had given her left her weak and helpless. Her shoulder strap tore under his grip. Help! She screamed, using every ounce of strength to push against him. Wang Fu, irritated by her resistance, slapped her across the face several times. Zhang Yutong, I've given you enough respect. Don't make me lose my temper. Let me make this clear, you're not getting away today. You will become my woman. From now on, you'll serve me obediently, my personal plaything. Hell, Hutta! Wang Fu laughed wildly. This was the only way to claim the woman he loved. Kindness and devotion were useless. Once Zhang Yutong married him, she'd grow to love him eventually. He'd make sure she stayed by his side forever. Get off me! Get away! Zhang Yutong shrieked. Her delicate frame was pinned beneath him, completely immobilized. Despair filled her eyes. How could she possibly escape Wang Fu's clutches? They were alone in this room. No one was coming to save her. Was she really going to fall victim to him? Yutong, Big Brother will take good care of you. Wang Fu kissed her neck while yanking at her skirt. Then bang! The door was kicked open. Wang Fu, interrupted mid-act, turned his head with a scowl and saw Lin Chuan standing there. Annoyed, he snapped, "Wrong room, asshole. Get the hell out." Lin Chuan calmly shut the door behind him. Truth be told, it had been a while since he'd beaten someone up. In his training space, he'd only practiced on sandbags and dumb as it wasn't the same. The martial arts studios in Yundu City had blacklisted him after he left their instructors bruised and battered, no matter how much he paid. Today, Wang Fu would serve as his punching bag, satisfied that the door was closed and the soundproofing would keep outsiders from interrupting. Lin Chuan smirked. Raw room? No, I'm exactly where I need to be. Wang Fu frowned. Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my room? Lin Chuan leaned casually against the wall, one hand in his pocket. I'm here for someone, Lin Chuan said, his tone casual to the point of indifference. Huh? Wang Fu frowned as he asked. Huh? Lin Chuan pointed to the woman beneath Wang Fu. Zhang Yutong. So you're here to steal my woman? Wang Fu sneered. A dark, vicious look flashed in his eyes as he glared down at Zhang Yutong. Damn it, Zhang Yutong, how many men have you been stringing along behind my back? No wonder she'd been rejecting him. Turns out she had all these wild men chasing after her. Jian Yutong only stared at Lin Qiu and with desperate hope, ignoring Wang Fu's words. He was her only lifeline now. Could he really save her from Wang Fu's grasp? Jian Yutong, listen to me, you're mine. You're only allowed to want me. Furious, Wang Fu raised his hand ready to strike her across the face. Lin Qiuan moved swiftly. Just as Wang Fu's palm was about to land on Jian Yutong's cheek, Lin Qiu and caught his wrist and yanked hard, throwing him off the bed. Jian Yutong quickly pulled the blanket over herself. Her clothes were still mostly intact, only the fabric at her shoulder had been torn by Wang Fu. Wang Fu shot Lin Qiu a venomous glare. Looks like you're asking for a beating. Lin Qiuan chuckled lightly. Naturally. I came here today to save Jian Yutong. Did you really think I'd give you a chance to hurt her? With that, he tossed Wang Fu's clothes back at him. Put these on. You're an eyesore. Lin Qiu and didn't need evidence of Wang Fu's attempted assault. Evidence or not, the fact that Wang Fu had dared to treat Jian Yutong this way meant he better be ready to face the Jian family's wrath. Wang Fu had no particular fondness for being half naked either, so he scrambled to dress himself. Then his eyes raked over Lin Qiu and from head to toe. A cold laugh escaped his lips. With that scrawny build of yours, you think you can play the hero? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Lin Qiu arched a brow. Mester, Wang, you might want to remember who just had his wrist grabbed and who got dragged off the bed. Oh no, Lin Qiu, and got beaten up, Wang Fu said. That was just me being careless for a moment, giving you a chance to take advantage. This time, you won't have the opportunity to sneak attack. A wave of worry rose in Jian Yutong's heart. This Wang Fu had trained in martial arts. Could Lin Qiu really defeat him? What if she couldn't escape and ended up dragging him down? Wang Fu sneered and spoke again. I'm in a good mood today. If you leave now and don't ruin my fun, I might just let you go. You don't need to let me go, Lin Qiu chuckled. Mister Wang, have you ever heard an old saying? It goes like this, the more you talk, the sooner you die. I think you should hurry up and act instead of wasting words. Don't you agree? Fine, fine, fine. Wang Fu laughed in anger. Since you refuse the easy way and choose the hard way, don't blame me. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I won't spare you. Wang Fu's body was packed with muscle. He swung his fist, aiming straight for Lin Qiuan's face. Lin Qiu casually glanced at him, and just as the punch was about to connect, he sidestepped. Dodging Wang Fu's strike, he reached out and seized Wang Fu's wrist. No matter how hard Wang Fu struggled, Lin Qiuan's grip was like an iron vise, locking him in place, rendering him powerless. Wang Fu's expression twisted in shock. This man had terrifying strength. He wasn't ordinary. The thought had barely formed when Lin Qiu lifted his foot and kicked Wang Fu square in the chest, sending him crashing into the edge of a table. Ah! Wang Fu's back slammed against the sharp corner, and he let out a howl of pain. Jian Yutong froze, staring at Lin Qiu in disbelief. He looked so lean. How was he this strong? If Lin Qiu knew what she was thinking, he'd protest in outrage. Why did everyone assume he was some scrawny weakling? He was the definition of lean in clothes, built underneath. But proving it? No way. Only Hua had the privilege of seeing him without layers. Under Jian Yutong's stunned gaze, Lin Qiu grabbed Wang Fu's collar with one hand and lifted him effortlessly. Jian Yutong's eyes widened further. Wang Fu had to weigh at least 170 or 180 pounds, yet this man was holding him up with one hand like it was nothing. Lin Qiu spun Wang Fu around a few times, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled Wang Fu across the room. Wang Fu flew like a ragdoll, crashing into the wall with a heavy thud. Cough, cough. Wang Fu clutched his chest, hacking violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Still think I'm a weakling? Lin Qiu smirked, his tone taunting. Wang Fu looked up at him, terror in his eyes. How was he this powerful? He'd never seen anyone with such monstrous strength. This man was beyond his ability to handle. Wang Fu was terrified. Gritting through the pain, he dropped to his knees with a loud thunk. I'm sorry, he kowtowed frantically. I was blind. I didn't know how strong you were. You want Jian Yutong? Take her. I won't interfere. Do whatever you want with her. I'll even give you the room. Lin Qiu rolled up his sleeves leisurely. Hearing Wang Fu's pleas, he lifted an eyebrow. Too late for mercy now. He was just getting started. Why stop? Lin Qiu strode forward, grabbing Wang Fu by the collar again. Wang Fu trembled. I warn you, if anything happens to me, the police will arrest you. You'll rot in jail. Jian Yutong's voice cut in, cold and firm. Go ahead. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. The Jian family would never let him face consequences for this. Hear that? Lin Chuan grinned. No consequences. Get ready to be my punching bag, Wang Fu. His fists flew, pummeling Wang Fu relentlessly. Thud after thud echoed through the room, punctuated by Wang Fu's agonized screams. He tried to collapse, but Lin Chuan wouldn't let him fall, keeping him upright like a human punching bag. Jian Yutong forgot her earlier humiliation, watching Lin Chuan's brutal beatdown with fierce satisfaction. This was justice, absolutely brutal and utterly deserved. Meanwhile, Sister Wang couldn't shake Xiao Lai's words from her mind. If what Xiao Lai said was true, Lin Chuan had gone to rescue someone. But with his slender frame, could he really handle it? Uneasy, she hurried to the private room. Pressing her ear to the door, she heard muffled thumps, fists striking flesh, bodies hitting walls, and pained cries. Oh no, this was bad. The man who'd brought the woman was built like a tank, while Lin Chuan was lean and wiry. There was no way he could win. Lin Chuan was the CEO of Tamu Group, a celebrated tech genius. If something happened to him here, the fallout would be catastrophic. The hotel would be dragged into the scandal. Without hesitation, Sister Wang called the police and summoned security. Xiao Lai rushed over as soon as she got the news. Sister Wang, what do we do? She fretted, pacing anxiously. Lin Chuan's handsome face, what if it got bruised? The thought alone was heartbreaking. She'd been so starstruck seeing him in person that she'd forgotten to ensure his safety. It'll be fine, Xiao Lai. Don't worry, Sister Wang reassured, though her voice lacked conviction. How could Lin Chuan possibly win against that brute? When the security team arrived, Sister Wang swiped the hotel's master key. The door clicked open. Hit harder they had expected to see Lin Chuan getting brutally beaten by that man, his handsome face swollen and bruised. Instead, what met their eyes was Wang Fu's face, swollen like a pig's head, with blood trickling from his nose and mouth. The area around his eyes was so puffed up that only a slit remained visible. As for Lin Chuan, he stood unharmed, without a single scratch. And Jian Yutong? Beat him up, sir. Don't let him go. She stood on the bed, clutching the torn part of her shoulder, cheering Lin Chuan on. This bizarre scene left everyone who had barged in to rescue Lin Chuan and Jian Yutong utterly stunned. They exchanged glances. They must have entered the wrong way. That had to be it. With that thought, they retreated from the room, swiped the card again, and re-entered only to witness the same scene. The security guard froze. Sister Wang, didn't you say Lin Chuan would be the one getting beaten up? This is the complete opposite. Sister Wang stayed silent. Xiao Lai's eyes sparkled with excitement. But Lin Chuan was so incredibly cool. Not only was he a genius in business and computers, but his combat skills were also off the charts. A true all-rounder. The two security guards also looked at Lin Chuan, and with admiration his moves were impressive. Even Sister Wang was dumbfounded. She had assumed Lin Chuan would be the one suffering, but it turned out he was the one making Wang Fu howl in pain. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Lin Chuan and Jian Yutong were aware of the newcomers but paid them no mind. The beating continued, and the cheering went on as before. Wang Fu saw the people entering. A glimmer of hope flickered in his desperate eyes. Thank goodness, someone was here, he was saved. Help me, please help me, Wang Fu begged. Get him away from this man. This man was terrifying beyond words. If Lin Chuan kept hitting him like this, he would die. To his shock, Xiao Lai walked over, shut the door, and joined the cheering squad. Go, Lin Chuan! Beat him up! Ah, so cool! So cool! Harder, hit him harder! Xiao Lai jumped around excitedly. Sister Wang, being older and more composed, remained outwardly calm but inwardly rooted for Lin Chuan. Admittedly, watching Lin Chuan dish out the punishment was oddly satisfying. As for the two security guards, they were busy studying and mimicking Lin Chuan's moves. None of the four had any intention of helping Wang Fu. Despair filled Wang Fu's eyes. Was this really the end for him? Bang! Lin Chuan kept punching Wang Fu relentlessly. After 10 minutes of abuse, Wang Fu felt pain all over his body. It hurt so much death might have been easier. 2 more minutes passed, and Lin Chuan delivered another kick to Wang Fu's chest, sending him flying through the air before crashing onto the floor. The impact made the floor tremble. Wang Fu lay there, barely alive. Lin Chuan walked up to him and raised an eyebrow. How does it feel? Still think I'm some weakling? Sister Wang recalled her earlier assumption and shook her head vigorously. If Lin Chuan was weak, then others couldn't even crush an ant. And no, Wang Fu lay on the ground trembling and weak. Please let me go. I'll never dare again. He truly wouldn't. Had he known Jian Yutong had such a terrifying man protecting her, he would never have laid a finger on her. Lin Xuan crouched in front of Wang Fu, suddenly reminded of the time when Su Hua got drunk and a man tried to harass her. Wang Fu, you like forcing yourself on women, don't you? Lin Xuan's voice was icy, sending chills down everyone's spine. Wang Fu shuddered, a dreadful premonition rising in his heart. What was he planning? Lin Xuan pressed a pressure point on Wang Fu's body, paralyzing him completely. Only his mouth could move. Fear returned to Wang Fu's eyes. What are you doing? Lin Xuan smirked, stood up, and placed one foot directly between Wang Fu's legs. What am I doing? Lin Xuan tilted his head. Since you enjoy forcing women, I think you don't need this part anymore. Don't you agree? The world could use one more eunuch. Sounds good to me. Without giving Wang Fu time to react, Lin Xuan stomped down hard and twisted his foot. Ah! Wang Fu's agonized scream pierced the air. His manhood. Before, Lin Xuan's beatings were just physical torture, but now, destroying that. This was psychological torment too. The two male security guards in the room instinctively crossed their legs, feeling a phantom pain. Damn, this was brutal, actually castrating a man. The three women in the room, however, watched with gleaming eyes, fixated on Lin Xuan's foot. Too bad Wang Fu was still wearing pants. It would have been even more entertaining otherwise. Lin Xuan kept grinding his foot until he felt something crunch. Only then did he lift his foot. Wang Fu had long passed out from the pain. Lin Xuan pressed 2 more points, reviving Wang Fu and restoring his mobility. The first thing Wang Fu did upon waking was tremble as he reached down to check. Then he realized it was gone. My manhood! Wang Fu's face twisted in despair. Just days ago, he'd been online gossiping about Lin Lai being exposed as a eunuch. Now, it was his turn. Suddenly, Wang Fu glared at Lin Xuan with pure hatred. It was all his fault. If not for him, he would have succeeded. Zhang Yudong would have been his by now, and he wouldn't be in this state, reduced to a eunuch. All because of him. If he couldn't have a good ending, he dragged Lin Xuan down with him. Wang Fu pulled a knife from his shoe, the one he'd planned to use to disfigure Zhang Yudong. I'll kill you. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all his strength and stabbed toward Lin Xuan. Ruin Lin Xuan, be careful. Xiao Lai's heart skipped a beat as she saw Wang Fu's movement. Lin Xuan casually glanced at Wang Fu's action, then raised his foot and effortlessly kicked the knife out of Wang Fu's hand. Without missing a beat, he followed up with another kick, sending Wang Fu sprawling to the ground, his foot pressing down on a man's chest, pinning him in place. Wang Fu glared at Lin Xuan with pure hatred in his eyes. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect you to be such a tough nut. Honestly, even though I crushed it earlier, a hospital could have fixed it. But now, doesn't look like you'll need that anymore. A wicked grin curled on Lin Xuan's lips. Someone, pick that knife up for me, Lin Xuan ordered. I'll do it. I'll get it. Zhang Yudong's voice brimmed with excitement. She retrieved the knife and handed it to Lin Xuan, who twirled it deftly in his hand. Didn't think you'd bring a knife. Saves me the trouble of finding one myself. The corner of his mouth lifted in a smile that sent a chill down Wang Fu's spine. Under the hotel room's lighting, the blade gleamed coldly. Wang Fu had mustered all his courage to retaliate against Lin Xuan earlier, but after that kick, his bravado had vanished without a trace. Now, his teeth chattered uncontrollably. What do you want? You can't kill me. Relax, I'm not killing you, Lin Xuan said, smirking. But since I crushed it earlier, it must hurt like hell, right? Thought I'd help you out. How about we make it permanent and just cut it off? The two security guards. Holy shit. Where the hell did this demon come from? This guy's ruthless. And no, you can't do this to me. Terror flooded Wang Fu's eyes. Lin Xuan chuckled. Sorry, but I don't take back my words. No. Wang Fu tried to drag his battered body backward, but Lin Xuan stomped on his chest again, immobilizing him. Let's see how it feels to be a eunuch, just like Lin Lai. With precision, Lin Xuan drove the knife straight through Wang Fu's pants, piercing his flesh. Ah! Wang Fu's agonized scream echoed through the private room. The two security guards couldn't bear to watch. Even though they weren't the ones suffering, the sight of Wang Fu's torment made their own groins ache in sympathy. Too brutal! They shuddered inwardly. Wang Fu's vision went black as he stared at the blade embedded in his lower half, and he passed out. Lin Xuan smirked. Passing out was too easy. He'd much prefer Wang Fu to stay awake and endure every second. With a quick jab to a pressure point, Lin Xuan jolted Wang Fu back to consciousness. The moment he woke, an unbearable wave of pain surged through his body. Lin Xuan slowly, deliberately, dragged the knife downward. It's gone. Completely severed. Veins bulged along Wang Fu's neck and hands, his entire body contorted in excruciating agony. Xiao Lai's admiration for Lin Xuan only grew, as expected of her idol swift, precise, merciless. Oh, Lin Xuan is just so unbelievably cool. Just as Lin Xuan was about to pull the knife out, the police burst in. We got a report that Lin Xuan was being assaulted. They stood at the entrance, unable to see the scene inside yet. Who called it in? An officer asked. I did, Sister Wang said meekly. But I miscalculated. Lin Xuan wasn't the one getting beaten. The one suffering was Wang Fu. The officers frowned. Miscalculated? What did that mean? Hearing the police, Wang Fu's eyes lit up with hope. He was saved. Finally, he was saved. Once they saw what Lin Xuan had done to him, they'd arrest the bastard for sure. Help me, Wang Fu rasped weakly. The two officers rushed over only to freeze at the sight of Wang Fu lying on the ground, his face swollen beyond recognition, a knife still lodged in his groin. They swallowed hard. Was his manhood gone? They'd seen plenty of victims, but few as brutalized as Wang Fu. Well, except for two others, Lin Lai and Lin Chang. Come to think of it, both cases were linked to Lin Xuan. And given the power behind him, no wonder they'd rushed here in a panic, worried about Lin Xuan's safety. Officers, long time no see, Lin Xuan greeted them with a grin. Why yeah, long time, one officer stammered, wiping sweat from his brow. Who'd have thought their next encounter would be like this? What the hell were they supposed to do now? Mister, Lin Xuan, is he like this because of you? The officer pointed at the wreck that was Wang Fu. Wang Fu gritted his teeth and said, that's right, it was him. Not only did he beat me up, but he also smashed my down there and then cut it off with a knife. The two police officers couldn't help but glance at the knife still lodged in Wang Fu's body, surrounded by a large pool of blood. What a gruesome sight! After Lin Lai, another eunuch had been made. That's right, I did it, Lin Xuan nodded, openly admitting without hesitation. The two officers were at a loss about how to handle the situation. Arresting Lin Xuan didn't feel right, but neither did letting him go. Wang Fu shouted agitatedly, did you hear that? It was Lin Xuan. Hurry up and arrest him. Lock him up for life. Jian Yutong spoke up. Officers, this man Wang Fu has always had feelings for me. I've rejected his confessions every single time. Today, when I went to a restaurant to eat, he drugged me, brought me to this hotel, and tried to assault me. He even threatened to scar my face so I'd have no choice but to stay with him forever. Her icy gaze fixed on Wang Fu. Even if he had succeeded, Jiang Yutong would rather remain unmarried for the rest of her life than marry a man like him. She was a Jiang. Her father and grandfather were both iron-willed soldiers. The pride in her blood would never allow her to marry her own assailant. Jiang Yutong, you're lying through your teeth. Wang Fu protested vehemently. Officers, don't believe her. She came to the hotel with me willingly. Willingly? Jiang Yutong scoffed coldly. As the second daughter of the Jiang family in Yundu City, I could have any man I want. Wang Fu, do you really think I'd ever be interested in a worthless, idle man like you? Ridiculous. What? The Jiang family of Yundu City? Wang Fu's eyes widened in shock. You mean Jiang Corporation? That's right, Jiang Yudong confirmed. The moment she gave her answer, Wang Fu's pupils trembled violently. She really was a Jiang. Jiang Yutong always dressed impeccably, and during her school days she was chauffeured everywhere. He knew she came from a wealthy family, but he never imagined she was part of the Jiang family. General Manager Su and brother Lin Xuan are a perfect match. How could this be? Wang Fu muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't accept the fact that Jiang Yutong was a member of the Jiang family. If that were the case, forget about revenge, he'd be lucky to escape unscathed himself. The two police officers breathed a sigh of relief. So, it was Wang Fu who had stirred up trouble, and his target was none other than the Jiang family's second daughter. Well, that made things much easier. Xiao Lai and Sister Wang stepped forward as witnesses. Officers were both front desk staff at the hotel. We can confirm that when Wang Fu brought Miss Jiang in, she was unconscious. In that case, take Wang Fu away, the officer said coldly. Then, the officer's gaze shifted to Lin Xuan and Jiang Yutong. Compared to their stern treatment of Wang Fu, their tone softened slightly. Mr. Lin Xuan, Miss Jiang Yutong, please come with us to the station as well. Sure. Lin Xuan nodded. As Lin Xuan was leaving, Xiao Lai quickly rushed over with a pen in hand. Lin Xuan, could you give me your autograph? Lin Xuan was actually quite grateful to Xiao Lai for giving him the room key, otherwise he wouldn't have made it in time to save Jiang Yutong. Taking the pen, he swiftly signed his name on the paper. Thank you. Xiao Lai cradled the notebook in her arms like a treasure. Sister Wang watched Lin Xuan's retreating figure and shook her head in admiration. That Lin Xuan is no ordinary man. Of course he is not. He's my idol. How could he be ordinary? Xiao Lai lifted her chin proudly. Sister Wang rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I wonder if Lin Xuan is dating anyone. What kind of woman would he like? Zhao Lai fell into deep thought as well. I feel like no one is really worthy of him. But then, the image of a woman flashed through her mind, and she immediately added, wait, no, there's one woman who could match Lin Xuan. Who? Sister Wang asked curiously. Zhao Lai. President Su. President Su? Sister Wang was puzzled. Who was that? The CIO of Su Corporation, Su Hua. Zhao Lai sighed in admiration. I saw her once, and she was stunning, gorgeous, with an incredible figure and an unmatched aura. A true goddess. In her eyes, Lin Xuan was the most outstanding man in the world, so naturally, only the most exceptional woman could be his match. And Su Hua was the perfect candidate. Though Su Hua was 3 years older than Lin Xuan, there was an old saying, a wife 3 years older brings fortune. Age was no issue at all. Sister Wang tapped Zhao Lai's forehead and frowned. You're not feverish, so why are you talking nonsense? Let me tell you, don't go dreaming about your idol and Su Hua getting together. Lin Xuan was impressive, sure, but his family background and his company, Tanmu Group, were still far beneath the level of the elite families. A woman of Su Hua's status would never look twice at Lin Xuan. Thought, young fans these days always lost in unrealistic fantasies. You never know, Zhao Lai insisted. Maybe one day, they really will end up together. Lin Xuan was so outstanding and handsome she was sure that once President Su met him, she'd be drawn to him. Wang Fu's injuries were severe, so the police sent him to the hospital first for treatment before escorting Lin Xuan and John Yutong to the station. After giving their statements, the officers let them go. As Lin Xuan and John Yutong stepped out of the police station, John Yutong said gratefully, Young Master Lin, thank you for saving me. I had my reasons for saving you, Lin Xuan replied bluntly. He wasn't some kind-hearted hero who went around rescuing people out of the goodness of his heart. Only if there was something in it for him would he step in. Jiang Yudong raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Lin Xuan to be so upfront about it. Now that he knew she was the Jiang family's second daughter, most people would try to milk the Jiang family for favors. Yet Lin Xuan had just laid his cards on the table. Then again, if he hadn't planned this, how else would he have coincidentally found that exact room and rescued her? Young Master Lin, John Yutong probed, your sudden appearance to save me, should I suspect that you and Wang Fu are in cahoots? Lin Xuan slipped one hand into his pocket. I hacked into your phone, Miss Zhang, and installed a tracker. That's how I knew where you were. A tracker? John Yutong immediately pulled out her phone, frantically searching for any trace of the tracker. After several checks, she found nothing and frowned. Was Lin Xuan just making this up? If I installed a tracker, why would I let you find it? Lin Xuan smirked. He took out his own phone, tapped a few times, and turned the screen toward her. I'm going back to accompany my girlfriend. The phone screen clearly displayed a glowing location marker. John Yutong narrowed her eyes at Lin Xuan, who appeared completely unfazed. This man before her was clearly no ordinary person. Second, Miss Zhang, I know you don't suspect me of colluding with Wang Fu, Lin Xuan said, putting his phone away. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spoken up for me. John Yutong admitted, you're right. I don't suspect you. If they were in cahoots, Lin Xuan wouldn't have beaten Wang Fu so ruthlessly. She had always been a good judge of character, and Lin Xuan didn't strike her as someone with questionable morals, certainly not the type to associate with scum like Wang Fu. Go on then. What's your goal? Jiang Yudong smiled. Don't worry, if it's within my power, I'll help you. Lin Xuan replied, let's find a restaurant nearby and discuss this in detail. Sure, Jiang Yutong agreed readily. They found a restaurant and sat across from each other. I'll have to head back soon to spend time with my girlfriend, Miss Zhang, so let's keep this casual, Lin Xuan said. He was slightly worried Jiang Yutong might develop feelings for him. Not that he was narcissistic, but Chen Kainqian and Feng Ye had taken a liking to him without him even trying. And now, after rescuing Jiang Yutong in such a heroic manner, he'd beaten Wang Fu so brutally, partly to show her his ruthless side, hoping she'd find him intimidating. Mentioning his girlfriend was just a precaution. As the second daughter of the Jiang family, with their strict upbringing, she surely wouldn't pursue a man already in a relationship. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yudong's eyes. I didn't expect someone as young as you, Mr. Lin, to already have a girlfriend. I wonder who she is. She wasn't the gossipy type, nor did she feel any romantic attraction toward Lin Xuan, just simple admiration. Yet, for some reason, she found herself wanting to know more about him. Second, Miss Zhang, I'm afraid that's personal, Lin Xuan said. Jiang Yudong chuckled. My apologies for overstepping. Lin Chuan continued, the reason I stepped in to help you is primarily to discuss a collaboration with your cosmetics company. Are you looking to invest in my company? Jiang Yudong asked. Without waiting for his answer, she let out a bitter laugh. You probably don't know this, but we've been completely overshadowed by DR Cosmetics. Our products are too similar, and our brand recognition is abysmal. At this rate, it won't be long before DR acquires us. Mr. Lin, if you invest now, you'll likely lose everything. Her father had always insisted she stay and assist at Jiang Corporation. Her childhood dream had been to build a top-tier company in the industry without relying on anyone. She'd promised her father that if she failed, she'd return to Jiang Corporation. Now, it seemed Jiantong Group wouldn't last much longer. Perhaps it was time to go back. I do want to invest, Lin Chuan said with a smile, but not with money. I'm offering technical expertise as my stake. Jiang Yudong frowned. What did he mean? Lin Chuan pulled out 2 exquisitely crafted bottles. This is Jiang Yudong eyed them skeptically. Lin Chuan explained, a perfume I developed and a topical ointment for acne. Take a look. Second Miss Jiang. Curious, Jiang Yudong picked up the perfume bottle and examined it closely. She had to admit the bottle was elegant, giving off a high-end vibe. Perfect for a luxury perfume line. The thought made her shake her head wryly. Their high-end line had never taken off. The domestic luxury cosmetics market was dominated by DR and international brands, leaving Jiantong Group with no foothold. As Jiang Yudong inspected the perfume, Lin Chuan leisurely ate his meal, looking completely at ease. He was confident that, unless she was a fool, she'd agree to his proposal after seeing his products. Jiang Yudong opened the bottle. A fragrance wafted into her senses. Her eyes widened in shock. This scent was incredible, fresh, invigorating, and far superior to any high-end perfume on the market. Lin Chuan added, this fragrance lasts a full day. It won't fade unless you shower. What? Jiang Yudong gasped. A full day? Lin Chuan asked, do you know how much it costs to produce? Jiang Yudong hesitated. Given the quality and the premium packaging, it had to be expensive. 10,000? She guessed. Lin Chuan shook his head, amused. Oh, 100! Exclamation, her eyes nearly bulged. That little? With such a low production cost, this perfume could turn massive profits if launched. Lin Chuan produced another bottle. Try this one. Without hesitation, Jiang Yudong opened it, instinct telling her anything Lin Chuan presented would be exceptional. The moment she inhaled, her face lit up with astonishment. This one was even better than the first. A rich rose fragrance, soothing and uplifting. Lin Chuan said, this one costs a bit more, 500. Second Miss Jiang, if we collaborate, I can provide many more fragrances like these. Jiang Yudong couldn't help asking, did you really develop these yourself? These two are my work, Lin Chuan admitted. I know a bit about medicine and experimented at home. Her heart raced with excitement. If true, Lin Chuan was a cosmetics genius. Anticipating skepticism if he unveiled too many revolutionary products, Lin Chuan added, I also have a lab under my name. They've developed quite a few beauty products. What about this? Jiang Yudong pointed to the ointment on the table. What does it do? Ah, this, Lin Chuan said. It's for acne. Apply it for about a year and the acne will disappear completely, no scars left. After that, just use it once a month to prevent breakouts. The perfumes were brought over from another world, but the acne treatment was his own creation. Originally, it could clear acne in 6 months, but where was the profit in that? The key is to keep them hanging on slowly. Can it really completely get rid of acne? Jiang Yudong's face was full of shock. If true, this ointment would be far more astonishing than perfume. Many people nowadays are troubled by acne. If it truly had the miraculous effects Lin Chuan claimed, even those with lower incomes would buy it even at 10,000 yuan a bottle. Bring back the little brother, how much does this cost? Jiang Yudong asked again. Lin Chuan smiled and replied, not much, just 800 yuan per jar. Jiang Yudong! Exclamation, that's all it costs? Lin Chuan glanced at the time. It was about time for him to return to Night Garden. If Hua came back and didn't see him, she might worry. Miss Jiang, take this perfume and ointment back to test. The ointment will show results in a week. If you're satisfied with them, I'll take 40% of your company's shares in exchange. I'll only provide the products I won't interfere with your company's operations, Lin Chuan said. Jiang Yudong raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lin, isn't 40% a bit too much? Not at all, Lin Chuan chuckled. I'm leaving you with 60%, aren't I? Jiantong Group had been founded and built step by step by Jiang Yudong alone, with no other shareholders. All the shares were held solely by her. so if he took 40%, she would still retain 60%. Besides, the most important thing for a cosmetics company is its products. You must spend a lot on R&D salaries, right? I alone can provide you with highly effective products. Lin Chuan spoke leisurely. I believe Miss Jiang won't refuse such an offer. Jiang Yudong frowned. It was true Lin Chuan's products were incredibly tempting. Lin Chuan, with these products, you could easily start your own company and keep all the profits for yourself. Why share the pie with someone else? His products were astonishingly good. She really couldn't understand why he'd choose to invest in her company instead of making all the money himself. Lin Chuan replied lightly, because I'm lazy. He couldn't handle everything himself. After all, aside from Jiang Yutong's cosmetics company, he planned to invest in other businesses that caught his eye. Sitting at home and collecting dividends sounded pretty good. Jiang Yutong, well, she couldn't argue with that. As Lin Chuan left, Jiang Yutong watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but think. She had always wanted a younger brother. If only Lin Chuan were her brother. Jiang Yudong returned to the Jiang family. Grandpa Jiang had already heard about what happened to her. The moment she arrived, he pulled her aside to inspect her. Grandpa, see? I'm really fine, Jiang Yudong said helplessly. Grandpa Jiang snorted. Thank goodness someone saved you. Who knows what would have happened otherwise? From now on, remember to bring bodyguards when you go out. Don't keep running around alone, understand? He scolded, still uneasy. All right, I will, Jiang Yudong nodded. Today's incident had left her shaken. She really should start bringing bodyguards. Sure, Lin Chuan had saved her this time, but what about next time? Grandpa Jiang nodded in satisfaction. At least this time, Yutong was finally willing to listen. As the saying goes, people don't learn until life teaches them. Oh, right, Grandpa Jiang added. Who was the one who saved you? Yutong, you must properly thank them. His name is Lin Chuan. He is the chairman of Tamu Group, Jiang Yutong answered. It was him! Exclamation. Grandpa Jiang looked astonished. Grandpa, you know him? Jiang Yudong asked curiously. Of course I know him. This old man's life was saved by him too, Grandpa Jiang said with a smile. Wait, you mean that time you fainted Lin Chuan and was the one who helped? Jiang Yudong gasped. That's right, it was him. Grandpa Jiang nodded. Truly our family's benefactor, first saving me, then you. Whoever raised such an outstanding son must be proud. He really wished he could adopt Lin Chuan as his grandson. Hearing that Lin Chuan had also saved Grandpa Jiang, Jiang Yutong felt even more grateful toward him. Even if he demanded her entire company in exchange for his products, she wouldn't hesitate. Yutong, since Lin Chuan saved you, make sure to thank him properly, Grandpa Jiang reminded her. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will, Jiang Yudong assured him. After chatting with Grandpa Jiang for a while, she returned to her room. Once she had showered, she eagerly spritzed the perfume on herself. She wanted to see if it really lasted all day, as Lin Chuan claimed. After that, she scooped out some ointment and divided it into 3 small bottles. Then she left her room. Butler, please find me 3 servants with acne, Jiang Yutong instructed. Yes, second miss. The butler quickly brought over 3 servants, 1 man and 2 women, all with noticeable acne. They exchanged nervous glances. Had the second miss called them here because their acne made them look too unsightly? Were they about to be fired? One of the maids suddenly knelt before Jiang Yutong. Jiang Yutong hurriedly tried to help her up. What's wrong? Why are you kneeling? The maid refused to rise, her eyes red. Second miss, please don't fire me. My mother depends on my wages from working here. I can't lose this job. The Jiang family's benefits were excellent. She couldn't bear to leave. Jiang Yutong frowned. When had she said anything about firing her? Second miss, please give me another chance. If my acne bothers you, I'll wear a mask from now on. I won't let my ugly face offend your eyes. That's right, second miss, please give us another chance. The other 2 servants also dropped to their knees. Finally, Jiang Yudong understood. They thought she had summoned them because of their appearance, that she might dismiss them for being ugly. You've misunderstood, Jiang Yutong said gently. I called you here to test this ointment. She pointed to the 3 small bottles on the table. This is an acne-removing ointment. I'd like you to try it and see how effective it is. Don't worry if anything happens to your skin because of it. I'll compensate you. Since this is the first time the ointment is being used, there might be risks. Whether you agree to test it or not is entirely up to you. I won't dismiss you from the Jiang family. The Jiang family had strict principles. If she casually fired servants, Grandpa Jiang would be the first to reprimand her. Go check, Jiang Yutong. The 3 servants nodded without hesitation. Second miss, I'll try it. This ointment, just apply it to your face once in the morning and once at night, Jiang Yutong said. Yes, second miss. The 3 servants each took the ointment. One of the maids couldn't help but ask, "Second miss, what perfume are you wearing? It smells wonderful, and it's so soothing." "This is also one of our company's new products," Jang Yutong replied with a smile. The two maids secretly made up their minds to buy the perfume once Jiantong Company launched it. The male servant also thought about getting a bottle for his girlfriend. After the three servants left, Jang Yutong called her secretary. "Prepare a contract for me." "What kind of contract?" the secretary asked curiously. "Jang Yutong, a contract transferring 40% of the company's shares." "Understood," the secretary replied. After hanging up, the secretary sighed repeatedly. Transferring 40% of the shares, it seemed Jiang Yutong was really giving up on the company. Well, it made sense. Jiang Corporation was a massive enterprise. Returning to Jiang Corporation would surely be better than staying with this small, constantly suppressed company. As the secretary was lost in thought, Jiang Yutong called again. "Oh, I forgot to mention one thing. Include a clause in the contract stating that the other party will supply our company with cosmetics." The secretary's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful! So Jiang Yutong was abandoning the company after all." "President Jiang, may I ask who the person investing in our company with their technology is?" the secretary inquired. "Jiang Yutong, Lin Chuan, the CEO of Skyvel Group." The secretary, exclamation! It was actually this rising business genius. Lin Chuan, the CEO of Skyvel Group, had an impeccable eye for investments. Every project he backed except for a still mysterious unreleased game had flourished. If Lin Chuan wanted to invest in Jiantong Company, did that mean he had a way to turn it around? Skyvel Group had previously only ventured into internet or entertainment industries. The cosmetics industry wasn't that a huge leap? Would this really work? Or could Lin Chuan create yet another business miracle? With hope rekindled, the secretary immediately set aside her current tasks and began drafting the contract. When Lin Chuan returned to Night Garden, Su Hua was already home. Dressed in a snow-white kipao embroidered with winter plum blossoms, the woman sat elegantly on the sofa, her legs crossed, the slit of her dress revealing her porcelain skin. She held a book in her hands, its cover disguised as a business magazine. The butler standing behind her shook his head. The book might look like a business magazine, but its contents were all about seducing men. The disguise was merely Su Hua's way of hiding it from Lin Chuan. Miss Su truly went to great lengths for young Master Lin. "Master Lin," the servants greeted respectfully as Lin Chuan entered the villa. Hearing the commotion, Su Hua nonchalantly closed the magazine and handed it to a maid. "Put this away for me." "Yes, miss," the maid replied before leaving with the book. Chuan, you're back," Su Hua said with a faint smile. Lin Chuan sat beside her on the sofa. "Hua Bao, didn't you say you had a lot of work today and needed to work late? Why are you back so early?" As he spoke, his confidence wavered slightly. When Su Hua left in the morning, he had promised to wait for her at home. He had planned it perfectly. Even after playing basketball and meeting Jiang Yutong, he would still have half an hour to spare before Su Hua returned. But he hadn't expected Jiang Yutong to get into trouble, forcing him to visit the police station and delaying his return. "Where did Chuan go today?" Su Hua rested her cheek against Lin Chuan's chest, idly playing with his hand. Lin Chuan speared a piece of fruit with a fork and brought it to Su Hua's lips. She took a delicate bite. "I played basketball at Kinghua University, then went to save someone." "Man or woman?" Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Lin Chuan stiffened. How could he forget that Su Hua was a jealous soul? If she found out he was collaborating with a woman, Jiang Yutong, no less, the second daughter of the Jiang family, his kidneys might not survive the night. He smacked his forehead. He should have picked a male-led company to work with. Woman? Lin Chuan answered weakly. Su Hua paused her playful fingers. And who might this woman be, to catch Chuan's eye? Chuan was getting involved with another woman. She had more than enough money. She desperately wanted him to shut down his company and stop investing altogether. That way, he'd interact with fewer women, and fewer women would set their sights on him. But if she did that, Chuan would be unhappy. He might even revert to his old, distant self. Lin Chuan didn't dare hide the truth. It's the Jiang family's second daughter, Jiang Yudong. She owns a cosmetics company. I'm planning to supply her company with products in exchange for 40% of the shares. Jiang Yutong, the second daughter of the Jiang family? A cold glint flashed in Su Hua's eyes. Lin Chuan added, when I went to discuss the partnership today, I found out she had been drugged by an admirer and taken to a hotel. I ended up rescuing her. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. Chuan played the hero, then. I wonder if she was so moved by your gallantry that she offered herself to you or fell for you. Lin Xuan sensed the danger in her tone and shook his head vehemently. No, Hue Bao, nothing like that happened. He wasn't lying. From Zhang Yutong's gaze and tone, he could tell she had no romantic interest in him. But for some reason, the way she looked at him gave him the impression that she was after something, just not his heart. Is that so? Su Hua's voice was calm. It was impossible to tell whether she believed him or not. Let's have dinner, Su Hua said. Hua Bao, you haven't eaten yet? Lin Xuan was stunned. No, Su Hua replied. I was waiting for Akshu and to come home so we could eat together, and I want Akshuan to feed me. Lin Xuan touched his stomach. Crep. After playing basketball and beating up Wang Fu, he'd been starving. While discussing the partnership with Zhang Yutong at the restaurant, he'd eaten quite a bit. But if he skipped dinner now, Su Hua would surely find out he'd eaten with Zhang Yutong and her jealousy would flare up even more. Lin Xuan steeled himself. Alright, let's eat. Throughout the meal, Su Hua allowed Lin Xuan to feed her bite by bite. After dinner, while Lin Xuan was showering, Su Hua picked up her phone and called John King. President Su. John King's respectful voice came through the line. Su Hua, go and look into Zhang Yutong for me. Young Master Lin's family. Jiang King froze. Jiang Yutong, the second daughter of the Jiang family. Su Corporation had no business dealings with the Jiang family. Why would President Su want to investigate Zhang Yutong? May I ask what exactly you'd like me to look into regarding Zhang Yutong? Jiang King inquired respectfully. Su Hua's voice carried a dangerous edge. Dig into her romantic history and find anything unsavory about her. Zhang Yutong! This was all too familiar. Whenever a woman took an interest in young Master Lin, or whenever he grew close to someone, Su Hua would order her to investigate them. Just what kind of charm did young Master Lin possess to attract even Zhang Yutong? Understood, President Su. I'll get right on it. After hanging up, John King immediately delegated the task to her subordinates. Su Hua stared at her phone, her eyes icy. If Zhang Yutong dared to covet Xuan, she wouldn't hesitate to act even if she was from the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Zhang Yutong was focused on her computer, handling work. Atu. She suddenly sneezed several times, rubbing her nose. Why did she suddenly feel a chill down her spine, as if someone was watching her? Yutong, are you catching a cold? John Manting frowned, concerned. Should you take some medicine? No need, sis. Jiang Yutong pulled up a photo she had found online and showed it to Jiang Manting. Sis, what do you think of him? Jiang Manting studied the picture and nodded. Not bad, quite handsome. Wait, her gaze turned questioning as she looked at Jiang Yutong. This was the first time her sister had ever shown her a man's photo. Could it be Yutong? Are you seeing someone? Jiang Manting pressed. Big sis, where did that come from? Jiang Yutong sighed. I just feel an inexplicable closeness when I look at him. Haven't we always wanted a younger brother? I think he'd be perfect. Plus, he saved Grandpa and me. Jiang Manting's brows furrowed. No wonder he looked so familiar. He was the one who had rescued Grandpa. Yutong, he's the CEO of Tamu Group, isn't he? If you want to adopt him as a brother, you should ask him first. He might not be interested. I know, I was just thinking out loud. Jiang Yutong sighed again. If only their parents had given them a younger brother back then she wouldn't be so envious of other families' sons. Drink your milk and get some rest. With that, Jiang Manting left the study, not taking Zhang Yutong's words too seriously. She had said similar things before. This was probably just another passing thought. 2 hours later, John King had compiled a dossier on Zhang Yutong. As she flipped through it, her frown deepened. Surprisingly, Zhang Yutong was accomplished, principled, and had a clean reputation. While not as stunning as Su Hua, she was undeniably attractive. Young Master Lin really knew how to attract high-caliber women. Jiang King inwardly despaired. Silently, she lit a few imaginary candles for Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, you're on your own. She braced herself. If Su Hua locked him up again, it wouldn't just be for 7 days this time. Zhang Yutong was far more impressive than the others who had caught his eye, meaning Su Hua's jealousy would be worse. She'd be in for a lot of work. Jiang King continued reading. She absent-mindedly sipped her coffee, but when she reached the last page, she nearly spat it out. Holy, Zhang Yutong was the daughter of Zhang Shukin's biological brother. That made her and young Master Lin cousins. What a twist! John King had planned to fabricate a scandalous past for Zhang Yutong, but now there was no need. She personally delivered the file to Night Garden. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on Su Hua's study door. Enter came the response. Jiang King stepped inside. Only Su Hua was present. Lin Shu and was nowhere to be seen. Approaching the desk, Jiang King placed the dossier before Su Hua. President Su, here's the report on Jiang Yutong as you requested. At the mention of Jiang Yutong, the air turned frigid. Su Hua picked up the file and began reading. According to our findings, Jiang King said, Jiang Yutong leads a clean personal life, has a simple social circle, and a pleasant temperament. No major flaws. The temperature in the room plummeted further. Su Hua let out a low chuckle, laced with menace. How impressive! The more outstanding she was, the more Su Hua despised her proximity to Xuan. Jiang King shivered but didn't dare speak. Su Hua tapped her fingers lightly on the desk. Prepare some falsified records. She saw nothing wrong with this tactic. For Xuan, she would do anything. Jiang King sighed inwardly. Of course, this was Su Hua's go-to move. Last time, Miss Zhu Wan had been smeared as having dated 108 men. Jiang King hesitated. Su Hua glanced up sharply. Problem? And none at all, Jiang King stammered. But, President Su, I suggest you read the last page first. Fabricating evidence now could backfire if Jiang Yutong and young Master Lin ever reconciled, especially since she was his cousin. Best not to provoke her. Su Hua frowned but flipped to the final page. Her expression shifted as she absorbed the contents. The Jiang family were Xuan's relatives. President Su, Jiang King explained. After Jiang Shuken married Lin Chang, the Jiang severed ties with her. They've had no contact since. However, young Master Lin saved Grandpa Jiang. And just today, he rescued Jiang Yutong from an assault. He's practically their family savior. If they learn his identity, they might seek to reconnect. She is his first cousin on his mother's side. Su Hua's expression grew increasingly somber, her body radiating a palpable aura of killing intent. She had no desire for these so-called relatives of Xu and to appear. The more close relatives he had, the more his attention would be diverted from her. What she wanted was for Xu and's heart and eyes to be filled with her alone. If it were anyone else, she would have them leave Yundu City, ensuring they never appeared before Xu and again, but this was the Jiang family. Even she couldn't act recklessly against them. Jiang King sensed the chilling hostility emanating from Su Hua and quickly reassured her. President Su, there's no need to worry. The Jiang family and Jiang Shu can have a strained relationship. They've completely severed ties. It's unlikely they'll even acknowledge young Master Lin. Despite Jiang King's words, the icy aura around Su Hua remained unshaken. Jiang King, Su Hua took a deep breath and commanded, erase all traces of Xuan's connection to Jiang Shuken online. If they investigate and discover Xuan is from the Lin family, make them believe Lin Lai is Jiang Shuken's son, while Xuan was merely adopted. Yes, President Su. Jiang King had anticipated Su Hua would prevent Lin Xuan from reuniting with the Jiang family, so the order came as no surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had just spilled coffee on himself and had to take another shower. He emerged from the bedroom in pajamas handpicked by Su Hua that led directly to the study. Su Hua had impeccable taste, and combined with his natural elegance, he looked as though he were modeling them on a runway. Fresh out of the shower, he appeared exceptionally handsome and striking. Even Jiang King couldn't help stealing a few extra glances. Secretary Jiang, why are you still working so late? Lin Xuan asked casually. There were some matters I needed to report to President Su, Jiang King replied with a nod. Truthfully, she could have simply sent someone to deliver the documents. But this was too dramatic. She wanted to see Su Hua's reaction upon learning Jiang Yutong was Lin Xuan's blood-related cousin. Su Hua's voice was frosty. Now that your report is finished, you may leave. Hearing the displeasure in her tone, Jiang King shuddered and hastily complied. Understood. I'll go now. Without delay, she hurried out of the study. Huabao, what's this? Lin Xuan approached Su Hua and noticed the name Jiang Yutong on the first page of the investigation file. Su Hua calmly tucked the documents away upon noticing his gaze. It's nothing. Just some research on the Jiang family for a potential collaboration. Oh, Lin Xuan didn't question it. Glancing at the files on Su Hua's computer, he realized she must have accumulated a lot of work after spending 7 straight days with him. He decided not to disturb her further and turned to leave. But before he could, Su Hua suddenly stood, pulling him into a forceful wall slam against the desk. The sweet fragrance of her skin enveloped him. The position, Lin Xuan swallowed hard. Huabao, what's wrong? He stammered nervously. Xuan, Su Hua murmured, lightly nipping at his Adam's apple. Who matters more to you, me or your family? The sensation sent a shiver down his spine. His throat bobbed. Of course it's you, Huabao, Lin Xuan answered without hesitation. You know how the Lin family treated me. I've been focused on revenge. How could they ever compare to you? They don't even deserve to stand in the same ring as you. He wasn't a masochist. The Lin family had shown him nothing but cruelty, cold indifference, verbal abuse, even physical violence, which had molded him into someone insecure and overly sensitive. If not for them, he wouldn't have groveled after Kin Royale like a fool. In a way, the Lin family were indirect accomplices in his past suffering. Even in his previous life, he'd seen their cold indifference after his death. If he still valued them, he'd have to be insane. Su Hua pressed her lips together, clearly unsatisfied with his answer. Lin Xuan frowned, sensing the chilling aura around her only intensifying. Was there something wrong with his response? Why did Huabao seem displeased? His mind raced, searching for any misstep in his words, but he couldn't find one. Su Hua's slender fingers traced his chest. From the way you speak, she mused, if new relatives treated you well, would you start valuing them more? If the Zhang family recognized him in the future and showered him with affection, would he grow attached to them? Shu and had never known familial warmth from the Lin family, yet he'd still given them his all in the past. What if the Zhang family treated him kindly? Would he prioritize them over her? A surge of unease gripped Su Hua's heart. She was terrified that Shu and might one day value the Zhang family more than her. The Jiang and Su families had always been at odds. What if they tried to take him away from her? The mere thought ignited a murderous impulse within her. Absolutely not, Lin Xuan vowed, raising two fingers. Huabao, no matter who appears in the future, no one will ever be more important than you. You'll always come first in my heart. Su Hua's lips thinned. Xuan was probably just placating her. But what if that day really came? The idea of someone tearing Lin Xuan away from her made her blood boil. A predatory glint flickered in her eyes. If they dared try, she would annihilate them no matter the cost. Then she'd locked Xuan away, ensuring he could never leave her. Lin Xuan's frown deepened. Why was Huabao still so unsettled? She'd never been this fixated on the Lin family before. What had triggered this? There was only one way left to calm her. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan captured her crimson lips in a searing kiss. Su Hua's eyes shimmered with emotion. Xuan really knew how to soothe her. She had to admit his method worked. The icy aura around her gradually dissipated. Xuan, you'd better mean every word you said. When Lin Xuan finally pulled away, Su Hua's eyes were hazy, her lips slightly parted, cheeks flushed. She looked utterly bewitching. The sight sent Lin Xuan's pulse racing. He quickly averted his gaze. Huabao, do you believe me now? He asked softly. Not enough yet. Su Hua's eyes sparkled with amusement as her soft arms once again wrapped around Lin Xuan's neck. The woman chuckled softly, then leaned in close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his skin like orchid-scented air. Xuan, did you really think a single kiss would be enough to appease me? Su Hua's crimson lips grazed his earlobe teasingly. This isn't nearly enough. You'll have to do much better, HM. Lin Xuan could only lower his head and capture her lips again. Su Hua closed her eyes, surrendering completely to his kiss. From the study to the sofa, and finally to the bed, their clothes scattered across the floor, stirring waves of passion in the room. The next morning, Lin Xuan woke up exhausted, the space beside him already empty. He let out a heavy sigh. No wonder Huabao was called the Chosen One by the Heavenly Tao. Her stamina was truly formidable. Even with the help of his spatial abilities, he could barely keep up. Seated at the dining table, Lin Xuan had just finished breakfast when Butler Wang approached with a knowing smile, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Young Master Lin, your 10 treasures tonic is ready, Butler Wang said cheerfully. This will help you recover faster and better endure the young mistress's demands, he added silently. Thank you, Butler Wang, Lin Xuan replied smoothly, taking the bowl without hesitation. No trouble at all, it's my duty, Butler Wang beamed. The closer young Master Lin and the young mistress grew, the sooner he could hope for a little heir to dote on. Lin Xuan tilted his head back and down the tonic in one go. Sighing, he stared at the empty bowl. The first time Butler Wang had brought him this concoction, he'd been utterly repulsed. But reality had worn him down. Butler Wang, if I may ask, the old man rubbed his hands together, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Has that Miss Fang Ye contacted you? No, Lin Xuan shook his head. I haven't seen her since Lin Lai's wedding. Butler Wang frowned. She hadn't sought out young Master Lin? Could it be that her interest was merely fleeting, with no intention of pursuing him? Butler Wang, Lin Xuan eyed him suspiciously. Why do you ask? Oh, no reason, just making conversation. Butler Wang chuckled, scratching his nose. He couldn't very well admit he'd been hoping for some drama. If Feng Ye had pursued young Master Lin and Su Hua found out, the young mistress would surely fly into a jealous rage, and then Lin Xu and would be in for a world of trouble. But it seemed Feng Ye had no such intentions. What a pity, no entertainment to look forward to. Is that so? Lin Xu gave him a skeptical glance before retreating to his room. Lying down, he closed his eyes and let his consciousness slip into his spatial realm. He needed to continue researching a cure for Su Hua's condition. Her illness was exceptionally rare, not a single similar case existed in the otherworldly records. He had no choice but to painstakingly explore every possibility. Hua Bao's sickness was rooted in her heart. He believed the treatment required addressing both her physical and psychological wounds. Physically, he was confident he'd eventually find a solution, but mentally her deepest scars were buried too deeply. Only during his encounter with Zhao Long, leader of the Shadow Organization, had he glimpsed fragments of the truth. And then there were his own missing 3 months of memories. Those might also hold clues to her condition. If he wanted to fully understand Su Hua's past, he would have to face Zhao Long again. Flipping through medical texts, Lin Xuan frowned. He needed a foolproof plan, one that would let him extract the truth without putting himself in danger. Between his research and occasional visits to the company, time passed swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Lai, severely injured by Feng Ye's retaliation, had spent over a week hospitalized before finally being discharged. Terrified that Lin Chang might bring Lin Xu back as heir, he threw himself into work immediately, determined to climb into Starlight Group's core leadership and siphon its assets into his own name. The employees of Starlight Group were all aware of Lin Lai's unfortunate condition. Just as the gossip had begun to die down after his absence, his return reignited the whispers. Of course, no one dared speak of it openly, only in hushed tones behind his back. Did you see Lin Lai today? His face was still covered in bruises. Looks like he got beaten half to death. Serves him right for cheating and tricking that poor girl into marriage. Even after becoming a eunuch, he still had the gall to chase her. My bet is the Feng family did this to him. Calm as a bitch. Truly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Someone who appears so refined and gentle on the surface turns out to be so despicable behind the scenes. Lin Lai's true nature has been completely exposed. I doubt any family's daughter would fall for his tricks now. Honestly, Lin Xuan is the better one, whether it's ability, character, or looks. Lin Lai can't compare to him in any way. I wonder if the chairman regrets driving Lin Xuan out of the Lin family and keeping Lin Lai instead. They were discussing the matter heatedly, completely unaware that Lin Lai had already walked up behind them and overheard every word. Lin Lai's expression darkened to the extreme. Who gave these lowly people the audacity to gossip about him? He wished he could fire every single one of them on the spot, but he couldn't, not yet. He still needed to win people over. For now, he had to hold back. Lin Lai's gaze swept over the faces of each employee who had been talking. Once he became the chairman of Starlight Group, the first thing he'd do after taking power was get rid of them. One of the employees noticed Lin Lai's approach. His body stiffened and he blurted out loudly, "Good day, President Lin." The chatter came to an abrupt halt. The employees who had been so engrossed in their discussion turned stiffly and, sure enough, saw Lin Lai standing there. Damn it! They had just been bad-mouthing him, and now he appeared out of nowhere. Had he heard everything? Trembling, the employees stood off to the side, heads bowed. Lin Lai took a deep breath, suppressing the fury in his heart, and forced a warm, approachable smile. No need to be nervous. I did make a mistake, a moment of poor judgment. It's only natural for you to discuss it. But right now is work time. Everyone should be focusing on their tasks, not standing around gossiping. Yes, President Lin. We'll get back to work right away. The employees didn't dare linger and quickly scattered. Lin Lai's expression turned stormy again. Just wait, every last one of them would pay for this. Akshu, and not answering the phone, the employees returned to their posts, pretending to work for a while before they couldn't resist creating a small group chat to exchange messages. Even though Lin Lai overheard our conversation, he didn't punish us. I thought he'd fire us, but he just brushed it off. He's so understanding. Maybe we were wrong to talk about him like that. You kids are so easily fooled. You didn't see how terrifying his expression was earlier when no one noticed him. He looked like he wanted to devour someone. Exactly. Lin Lai is a master at putting on an act. Don't be deceived. The only reason he's not firing us now is because he's still just a small-time executive. If he dismissed us outright, wouldn't the chairman have something to say? My guess is he's biding his time for revenge later. Lin Lai had thought his lenient attitude might soften the employees' opinions of him, but they had seen right through him. Sitting in his office, Lin Lai couldn't stop replaying their words in his mind. This was what he had heard. How much more were they saying behind his back? Ah, Lin Lai slammed his fist onto the desk in frustration. His reputation had once been impeccable, praised wherever he went. But first, Shen Kaienqian, and now the rumors about him being a eunuch and deceiving Fang Ye into marriage Lin Shu, and had utterly destroyed his name. Let Shu. Lin Lai gritted his teeth, each syllable dripping with chilling hatred. Just you wait. One day, he would repay Lin Shu and 1,000-fold for everything he was enduring now. That bastard Lin Shu had the luck of the devil, cozying up to Su Hua, the top business magnate in Daxia. If it weren't for Su Hua's protection, Lin Shu would already be crushed under his heel, never to rise again. Lin Lai's thoughts darkened further as he recalled Fang Ye's confession in the basement, her feelings for Lin Xuan. He would keep a close eye on Fang Ye. When she pursued Lin Xuan, he'd take photos and videos to show Su Hua. One Shen Kaienqian might be something Lin Xuan could explain away, but with Fang Ye added to the mix, Su Hua wouldn't be so quick to trust him again. A woman of her status would never tolerate betrayal. By then, Lin Shu wouldn't just be abandoned. Su Hua would reclaim Tanmu Group too. Lin Xuan would be finished, and he'd be at Lin Lai's mercy. Then Lin Shu would get a taste of his own medicine, being exposed as a eunuch to the entire world. Lin Lai's face twisted with malice. 7 days had passed since the ointment was applied, and Zhang Yutong summoned the servants she had tested it on. Miss, they're here, the butler said respectfully. Zhang Yutong, who had been scrolling through her phone, looked up and froze. Had the ointment really worked so well in just a week? Afraid she might be imagining it, she pulled up the photos she'd taken of the servants before, applying the ointment, and held her phone beside their faces for comparison. Slowly, her hands began to tremble with excitement. It's real! It actually works this well! With such dramatic results in just a week, she was certain this ointment would take the country, no, the world by storm. What man didn't want to be handsome? What woman didn't crave beauty? Countless people struggled with acne. A product this effective would be in high demand. One of the maids smiled. Miss Jiang, this new ointment you developed is amazing. I could see results in just 3 days. It really is effective, Zhang Yutong agreed, nodding. She wondered what kind of cosmetics research team Lin Shu had behind him to create something so potent. Even if he never produced another product, these 2 perfumes and the ointment alone would skyrocket her company's reputation. Her other cosmetics might not match Lin Xu's creations, but they were on par with other luxury brands. What they lacked was recognition. The success of these products would undoubtedly boost sales across her entire line. No longer would she have to endure being overshadowed by Lin Qingwen's DR company. Zhang Yutong immediately called Lin Xuan. Su Hua was nestled in Lin Xuan's arms when the phone rang. He picked it up, about to answer until he saw Zhang Yutong's name on the screen. His heart skipped a beat. Last time Su Hua found out he'd visited Zhang Yutong, she'd pin him to the bed. Even a simple phone call might send her into a jealous rage. His kidneys might not survive another round. Lin Xuan guiltily considered hanging up. Maybe he'd call Zhang Yutong back when Su Hua wasn't around. Just as his finger hovered over the end call button, Su Hua's voice drifted down from above him. Zhang Yutong? She chuckled softly. Why does it look like you're about to hang up on her? Xuan. Are you afraid I'll hear something I shouldn't? Lin Xuan's gaze darted away. He was nervous, but his relationship with Zhang Yutong was purely professional. He just didn't want Su Hua's jealousy to cost him his kidneys. Su Hua, it's just work. Nothing else, I swear, he explained. Then answer it, Su Hua said, arching a delicate brow. Okay. Lin Xuan nodded, stealing a glance at her expression. Her face was unreadable. The phone continued to ring insistently. Taking a deep breath, he finally pressed accept. Miss Zhang, what can I do for you? He said, cutting straight to the point. He needed to steer the conversation away from anything questionable. Zhang Yutong got straight to business. The 2 perfumes he provided last remarkably well. They last all day, even through showers. And the ointment is impressive too. Just 1 week, and the results are astounding. Lin Xuan nodded. He'd expected as much. He'd tested these products extensively using the simulation pods in his space. The synthetic test subjects there mirrored real humans perfectly. Success in simulations guaranteed success in reality. Asserting the legitimate wife's sovereignty, Mr. Lin, I'd like to collaborate with you. You'll supply products for our company, and I'll transfer 40% of the shares to you. When would you be available to finalize the contract signing? Zhang Yutong said eagerly. She had a strong feeling that partnering with Lin Shu would elevate Zhang Tong's cosmetics company to astonishing heights. Lin Shu replied, how about tomorrow afternoon? Then let's meet at 3 p.m. in private room 405 at Zhang's hotel, Zhang Yutong suggested. Sure, Lin Chuan nodded. After hanging up, Lin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a straightforward work discussion, and luckily Zhang Yutong had no romantic interest in him. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble today. If Zhang Yutong knew what Lin Chuan was thinking, she'd chuckle to herself. True, she had no intention of making him her boyfriend, but she did want to coax him into becoming her little brother. Hua bowed Lin Chuan said, "You can trust me now, right? There's really nothing between us." "Oh well." Su Hua nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. 3 p.m. at Zhang's hotel, private room 405. The next day, Zhang Yutong spent a long time getting ready in front of the mirror, choosing a sophisticated outfit. Zhang Manting watched her sister's preparations and walked over with a smile. "My little sister looks absolutely stunning when she dresses up. Honestly, compared to your usual casual style, wait." Zhang Manting's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased, "Yutong, you're dressing up so nicely. Are you meeting your boyfriend? Come on, tell me, when did you get a boyfriend?" "Sis, what are you imagining?" Zhang Yutong shook her head. Lin Chuan already had a girlfriend. She had no intention of being a homewrecker. She explained, "I'm meeting Lin Chuan to sign a contract. I just want to make a good impression so I can eventually convince him to be my little brother." Lin Chuan perfectly matched the image of the younger brother she had always envisioned. If he agreed, she'd be overjoyed. Zhang Manting sighed in disappointment. For a moment, she'd been excited at the thought of gaining a brother-in-law only to find out her sister just wanted a sibling. "Fine, go ahead," Zhang Manting said, shaking her head helplessly. Zhang Yukong grabbed her documents and handbag, heading out early to avoid any delays. She arrived at the hotel half an hour ahead of time. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, showed up right on schedule. "Mister." Zhang Yutong extended her hand. Lin Chuan declined politely. "Sorry, my girlfriend doesn't like me shaking hands with other women." Su Hua already disliked him interacting with other women. If she found out he'd shaken Zhang Yutong's hand, she'd definitely punish him. Unfazed, Zhang Yutong withdrew her hand with a smile. Good. Lin Chuan was loyal to his girlfriend, not a scumbag. A man who stayed faithful to his partner must have strong character. Her opinion of him rose even higher. She placed a contract in front of him. "Mr. Lin, here's the draft agreement. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to revise." "All right." Lin Chuan took the contract and began reviewing it. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office at Su Corporation, a senior executive was delivering his report while Su Hua intermittently glanced at the time displayed on her open laptop. The moment the clock struck the hour, she closed the file. "Well done. You may leave." She handed the documents back to him. The executive blinked in surprise. "That's it, President Su?" His department's performance this quarter had been lackluster. Before entering her office, he braced himself for a harsh reprimand, but it ended just like that. "You've seen the report. Go back and reorganize your team. Just focus on improving next quarter's results," Su Hua said calmly. "Oh, okay." The executive nodded dazedly. Still in a daze, he walked out of the office. Was President Su being unusually lenient today? He lingered outside, helping Su Hua's assistant with some tasks. Soon after, Su Hua emerged from her office. She had changed out of her professional suit into a striking red bodycon dress that accentuated her tall, curvaceous figure. Her makeup, already applied that morning, was now complemented by bold red lips. Her entire presence radiated elegance and confidence, every movement exuding a unique charm. The assistant and the executive couldn't help but stare. President Su looked breathtakingly beautiful today. John King happened to return just then and hurried over. "President Su, the chairman of Han Group is waiting in our conference room. Will you meet with him? Ask him to reschedule. I'm unavailable this afternoon. Cancel all my remaining appointments." John King couldn't resist asking, "Do you have special plans today, President Su?" "Yes." Su Hua's lips curved slightly. "Lin Chuan is meeting Zhang Yutong for a business discussion. I think my presence is necessary." John King, she couldn't help but scrutinize Su Hua's outfit. So she was going to meet Lin Chuan's cousin? With this aura and styling, anyone would think President Su was asserting her dominance as the rightful partner in front of her rival. Wait, that was probably exactly her intention. John King shook her head inwardly. Zhang Yutong was Lin Chuan's cousin. There was no way anything romantic could happen between them. Yet President Su was even jealous of her. Then again, when Wang Da had slung an arm around Lin Chuan's shoulders, Su Hua's icy glare had looked murderous. If she reacted that way to a man, how could she not be wary of a woman getting close to Lin Chuan? No wonder President Su had spent the morning trying on outfits. She was preparing to stake her claim in front of his cousin. President Su, I'll handle rescheduling your meetings, John King said respectfully. That? Su Hua checked the time on her phone again. 3 p.m. Jiang Yutong and Lin Chuan must have already met. Without further delay, she strode into the elevator. The executive finally understood why President Su had let him off so easily. She was in a hurry to see Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was truly his savior. He couldn't help but marvel at the thought. So beautiful. Jiang's hotel. Waiters continuously brought dish after dish to Lin Chuan and Jiang Yutong's table. Jiang Yutong introduced, Mr. Lin, Jiang's hotel is under my family's company. These are all signature dishes from our restaurant. Please try them and let me know what you think. Lin Chuan recalled how, a week ago, he had eaten with Jiang Yutong and then later with Su Hua. That night, he had practically stuffed himself to the point of discomfort. If not for the exercise with Su Hua afterward, he wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. I'm not hungry, so I'll pass for now, Lin Chuan said. He'd rather save his appetite for when he dined with Su Hua later. All right, Jiang Yutong nodded, not pressing him further. Lin Chuan quickly skimmed through the contract before nodding in approval. The contract looks fine. He picked up a pen, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprint onto the document. Mr. Lin, Jiang Yutong couldn't help but ask, may I know what kind of beauty products your lab is currently developing? The effects of the perfume and acne-removing ointment he had provided were nothing short of astonishing. She couldn't resist wanting to know what his next product would be. This? Actually, I brought some with me there in my car. I'll have my bodyguard bring them over. Truthfully, all those beauty products were stored in his spatial inventory, but with Jiang Yutong present, he couldn't just materialize them out of thin air. Lin Chuan pretended to make a call on his phone. Miss Jiang, please wait here. My bodyguard is bringing them over. I'll go retrieve them. He stepped out of the private dining room and returned shortly after, holding a bag. Jiang Yutong's eyes were glued to the bag in Lin Chuan's hands. It seemed to contain quite a few items. Could they all be beauty products? At that thought, she shook her head. She must be going crazy. How could the entire bag be filled with beauty products? Just the 2 perfumes and the ointment he had provided before were already mind-blowing products her company could never replicate in a lifetime. There was no way the bag was packed with more of them, right? Lin Chuan walked back to the table and unceremoniously placed the entire bag in front of Jiang Yutong before taking his seat opposite her. This is Jiang Yutong was utterly bewildered. Lin Chuan replied, beauty products. Jiang Yutong, exclamation, 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 it really was. And so many of them. Lin Chuan continued explaining, inside, there are whitening products, spot removers, scar treatments, tinted moisturizers, and perfumes in various scents. Jiang Yutong's jaw dropped. There were even more than she had imagined. Shouldn't a bag like this only fit 3 or 4 bottles at most? How could there be so many? She reached into the bag and saw an assortment of beauty products haphazardly stuffed inside. Given the miraculous effects of the previous perfume and ointment, Jiang Yutong had no doubt that anything produced by Lin Chuan's lab was extraordinary. Seeing them tossed around so carelessly now made her heart ache. She began carefully extracting each item, treating them like treasures, and arranging them neatly on the nearby coffee table. For now, this is all I have. If you think it's not enough, we can always develop more, Lin Chuan said. In truth, he had formulated all these products in his spatial lab before outsourcing their production. Not enough? Jiang Yutong stared at him. Did Lin Chuan have no concept of what enough meant? This is more than enough, she vehemently shook her head. Mr. Lin, these products alone will sustain our company for a long time. As for anything else you want to develop, we can take it slow, there's no rush. Lin Chuan nodded. He then added, in the future, if your company develops any new products, you can bring them to me. I'll have my lab staff review them. He deliberately avoided mentioning that he had single-handedly created everything himself. That would be too unbelievable. He had no interest in being treated like a lab specimen. Of course, I will, Jiang Yutong replied, barely containing her excitement. With a lab as advanced as Lin Chuan's, she absolutely had to have them review her company's products for potential improvements. By the way, how does your company usually market its products? Lin Chuan asked. Jiang Yutong answered truthfully, we mainly focus on online promotions, collaborating with beauty influencers, buying trending tags, things like that. Offline, we have counters in department stores, but since our brand isn't well known yet, they don't contribute much. Lin Chuan thought for a moment before saying, from now on, prioritize Weibo and Huyin for promotions. For Huyin, I'll send you the contact details of the person in charge. Just reach out to them directly whenever you need promotions. Jiang Yutong's lips parted slightly. How could she have forgotten? Lin Xuan was the owner of Tanmu Group, which owned Hu Yin. Hu Yin was massively popular, and with its full promotional support, her company's products would gain widespread recognition in no time. Even as the eldest daughter of the Jian family, this was the first time Jian Yutong truly appreciated the perks of having a powerful backer. And if you need Weibo promotions, just let me know, I'll arrange everything, Lin Xuan added. Jiang Yudong couldn't help but ask curiously, is Weibo's CEO a friend or relative of yours? No, Lin Xuan shook his head. Confusion washed over Jiang Yudong's face. From the way Lin Xuan spoke, it sounded like Weibo would provide free promotions. If he wasn't close to Weibo's CEO, why would they offer such preferential treatment? Lin Xuan smirked mysteriously. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare refuse. If they did, he'd just have to remind them by hacking into their backend again. Though puzzled, Jiang Yutong didn't press further. As for brand ambassadors, my company will assign a few people. They may not be well known now, but that will change very soon, Lin Xuan said. Understood. We'll follow your arrangements, Mr. Lin. Jiang Yutong nodded. They continued discussing other company matters afterward. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby on the first floor, Su Hua strode in, dressed in a figure-hugging red dress that instantly drew countless gazes. Who is that? Young Master Chen's eyes were glued to Su Hua. She was breathtaking, more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen. His heart pounded uncontrollably in his chest. No idea, his friend, young Master Liang, shook his head. Could she be from the entertainment industry? But with looks like that, she'd be a superstar. There's no way I wouldn't recognize her. She must not be a celebrity. I'm here to catch an affair. He had played around with plenty of women in the entertainment industry, but this one he had truly never seen before. With looks like hers, if he had encountered her before, there was no way he wouldn't remember. Young Master Chen stroked his chin, speculating, dressed like that, I bet she's here to accompany some man. Come on, let's go meet her. Young Master Liang pulled him back, uneasy. Young Master Chen, her aura seems refined. She might be the daughter of some wealthy family. Until we know her background, we shouldn't provoke her. What's there to fear? Young Master Chen shook off his hand. I've never seen her in high society circles. What kind of status could she possibly have? No matter what, he was determined to have her today. Hey beautiful, where are you headed? Let me take you there. Young Master Chen blocked Su Hua's path, grinning. Su Hua's face was icy. Oh ho, a feisty one. I like that. Su Hua was breathtakingly beautiful, and young Master Chen couldn't tear his eyes away. Let's get acquainted. My father is the chairman of Huaheng Investment, a publicly listed company worth billions. He extended his hand toward Su Hua. She frowned, making no move to shake it. Young Master Chen smirked. Ditch your sugar daddy and come with me. Yeah, I'll make sure you live in luxury. As soon as he finished speaking, several black-suited, sunglasses-wearing bodyguards entered the hotel. Young Master Chen reached out to grab Su Hua's shoulder. The bodyguards swiftly intercepted, seizing his wrists. Su Hua coldly ordered, break his hand. Thus, without another word, Su Hua stepped into the elevator, heading for the floor where Jiang Yutong and Lin Xiu were meeting. Downstairs, the bodyguards twisted young Master Chen's arm. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the lobby. Young Master! His own bodyguards rushed over in a panic. Let them break their arms and legs. Young Master Chen snarled through gritted teeth. Yes! His bodyguards swung their fists at Su Hua's men, but hers were elites, battle-hardened and ruthless. Within moments, young Master Chen's men were subdued, groaning on the floor. Su Hua's bodyguard then dragged him away, ignoring his terrified protests. Some time later, he was dumped at the gates of the Chen family villa. My hand. Young Master Chen clutched his wrist, face twisted in agony. Su Hua's men watched from a distance, shaking their heads. Daring to approach Miss Su? That was just asking for death. From beginning to end, her heart belonged only to young Master Lin. Any other man who tried to get close would regret it. Meanwhile, Su Hua arrived outside the private dining room. This area is occupied. No entry. Jiang Yutong's bodyguard blocked her path. Chang glared. This is our young master's girlfriend. What's there to stop her? The bodyguard frowned. So young Master Lin had a girlfriend. He'd assumed the man was single. Miss Jiang seemed quite taken with him, looked like she'd fallen for him before even getting a chance. Tut! Young Master Lin was taken. Miss Jiang's love story ended before it even began. Recognizing Su Hua's status, the bodyguard stepped aside without further resistance. Inside the room, Jiang Yutong had been staring at Lin Xiu for a long while, making him increasingly uneasy under her gaze. What was that look about? Did she have feelings for him? No, it didn't seem like the way someone looked at a lover. Lin Xuan frowned, trying to decipher Zhang Yutong's intentions. Master, Lin, may I ask? Zhang Yutong began, only for the door to swing open. A stunning woman walked in. Zhang Yutong's breath caught. She had never seen someone so breathtakingly beautiful even as a woman. She couldn't help but stare. Lin Xuan, noticing her distraction, turned to look as well. At the sight of Su Hua, he froze. He had never seen Hua Bao dressed like this before. Her makeup, her aura completely transformed. Every movement exuded queenly dominance, yet with an alluring charm beneath. Zhang Yutong recovered first. Miss, are you in the wrong room? No mistake here. Su Hua strode straight to Lin Xuan's side and sat down. Hua Bao, what are you doing here? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. He remembered she had a packed schedule today. Why was she at the hotel? Su Hua leaned in, her crimson lips brushing his ear. I'm here to catch you cheating, of course. Cough. Lin Xuan choked on his water, coughing violently. He was here purely for business with Zhang Yutong. Hadn't Hua Bao overheard their call last night? Why was she accusing him now? Too bad. Su Hua sighed dramatically. No cheating to catch. Her tone was almost disappointed. A thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. Was she upset because she couldn't lock him up in her infamous dark room? He shuddered. If he ever truly betrayed her, Hua Bao would absolutely imprison him there for life. Zhang Yutong listened to their exchange, surprised. So this was Lin Xuan's girlfriend. Her demeanor suggested a privileged background. Su Hua smiled. Xuan, aren't you going to introduce me to this lady? Lin Xuan took a deep breath, steadying himself. Hua Bao, this is my business partner Zhang Yutong, CEO of Jiantong Cosmetics Company. Zhang Yutong extended a hand politely. You must be Mr. Lin's girlfriend. He's mentioned you. I'm Zhang Yutong. Su Hua accepted the handshake. Su Hua. Zhang Yutong's brow furrowed. The name sounded familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? And the way this woman looked at her, there was unmistakable hostility. Had she somehow offended her? Before she could dwell on it, Lin Xuan cleared his throat. Hua Bao, Zhang Yutong and I have finished discussing business. We can head back now. No rush. Su Hua's lips curled. There's still so much food untouched. Waste not, don't you think? Stuffed from dog food. Hua Bao, I was planning to cook for you today. How about I go back and make you something? Lin Xuan said. He still felt it wasn't safe to stay here, better to slip away if possible. I don't feel like eating your cooking today. Xuan. What interests me are the dishes on this table. They look quite delicious, Su Hua replied. She then leaned closer to Lin Xuan's ear and whispered, Xuan seems really reluctant to have me stay. Are you feeling guilty? Afraid I might catch you and second Miss Zhang in something? No, Hua Bao. It's purely a professional relationship between us, Lin Xuan quickly denied. Then why are you so nervous? Su Hua arched her delicate brows. Lin Xuan grumbled inwardly. Though he had nothing to hide, he couldn't help having a Yandere girlfriend, one who was particularly prone to jealousy. I'm not nervous. Lin Xuan steeled himself and said, since Hua Bao likes the food here, let's have dinner here tonight. Su Hua curled her lips in satisfaction. Zhang Yutong, oblivious to the tension, nodded and said, I'll ask the server to bring an extra set of utensils. No need. Xuan and I are a couple we can share, Su Hua declared. All right. Zhang Yutong nodded. Su Hua picked up her chopsticks, but as she tried to pick up some vegetables, her hands suddenly trembled, and the greens slipped onto the table as if she had no strength left. Zhang Yutong was puzzled. What was going on? Xuan, my hands are still sore from last night. Eat me, won't you? Su Hua's voice carried a sweet, coquettish tone. Zhang Yutong, though only 24 and without a man of her own, had seen her share of risque content. The implications of Su Hua's words hit her instantly. Zhang Yutong! Seriously? Right in front of an outsider? Was this really appropriate? Lin Xuan gave Su Hua a skeptical look. Hua Bao, are your hands really sore? Sure, they had used them last night, but that was only for about 10 minutes. And it had been hours since then. How could they still be sore? Glancing at Zhang Yutong, Lin Xuan quickly realized Su Hua was still jealous and had come here on purpose. And now she was deliberately making ambiguous remarks. Lin Xuan knew the only thing he could do now was play along. All right. Obediently, he began feeding Su Hua. Whatever Lin Xuan offered, Su Hua accepted without complaint. Zhang Yutong watched the couple with an indescribable expression. Were Lin Xuan and his girlfriend always this clingy? She had no appetite left. Maybe I should find a boyfriend too. Noticing that Lin Xuan and hadn't touched the lamb dish. John Yutong spoke up. Mr. Lin, this lamb is one of the signature dishes at Zhang Hotel. The flavor is excellent, you should try it. Lin Xuan shook his head. No, maid, my girlfriend doesn't like lamb. Su Hua was allergic, he would never let her near it. I'm full, Xuan. No more feeding, Su Hua announced. Jian Yutong exhaled in relief. Finally, it's over, right? But then, Su Hua picked up an oyster and held it to Lin Xuan's lips. Xuan, now it's my turn to feed you. Jian Yutong, Miss Su, weren't your hands too weak to hold chopsticks earlier? How are you suddenly strong enough to feed him now? She had a strong suspicion that she'd become part of Lin Xuan and Su Hua's little game. Normally, Jian Yutong would have left long ago, but this was Lin Xuan, the man who could save her company, the one she wanted to take in as a younger brother. Taking a deep breath, she resigned herself. Fine, more dog force it is. At last, Lin Xuan finished eating. He looked at Jiang Yutong curiously. Second Miss John, aren't you going to eat? Jiang Yutong forced a smile. I'm a bit full already. I'll pass. How could she possibly eat now? Back in school, she had focused solely on studies. After graduation, she'd thrown herself into work, never considering romance or feeling that being single was a bad thing. But for the first time in years, she felt the overwhelming disdain that couples had for singles like her. Hua Bao, we're done. Let's go home, Lin Xuan said. The atmosphere was unbearable, he couldn't stay another minute. What? Jiang Yutong quickly stopped him. Second Miss Jiang, is there something else? Lin Xuan asked. Well, Jiang Yutong cleared her throat. I've learned that you've cut ties with your family, that your parents never treated you well. That's right. Lin Xuan frowned. Why bring this up, Second Miss Jiang? Mr. Lin, would you like to have family again? A sister, or maybe a grandfather? Jiang Yutong got straight to the point. The moment she spoke, Su Hua's gaze turned icy. So she really is here to steal Xuan. Even if Jiang Yutong was his blood-related cousin, Su Hua wouldn't allow her to take him away. Lin Xuan could feel the chilling aura radiating from the woman beside him. Second Miss Jiang. His voice cooled. I don't want family. I don't need a sister or a grandfather. Family had only ever been a burden to him. Hadn't he suffered enough in his past life because of so-called family? Now with Su Hua by his side, good friends, and his own career, he had everything he needed. Su Hua could see Lin Xuan's genuine rejection of familial ties, and her lips curled in satisfaction. Second Miss Jiang. Xuan doesn't need family, he has me. If he ever wants that kind of bond, I'll just give him a child. Jiang Yutong saw the refusal in Lin Xuan's eyes and sighed in disappointment. Very well. Forget I mentioned it. Second Miss Jiang, until next time. Lin Xuan nodded. Hand in hand with Su Hua, he left. Jiang Yutong slumped in her seat, exhaling deeply. For the first time, she felt an intense urge to find a boyfriend. No doubt about it, this dog force was hard to swallow. Once in the car, Lin Xuan glanced nervously at the woman beside him. Hua Bao, you have to believe me, there's really nothing between Jiang Yutong and me. Su Hua pressed her lips together. Ginu! But she couldn't shake the insecurity to fear that one day, Xuan might be taken from her, that he'd revert to the man who once clashed with her at every turn. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's neck. Xuan, I know you wouldn't, but you have to indulge me. Don't do anything with other women that might make me misunderstand. Lin Xuan nodded. All right. Too fond of being jealous after the incidents involving Shen Kainqian and Jiang Yutong, he had learned his lesson. From now on, if he ever met a woman alone, he would have to report it to Hua Bao in advance. Su Hua lay on top of Lin Xuan, not doing anything to him, just quietly holding him like that. In the car behind them, Chang stroked his chin and asked curiously, Bro, that car hasn't moved for so long. What do you think the boss and President Su are doing? Shang Da pondered for a moment before replying. The boss met with Jiang Yutong. President Su must be jealous. The boss is probably having a hard time right now. Shang thought back to the last time Su Hua got jealous, how the boss had looked utterly drained afterward, and nodded in agreement. Definitely. Next time they saw the boss, he'd probably have dark circles under his eyes and unsteady steps. It seems the boss has sacrificed so much for our Golden Dragon gang, Chang sighed. Chang Da lifted his eyelids and glanced at Chang You really think that's a sacrifice? Chang froze for a second before shaking his head honestly. It really wasn't. A woman like President Su, wealthy, beautiful, and devoted, was hard to come by, especially since she was so commanding in front of others, yet often showed a tender, feminine side when it came to the boss. The only downside was her jealousy. When she got jealous, it was both an exhilarating and painful experience for the boss. After returning to the night residence, Su Hua simply held Lin Xuan as they slept, doing nothing else. Lin Xuan looked down at the woman in his arms, suspicion written all over his face. Was she really just going to sleep like this? Hua Bao wasn't going to do anything to him. Su Hua noticed Lin Xuan's gaze and raised her eyes. What are you looking at, Xuan? Unable to hold back, Lin Xuan asked, Hua Bao, are you sure we're just going to sleep like this? Su Hua arched her delicate brows. What does Xuan want to do? Her slender, jade-like fingers traced a path down Lin Xuan's chest. Could it be Xuan wants it? Thump, thump, thump. Lin Xuan's heart pounded violently. Su Hua flipped over and pinned him beneath her. The woman curled her crimson lips. If Xuan wants it, I wouldn't mind satisfying you. Hua Bao, Lin Xuan was about to refuse, but then he remembered his meeting with Zhang Yutong earlier that day and guilt crept in. If he rejected her now, would Hua Bao overthink it? Would she assume he was refusing because of Zhang Yutong? But he hadn't fully recovered yet. Hua Bao, Lin Xuan ran his fingers through the soft strands of her hair, forcing himself to say, yes, I think Hua Bao is especially alluring today. You've seduced me, Xuan. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. You asked for this. Since it's Xuan's request, I'll have to satisfy you properly. With that, she captured his lips in a kiss. Their eyes closed. A moment later, Su Hua opened hers again, amusement glimmering in those beautiful depths. Since Xuan was the one who asked, shouldn't you take the lead? Then, she wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan and flipped their positions, putting him on top while she lay beneath him, her soft arms encircling his neck. She pulled him closer. The room was so quiet that only the sound of their kissing could be heard. At some point, they switched positions again. Their clothes gradually became disheveled. Just as things were about to escalate, Su Hua stopped abruptly, restraining herself. Xuan, I'll satisfy you properly next time. For tonight, you should rest, okay? Confusion filled Lin Xuan's face. That was it. This wasn't like Hua Bao at all. Seeing his expression, Su Hua smiled faintly. Xuan, the past few nights have been exhausting for you. You should rest well tonight. Her fingers idly traced circles on his chest. I'm afraid if you overwork yourself, you might lose function down there. And then, wouldn't my life lose one of its greatest pleasures? Lin Xuan, Hua Bao, remember, you're a woman. Why do you keep stealing lines meant for men? Still, since Hua Bao was letting him off the hook, Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's sleep. He nodded. Su Hua curled her lips. She was doing this so Xuan could rest properly. After all, in just over a week, it would be the anniversary of the day they first met. If he rested well now, they could spend the entire day tangled up in bed then. Jiang Yudong returned to the Jiang family. Seeing her listless expression, Zhang Manting couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Tong? Zhang Yutong set her bag down on the sofa and sighed. Lin Xuan doesn't seem interested in having a sworn sister. Zhang Manting had never met Lin Xuan and only knew of him through Grandpa Zhang and Zhang Yutong's accounts. Hearing this, she was surprised. Does he know your identity? He does. Zhang Yutong nodded. Zhang Manting's opinion of Lin Xuan rose. It seemed he wasn't the type to chase after power or connections. Tansong, Zhang Manting took Zhang Yutong's hand. If Lin Xuan isn't willing, then we shouldn't force him. Okay. Zhang Yutong nodded dejectedly and retreated to her room, where she began examining the cosmetics Lin Xuan had given her. Soon, she received the formulas for each product from him, all made from various plants or animal-derived ingredients. Zhang Yutong stared at the list in astonishment. These were all ordinary ingredients, yet when combined by Lin Xuan, they produced such remarkable effects. Some of the plants listed were unfamiliar to her. She jotted down the unknown items one by one, planning to ask her subordinates. If they didn't know, she'd inquire elsewhere. Zhang Yutong then sought out the butler. Butler, gather some maids with noticeable freckles or scars on their faces. The butler bowed respectfully. Yes, miss. I'll arrange it immediately. When the butler assembled the staff and made the announcement, many maids eagerly raised their hands. Butler, me! Look at my face, I've got plenty of freckles. I definitely meet the missus' requirements. Butler, I've got a lot of scars too. Ever since the three maids' acne had visibly faded after using Zhang Yutong's ointment, word had spread among the staff. Now, everyone was eager to volunteer as test subjects, all hoping to get their hands on Zhang Yutong's miracle creams. To the night rose, the butler selected a few servants with the most scars and facial blemishes to bring to Zhang Yutong. They all returned to their servant quarters satisfied, carrying Zhang Yutong's ointment. Over at the Golden Dragon Gang, countless dignitaries sought treatment from Lin Xuan, the carefree physician. Money flowed in, and when the Golden Dragon Gang needed favors, these influential figures dared not refuse. Though Lin Xuan wasn't personally overseeing the gang's affairs, Wang Ba still consulted him on all major decisions. Every strategy Lin Xuan devised for the Golden Dragon Gang was flawless. The gang acquired a substantial amount of weapons and wealth. Moreover, the gang members trained in marksmanship and martial arts using the methods Lin Xuan taught them, significantly boosting their combat prowess. In just a few months, the Golden Dragon Gang expanded rapidly, quickly making a name for itself in the underworld. Rumors about the gang's new leader spread like wildfire. Who exactly is the current leader of the Golden Dragon Gang? How is he so capable? The gang was in decline, yet in just a few months, it's risen to this level. Aside from the new leader, there's another formidable figure in the Golden Dragon Gang, the carefree physician. His medical skills are nothing short of miraculous, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Where did these two extraordinary individuals come from? If the Golden Dragon Gang's leader and the carefree physician were willing to join my gang, I'd gladly hand over my position as leader. Countless gangs were green with envy. Many openly or discreetly tried to pry information about Lin Xuan and the carefree physician from Golden Dragon Gang members. Wang Ba listened to his subordinate's report and sneered. The leader is ours, thinking they can snatch him away. But, dream on! He couldn't help but feel smug. He even felt grateful to Lin Lai. If not for him, he wouldn't have thought to kidnap Lin Xuan. Who knew he'd end up with such a treasure? Wang Ba grinned until his eyes nearly disappeared. Thankfully, I had the sense to yield the leadership to Lin Xuan. One of his trusted subordinates overheard and rolled his eyes. Second boss, he couldn't resist interjecting. If I recall correctly, it was the leader who held you at gunpoint. You handed over the position to save your own skin. This was hardly a case of a wise man knows when to yield. Wang Ba shot his subordinate a glare. The end result is the same, isn't it? Lin Xuan is the leader now. This brat had a knack for undermining him at every turn. No tact whatsoever. Yeah, the subordinate replied dismissively. A phone rang. Wang Ba answered gruffly. What is it? The beak! The subordinate on the other end urgently relayed the situation. What? Exclamation Night Rose? Wang Ba's eyes widened. Soon, his expression darkened with concern. He immediately called Lin Xuan. Over the phone, he reported, Boss, the weapons shipment we've been eyeing seems to have caught Night Rose's attention. If we try to seize it, we might provoke them. Should we abandon the shipment or confront Night Rose? Night Rose? Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. If he remembered correctly, Night Rose was the top gang in the underworld. Their leader, Dark Night Rose, was a name that struck fear into hearts. His goal was to elevate the Golden Dragon Gang to the top. Sooner or later, they'd clash with Night Rose. Might as well make it sooner. If they could defeat Night Rose outright, no other gang would dare challenge the Golden Dragon Gang, and he could eliminate the threats to Su Hua sooner. Go ahead and take the shipment, Lin Xuan said coldly. Boss, this would essentially be a declaration of war against Night Rose. Are you sure? Wang Ba asked nervously. Yes, Lin Xuan replied. We'll face them eventually. Might as well do it now. Send me the details and I'll give you the strategy. Understood, boss. Wang Ba relayed the specifics. Lin Xuan nodded. That. Wang Ba sent over a terrain map. After studying it briefly, Lin Xuan began drafting a plan on his computer. Facing Night Rose demanded extra caution. After spending over 10 hours in deep focus, Lin Xuan finalized the plan and sent it to Wang Ba. Wang Ba's response was a string of question marks. Tohas? He opened the file and stared at the meticulously laid out strategy. Wang Ba was stunned. He checked the call duration. Only 3 minutes had passed. Had the boss really completed the entire plan in that time? Rubbing his eyes, he double-checked. It was real. The boss had actually pulled it off. Back at the night residence, Lin Xuan frowned at the sent notification. Had he been too quick? He considered recalling the message, but just then, Su Hua walked in. Not wanting her to discover his underworld involvement, both to spare her worry and prevent her interference, he quickly switched the screen. Su Hua approached, resting her chin on his shoulder with a playful smile. What were you up to just now, Xuan? Lin Xuan averted his gaze. Nothing much, just handling some work. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. He was lying. She considered pressing further but remembered a line from a book she'd read. Give a man space. If you pry into everything, he'll grow weary. She held back her questions. Fine. If he didn't want to share, so be it. As long as it didn't involve his safety or another woman, she'd let it go. Hua, isn't your international virtual meeting starting soon? Shouldn't you prepare? Lin Xuan reminded her. Well, it Su Huan nodded and returned to her desk. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she hadn't pushed. If she demanded he leave the Golden Dragon gang, he wouldn't have known how to respond. Originally, he'd only cared about making money, with no interest in the underworld. But Su Hua's safety was at stake, forcing him to build the gang's power. Dissolving it wasn't an option. For now, he'd have to keep hiding the truth from her. When Su Hua went to shower, Lin Xuan switched back to his chat with Wang Ba. A new message waited. Wang Ba, boss, you finished the entire strategy that quickly. Selecting a beauty for Lin Xuan casually came up with an excuse to brush him off. Lin Xuan, yeah, I had it all prepared beforehand. The details I asked you for were just to verify whether my plan had any flaws. Wang Ba nodded. So that was it. He had been wondering how could the gang leader possibly have drafted an entire strategic plan in just over 3 minutes. Even if the gang leader had supernatural abilities, that would still be impossible. Wang Ba went back to studying Lin Xuan's meticulously laid out plan. A trusted subordinate peeked over curiously. Frowning in confusion, he asked, the gang leader made this. Right, Wang Ba confirmed with a nod. The subordinate grew even more puzzled. I've never seen the gang leader write such a lengthy strategic plan before. Why is it so detailed this time? Wang Ba replied, we're going up against Night Rose for this arms deal. Of course it has to be detailed. What? Wang Ba's brow furrowed as well. The gang leader had only just learned about Night Rose's interference in the arms deal. How could he have prepared such an extensive plan in advance? Unless he had prior knowledge. At that thought, Wang Ba nodded to himself. Given the gang leader's almost omniscient capabilities, it wasn't impossible for him to have gotten wind of it early. Just like that, Wang Ba had conjured up a perfectly reasonable explanation for Lin Xuan, sparing him any need for further justification. Wait, Night Rose? Exclamation. The subordinate's eyes widened in shock. He had been dealing with a sudden stomachache and missed the earlier conversation between the gang leader and Wang Ba. They were actually discussing something this serious. Exclamation. Second boss, the subordinate gulped nervously. Are you sure we should be going head-to-head with Night Rose? Wang Ba nodded. That's the gang leader's arrangement. The odds must be in our favor. But even if we win this time, Night Rose is notorious for holding grudges. What if they retaliate? The subordinate voiced his concerns anxiously. Wang Ba felt both anticipation and unease. The worry was that provoking Night Rose could backfire if the Golden Dragon gang couldn't withstand their counterattack. What then? But if they succeeded, the Golden Dragon gang would rise to become the top underworld faction, untouchable and feared by all. Do you think we stand a chance against Night Rose? Wang Ba asked, his voice laced with worry. I don't know, the subordinate admitted, shaking his head. But the gang leader never fights a battle he isn't confident in. If he's made this move, he must believe we can win. True. Wang Ba felt somewhat reassured. On a chair adorned with intricate serpent patterns sat a man with long silver hair. His fingers, which had been idly turning prayer beads, suddenly stilled. His cold eyes snapped open. What's the delay? Has that bastard who seduced Ling still not been captured? No, a subordinate answered, head bowed. Useless. Gao Long clenched his fist, snapping the prayer beads in his grip. They scattered across the floor with a sharp clatter. All of you worthless. He hissed through gritted teeth. How long has it been? And you still can't even catch one man. Boss, the subordinate stammered nervously. He's always in crowded areas or stays within the night garden. Besides, he's not only guarded by personal bodyguards but also has hidden protection. We haven't found an opening yet. Zhao Long's fists tightened. He couldn't wait any longer. With Shadow's influence waning, he needed Ling back to restore its former glory. He had to capture Ling Xu and as soon as possible to crush Ling's hope, to make her heartless again, to mold her back into the perfect, obedient assassin who followed only his orders. Keep hunting Lin Xu and down. Zhao Long commanded in a low, dangerous voice. I'm giving you 2 more weeks. If you fail, you'd better take care of yourselves. The subordinate shuddered and hastily nodded. Understood, boss. Ling, Zhao Long murmured to himself, come back to me. Shadow is your home. Boss, another subordinate suggested cautiously. Perhaps we could intensify Ling's sense of urgency. It might be more effective. Explain! Zhao Long's piercing gaze locked onto him. The subordinate hurriedly continued. We could make sure Ling keeps reliving that day. If she knows what awaits Lin Xu, and if he regains his memories, the betrayal will hit her even harder. Zhao Long let out a chilling chuckle. Very good, he said, pleased. Do as you suggested. Yes. Also, the subordinate added after a moment, we could arrange for beautiful women to surround Lin Xuan. No man resists temptation. If Ling sees him indulging, her despair will deepen. Zhao Long smirked. Fine, find him some beauties. Let him enjoy one last fling before his end. This Lin Xuan had lured Ling away, filling her head with foolish notions of love, making her refuse to return to Shadow. He deserved nothing less than 1,000 cuts. Inside the CEO's office, Su Hua stared at the message on her phone. Shadow, Jiao Long. Her fingers clenched around the device, her eyes burning with murderous intent and unease. President Su. John King knocked and entered. Su Hua calmly switched off her phone. John King bowed slightly. The dance instructor has arrived. She is waiting in the studio. The studio had been custom built for Su Hua's dance practice. Originally, she had only dabbled in contemporary jazz before abandoning it. But after reading somewhere that dance improved flexibility and poise, Su Hua had John King hire an instructor. Now, whenever she had free time at the office, she practiced. With the date of her performance for Lin Xuan approaching, she had John King bring back the jazz instructor for refinement. Su Hua moved gracefully across the studio, her every motion exuding an alluring charm. The instructor watched in admiration. She fought the urge to recruit Su Hua as a full-time dancer, reminding herself repeatedly, she is the CEO of Su Corporation. She won't abandon everything for dance. As the music faded, the instructor sighed in amazement. President Su, even after all this time, your skills haven't faded at all. I don't think there's anything left for me to teach you. Su Hua cut straight to the point. Are there any dance moves particularly effective at seducing men? How the dance teacher seduce a man? That's. The dance teacher's eyes widened in shock. She had heard rumors about CEO Su. Aside from her formidable capabilities, there were also whispers about her love life, mostly about how she kept men at a distance, even being allergic to them. Who would have thought that CEO Su would actually practice seductive dances to please someone? Then again, with her earning millions per minute, why else would she waste time learning to dance? Given CEO Su's status, beauty, and figure, wouldn't men come flocking with just a crook of her finger? Just what kind of man would require CEO Su to go to such lengths? A wave of intense curiosity rose in the dance teacher's heart. Yes, there is, the dance teacher nodded. CEO Su, take a look. She demonstrated a dance for Su Hua, moving gracefully for a minute before stopping and asking, CEO Su, what do you think of this dance? Su Hua nodded. Then follow me step by step, the dance teacher said. No need. Su Hua walked to the center of the dance studio and began performing the routine. Both the dance teacher and John King watched, transfixed. The dance teacher's jaw nearly dropped. She had only demonstrated it once, yet CEO Su had memorized it perfectly, even performing it better than her. Was this the legendary photographic memory? Secretary John, the dance teacher swallowed hard. Are you sure the man CEO Su is dancing for won't be completely bewitched by this? With CEO Su's figure, looks, and the sheer allure of her every movement, forget men, even she, a woman, almost couldn't resist lunging forward. I think, John King nodded dazedly, that's exactly the effect CEO Su wants. Right, CEO Su had also asked her to find some seductive lingerie, saying she'd need it soon. She figured CEO Su would wear those outfits then. Combined with this dance, no man would stand a chance, especially not young Master Lin, who already adored her. Young Master Lin had better prepare to be seduced so thoroughly he wouldn't leave bed for 3 days. Secretary John, CEO Su seems so aloof. How do you think she acts around the man she likes? Like a delicate little bird? The dance teacher couldn't even imagine how Su Hua behaved in front of Lin Xuan. John King shot her a glance. CEO Su's behavior around young Master Lin? Honestly, if she didn't know Su Hua was in love with him, she'd think she'd been possessed. Lin Xuan personally cooked a meal and brought it to Su Hua's company. Secretary Zhang, where's Hua Bao? Lin Xuan asked. He is. John King hesitated. It seemed like CEO Su wanted to surprise young Master Lin. She couldn't spill the secret about the dance practice. Young Master Lin, CEO Su is still busy. Would you like to wait in her office? I'll notify her. Lin Xuan checked the time and frowned. It's past 12, she's still working? Hua Bao must have skipped lunch again because of work. Secretary Jiang, Ling Xuan said firmly, tell me where she is. I'll go to her. As John King scrambled for an excuse, the dance teacher and Su Hua emerged from the dance studio. Hua Bao. Lin Xuan strode over to Su Hua. Hua Bao? The dance teacher subtly studied Lin Xuan. This man called CEO Su Hua Bao, he must be the one in her heart. And admittedly, he was incredibly handsome. Wait, why did he look so familiar? She pulled out her phone to check. Sure enough, Lin Xuan was the head of Tanmu Group and the one who cracked the Oli algorithm, winning the National Computer Science competition. Of course, the man who caught CEO Su's eye wouldn't be ordinary. This must be CEO Su's boyfriend, the dance teacher said with a smile. You two look like a match made in heaven, so perfect together. She meant it. Their looks, their talents, everything about them screamed destiny. MHM. Soo Hyua's lips curled slightly. She have John King give this dance teacher a bonus later. And you are? Ling Xuan asked, puzzled. I'm CEO Sue's D. The dance teacher cut herself off mid-word and switched tactics. I'm her fitness coach. Fitness coach? Lin Xu and gave her a skeptical look. Really? CEO Sue, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Better not stick around as a third wheel. Lin Xu noticed Soo Hyua was drenched in sweat. Hyua Bao, what were you doing? You're sweating so much. Soo Hyua answered smoothly, nothing much. Just some exercise. Lin Xuan glanced at Jiang King. This secretary was slacking, didn't even know where her boss was. Jiang King stared at the ceiling. Not her fault. Who knew CEO Sue would finish so quickly? Soo Hyua's flushed face did look post-workout, so Lin Xu and didn't press further. He took her hand. Hyua Bao, I made your favorite dishes. It's lunchtime, let's eat. Okay. Obediently, Soo Hyua let him lead her back to the office. After showering in the restroom, Soo Hyua emerged with slightly damp hair. She handed the hairdryer to Lin Xuan. Xuan, dry my hair for me, Sure. Lin Xuan took the hairdryer, fingers threading gently through her soft locks. Careful not to let the heat linger too long, he blew her hair with practiced ease. Soo Hyua smiled. So attentive, so gentle. Truly, Xuan was perfect in every way. Once her hair was dry and Lin Xuan had laid out the food, Soo Hyua naturally settled onto his lap, arms looping around his neck. Xuan, feed me? She murmured against his ear. Okay. He picked up an oyster and held it to her lips. Soo Hyua bit into it with a playful glint in her eyes, then pressed her lips to his, transferring the oyster into his mouth with a kiss. Xuan should eat more oysters too, she whispered as she pulled away. It'll help your performance in bed. Lin Xu and shot Soo Hyua a resentful look. His prowess as a man was actually quite impressive. It was just that Hyua Bao was too formidable, making him seem weaker by comparison. Okay. Grandpa had an accident. Soo Hyua noticed the expression on Lin Xuan's face and the amusement in her eyes deepened. What's on your mind, Xuan? Oh, Soo Hyua arched her charming brows. Lin Xuan cleared his throat lightly. Nothing. Hyua Bao, hurry up and eat. The food will get cold soon. Soo Hyua and Lin Xuan shared another sweet and intimate lunch together. Afterward, Soo Hyua clung to Lin Xuan, and the two of them lay side by side on the bed in the resting room. Hyua Bao, Lin Xuan began opening his heart to her. I've already decided in this lifetime, it's only you I'll love, only you I'll be with. So, Hyua Bao, you don't have to worry about me changing my mind. Soo Hyua pressed her lips together. That's what Xuan thinks now, but what if he regains his memories? He probably wants to stay as far away from her as possible. The message she had received in her office today flashed through her mind, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around Lin Xuan's clothes. What exactly is Shang planning? Seeing that Soo Hyua remained silent, Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. It seemed Hyua Bao still couldn't bring herself to fully trust his words, but there was time. He would prove his devotion to her through his actions. At Jiangtong Company, Jiang Yutong had handed over the formulas to her team for production. These employees were fiercely loyal to her, and she had no concerns about them betraying her or leaking the formulas to outsiders. President Jiang, one of the staff couldn't help but ask, where did you get these 4 cosmetic products? The results are absolutely astonishing. Jiang Yutong smirked. Let's just say I met a benefactor. She couldn't help but wonder, was giving Lin Xu a 40% stake in the company too little? Well, she could always find a reason to give him more later. Jiang Yutong sighed again. If only she could coax Lin Xu into becoming her younger brother, she'd shower him with endless gifts. But alas, Lin Xu showed no interest in being her little brother. Produce these cosmetics in large quantities. I have a feeling they'll be a massive hit, so we need to be prepared, Jiang Yutong instructed. Understood, the subordinate nodded. But President Jiang, mass production will require significant funds. Our current company reserves might not be enough, her secretary reminded her cautiously. Jiang Yutong pulled out a card. This has all my savings, plus some my sister gave me. Use this for production. The secretary, how could she forget? This was the second daughter of the Jiang family, someone who never had to worry about money. After arranging everything, Jiang Yutong returned to her office and sat down. Lin Qingwen called her. With a smirk, she asked, So, President Jiang, have you made up your mind? Are you selling your company to me? No, Jiang Yutong replied coldly. President Jiang, think carefully. My company, DR, has been steadily suppressing yours. If this continues, your company's value will only keep dropping. You won't get such a good price later. Dropping in value? Are you sure about that, Lin Qingwen? Jiang Yudong scoffed. Hasn't your company been like this for the past year? Lin Qingwen said smugly. Jiang Yudong sneered. Only because your company used its reputation to steal our product formulas and manufacture identical products. Otherwise, would we be in this position? This time, Lin Xuan had specifically added something to these products, a feature that would create confusion. If Lin Qingwen's company dared to steal the formulas again, they'd only bring trouble upon themselves. Lin Qingwen chuckled but didn't respond. In business, there was no room for morality. That's what her father had taught her. As long as it benefited the company, stealing Jian Tan's formulas was nothing. President Zhang, I suggest you focus on how to keep your company afloat instead. With that, Lin Qingwen hung up. Jiang Yutong ended the call as well. President Zhang, her secretary asked worriedly, what if Lin Qingwen steals our formulas again? What do we do? The thought of such excellent beauty products being copied by Lin Qingwen's company was unbearable. Don't worry, if they dare to steal, they'll reap what they sow, Jiang Yutong said confidently. The secretary relaxed. It seemed President Zhang had a backup plan. Just as Jiang Yutong placed her phone on the desk, another call came in. Yutong, something's wrong. Come home immediately, Grandpa's in trouble. Jiang Manting's urgent voice rang through the phone. Oh! Jiang Yutong shot to her feet and rushed out of the office. Soon, she arrived at the Jiang family residence. Sis, what's wrong with Grandpa? Jiang Yutong asked anxiously. Jiang Manting bit her lip and shook her head. Unable to wait for an answer, Jiang Yutong pushed open the door to Grandpa Zhang's room only to find him sitting on the bed, wiping an old photo album with a tissue. His complexion was healthy, showing no signs of illness. Sis, you said Grandpa was sick, but he looks fine. What's going on? Jiang Yutong asked, bewildered. Jiang Manting sighed. Just look for yourself. Jiang Yutong sat beside Grandpa Zhang and saw the photo in his hands. It showed Grandpa, Grandma, their father, and an unfamiliar woman. Grandpa Zhang kept tracing the woman's image in the photo, murmuring, Kinner, don't run off with another man, all right? The Jiang family is your home. He only wants your money, he won't treat you well. Kinner! Jiang Yudong turned to her sister in confusion. Sis, who is this woman? Most likely, she's our aunt Jiang Shukin, Jiang Manting answered. We have an aunt? Jiang Yudong was stunned. She had never heard of an aunt in all her years growing up. If they had one, why had their father and grandfather never mentioned her? Yes, Jiang Manting nodded. But for some reason, she cut ties with our family. I've tried asking Dad about it indirectly, but he refuses to talk. Grandpa,